So you're here, lying down, and somewhere behind your eyes the day is still running, still going, even though the day is over. You're tired, you're genuinely tired, and yet your body hasn't gotten the message that it's allowed to stop now. It's still switched on, still holding itself a little ready. That low hum underneath everything, that sense of being wired and exhausted at the same time, awake in a way you didn't choose and don't want. I want you to know first, before anything else, there's nothing wrong with you. A body that stays braced after a long day is not a broken body. It's a body that worked hard, that stayed alert for hours, that kept you upright and moving and coping, and simply hasn't set that alertness down yet. We're going to help it set it down, slowly, one region at a time, all the way through the night. Maybe you searched for something like this before you closed your eyes. Maybe you typed wired but tired, or how to calm your nervous system at night, or somatic exercises for sleep, or the felt sense of weight, or vagus nerve reset for sleep. Maybe you just wanted a voice that would stay with you and not leave. However you got here, this was made for you, and you don't have to do anything clever with it. You don't have to try. You only have to lie here and let the sound of my voice do the slow work of pointing your attention, again and again, gently downward, toward the one thing that is quietly true underneath all of this, which is that the ground is holding you, right now, and it isn't going to stop. Let me say one honest thing so it's out of the way and you can rest. This is a calming practice, a way of helping your nervous system feel that it's safe to settle. It is not medical advice, and it isn't treatment. If sleeplessness or stress has been wearing you down for a long stretch, a doctor or a therapist is the right person to talk to, and that's worth doing. Tonight, I'm just going to keep you company while your body remembers how to be heavy. That's all this is. And that's enough. So let's begin where the body always begins, with the breath. Not because breathing is magic, but because the out-breath is the one part of all this that you have a hand on. When you breathe out slowly, slower than you breathed in, you're doing something quietly physical. You're leaning on the body's own brake. There's a branch of your nervous system whose whole job is to slow things down, to bring you back toward calm, and a long, unhurried exhale is one of the plainest ways to nudge it. The breath out is the signal, written into you long before you were born, that says, the effort is over now, the danger, if there ever was one, has passed. It's safe to soften. Many people find that just lengthening the exhale over and over is enough to feel the first loosening. Let's find out together. Don't force the breath. We're not doing anything athletic here. Just let the next breath in come naturally, through the nose if that's comfortable, an ordinary breath, no bigger than it wants to be. And then let it go, slowly, long and slow and quiet, letting the out-breath stretch out past the in-breath, all the way to the soft, empty end of it. Good, and again, in, gently. And out, longer, unhurried, as if the breath is pouring downward, out of you, toward the bed, toward the floor. And let the next one come whenever it comes. There's no rush to fill the space. The pause at the bottom of the breath is a good place. Rest there a moment. And in, and slowly out. That's the rhythm. In and a longer out. You don't have to count. You don't have to keep it perfect. If your breathing wanders off on its own, that's fine. Just come back to making the out breath a little longer than the in, whenever you remember. Each slow exhale is a small message going down through you. Stand down, nothing here needs guarding. Let's stay with it a while, breathing out the day. In through the nose. And the long, slow release, feeling the chest fall, feeling the shoulders give up a little of their height. In and out, slower still, the belly softening as the air leaves. Notice, if you can, that you don't have to do anything to make the in-breath happen. The body takes it for you. All you're offering is the slow letting go on the way out. The rest arrives by itself. That's a small thing to learn tonight, that most of this happens without you, that you can hand it over, that the breathing will keep you alive whether you watch it or not, and so you can stop standing guard over it. And in and out, long, low, quiet. One more like that, all the way to empty and rest. Good, let the breath go back to its own private rhythm now. You don't have to manage it anymore. It knows what it's doing. And already, maybe, there's the faintest sense of something in you sitting a little lower than it did a few minutes ago. We'll build on that, slowly, all night. Now, before we go down into the body, let's do one gentle thing with the room. Your eyes are closed, and that's good, keep them closed. But even with your eyes closed, you know somehow the shape of the space you're in. You can sense where the walls are, the ceiling up there in the dark above you, further away than you usually think about, the door wherever it is, the window, the particular quiet of this room at this hour. Let your attention drift out slowly into that space, not looking, just sensing. The nervous system, when it's braced, keeps a part of itself scanning, checking the edges of things, listening for what might need a response. So let's let it check deliberately, calmly, and find what's actually true. Let your awareness move unhurried toward one wall, just noticing it's there, solid, still, holding its place, not asking anything of you. And drift toward another edge of the room, the corner where the wall meets the ceiling, the ordinary furniture of the dark. There's nothing moving, nothing approaching, nothing here that needs watching. Sense the door, closed most likely, a boundary between you and everything out there. On this side of it, in here, there is only you and the bed and the quiet and this voice. The room has been holding this shape all evening without your help. It will keep holding it while you sleep. And the quiet itself, listen to it for a moment. Maybe it isn't perfectly silent. There's the hum of the building or a car somewhere far off, or the small sounds a house makes settling in the night. Let those sounds be exactly what they are. They're not signals, they're not tasks. They're the ordinary noise of a world that is getting along just fine without needing anything from you right now. Each distant sound, in its way, is proof that things are carrying on, that you are not on duty. That you can let the watching go. This is the message we are sending slowly by doing this. There is no threat here. The room is safe. The edges are accounted for. Nothing in this space requires you to stay ready. And a nervous system that has checked and found the room safe is a nervous system that can begin, at last, to turn its attention inward and down. So let your awareness come back now, from the walls, from the ceiling, from the door, back across the room, back to the bed, back to the simple fact of your own body lying here, back to the weight of you. And that's where we're going to spend the long hours ahead, in the weight, in the places where you meet the bed, because that's the truth I want your body to sink into and not let go of tonight and all the way to morning. The ground is holding you. The bed is pressing up beneath you exactly as hard as you are pressing down into it. You are not falling. You are not holding yourself up. You have not had to hold yourself up this whole time. The bed has been doing it patiently the entire while. Let's begin to feel it. Start with the back of your head. The skull is heavy, heavier than we ever give it credit for. All day it's balanced up on top of the spine, and small muscles in the neck have been working quietly, constantly to keep it there. Right now it doesn't need to be balanced. It's lying down. The pillow is underneath it. So let the weight of the skull be given fully to the pillow. Let it be heavy. Imagine, on your next slow out breath, that the head sinks a millimeter deeper, that the pillow rises up to meet it, that you are no longer holding your own head at all. You're setting it down, handing it over, letting the pillow take the whole round heavy weight of it. And feel where the pillow presses back. That's the part I want you to notice. It isn't just that your head rests on the pillow is pressing up into your head, softly holding it, meeting it. Support isn't a one-way thing. You press down, it presses up. And in the middle of that meeting, you're held perfectly without you doing anything. Let the small muscles at the back of the neck understand that. They can stop now. There's nothing left for them to balance. The head is down. The head is held. Move your attention down into the shoulders. The shoulders are one of the great holding places of the body. When the day is long, when we are braced, they climb up toward the ears quietly without our permission. Feel where they are right now. Don't move them yet. Just notice. There's a decent chance they're higher than they need to be, holding some old readiness that has nowhere to go. So on the next long out breath, let them drop. Let them slide down away from your ears, back and down, toward the bed, toward your feet. Let the whole shoulder give its weight to whatever is underneath it. The mattress taking the weight of the shoulder now, pressing up beneath the shoulder blade, holding it the way it holds everything you set down on it. And there it is again, that meeting. The shoulder presses down, the bed presses up, you are held. You don't have to keep the shoulders up. You never did, not while lying here. The bed was always willing to take them. Let both shoulders go heavy. Let them be wide and low and done. Feel the contact broaden. The more you soften, the more of you touches the bed, and the more of you touches the bed, the more of you is held. Come down into the arms now. The upper arms heavy against the mattress, the elbows, the forearms, and the hands. Notice the backs of your hands, or the palms, however they're lying. Notice the exact places where they touch the sheet. The hands are one of the busiest parts of you all day, gripping, typing, carrying, reaching, doing, and even now, even lying down, they may be holding a faint tension, a readiness to grasp something. Let them not. Let the fingers be slightly curled or open, whatever is loosest. Let the hands be as heavy as small stones set down on cloth. Feel the sheet beneath them, warmed now by your own skin, pressing gently up. The hands have nothing to hold tonight, nothing to reach for. They can be completely still, completely heavy, completely given over to the surface beneath them. And feel this is the thread we'll follow all night. Feel how the attention has come down out of your busy head and into your hands, into simple contact, into the plain physical fact of skin against sheet, weight against support. That's the move, out of the thinking and into the touching, out of the head and into the held. We'll make that move again and again, hour after hour, because the head will keep pulling you back up into thought, and every time it does, we'll come back down into the weight, into the contact, into the ground that is holding you. Let's keep going down. The chest, let the breath keep coming and going on its own, and just let the rib cage be heavy. Feel the back of the ribs, back where they rest against the bed. That's where the weight of the chest is given away. You don't have to hold your chest up or open or braced. Let it be a soft, heavy basket that rises a little and falls a little all by itself, resting the whole time on the support beneath it. And the belly is honest. It's one of the first places to clench when something in us is on guard, and one of the last places we think to release. Bring your attention there now to the soft front of you and let it be soft. Let the belly be round and loose and unheld. Let it fall on the out-breath toward the spine and toward the bed. There's nothing to protect here. There's no blow coming. The belly can be as open and undefended as it wants to be because the room is safe and the door is closed and the ground is holding you. Let the whole middle of your body sink. Chest and belly and the small of the back all giving their weight downward at once, heavier with each breath out. The mattress meeting all of it, pressing up along the whole length of your back, taking it, holding it. Now down into the hips, the pelvis, the heaviest, deepest part of the body, the part built to bear weight. Let it be exactly that heavy. Let the hips settle wide and low into the bed, sinking, releasing the whole day's worth of standing and sitting and carrying. This is a place that holds so much and so quietly. Let it hand its weight to the mattress completely. Feel how much surface there is here, how broadly you're supported through the hips and the seat, how much of you is pressed up against from below and held. The thighs now, big heavy muscles, some of the strongest in the body, and all day they've been working, carrying you up from chairs, holding you on the stairs, keeping you moving. Let them be done. Let them be heavy and slack and wide. Feel the backs of the thighs resting on the bed, the weight of them pressing down, the surface pressing patiently up. Nothing to carry now, nothing to push against, just weight given away. Down past the knees, let the knees soften, let them be loose, down into the calves. Feel the backs of the calves against the bed, another quiet meeting place. The calf presses down, the mattress presses up, and there, held. Let the calves be heavy. Let them roll slightly outward if that's what they want to do, the way relaxed legs always turn out a little, opening, letting go. And down to the heels and the feet. Feel your heels, right now wherever they rest, on the mattress, on the sheet, feel the specific weight of them pressing down into that surface. The heels are small, but the whole weight of the legs comes to rest through them and just above them, and they press down and the bed presses up, holding even this, the very ends of you. Let the ankles go loose. Let the feet fall open. Let the toes be soft. There is nowhere left to walk tonight. The feet are off duty. The feet are held. And now for a moment, sense the whole back of your body at once. The whole long line of you where you meet the bed, the back of the head, the shoulders, the arms and the hands, the length of the back, the hips, the backs of the thighs, the calves, the heels, every one of those places pressing down, and every one of them being pressed up into, met, supported, held. A whole body laid down along a surface that is holding all of it, evenly, patiently, without the slightest effort from you. This is the thing I want you to feel and keep feeling. The mattress is pushing up against you exactly as hard as you are pushing down into it. Not more, not less. Exactly matched. That's what support is, a meeting of equal and opposite, so that in between the two, you can be perfectly still. You press down with all your tiredness and all your weight, and the ground presses back up with exactly that much steadiness, and the two cancel into rest. You could not fall through the bed if you tried. It is holding you completely. It has been holding you this whole time. So there is nothing to hold up. Do you feel that? Nothing to hold up. Not your head, the pillow has it. Not your shoulders, the bed has them. Not your arms, your back, your hips, your legs, all of it, given over, all of it caught and held from below. The only reason any part of you is still working is habit. An old habit of holding, left over from a day that is finished now. And one region at a time, through the hours ahead, we're going to let that habit go. Let's start with the jaw. Somewhere in the last hours of the day, without ever deciding to, you set your jaw. Most people do. It's one of the first places the body braces, and one of the last places it thinks to let go. Right now the back teeth may be resting closer together than they need to be, the muscle at the hinge of the jaw, just below the ear, quietly switched on, quietly ready. Ready for what? At this hour, in this dark, lying down, there's nothing. Nothing to bite down on, nothing to say. Nothing to hold in, so let the hinge of the jaw go slack. Let the back teeth come apart, just a little, just enough that they're no longer touching. Let there be a small space there, a small dark gap where the jaw simply hangs from the skull instead of clenching against it. And feel, when you do that, how the whole floor of the mouth softens, how the throat opens a fraction, how something all the way down the front of you seems to loosen at the same time. The jaw is a doorway. When it lets go, other things behind it let go too. And the tongue, you may never have thought about where your tongue rests, but right now it is probably pressed up against the roof of your mouth, or held in some faint shape, some small readiness. Let it be heavy. Let it lie down in the floor of the mouth, the way the rest of you is lying down in the bed. A soft, heavy tongue, resting low, resting easy. This is a smaller thing than the heels, than the shoulders, but the body braces in small places too, and it unbraces in them, one at a time, when it finally trusts that the day is over. Feel how the face is changing as we go. The face carries the day more than almost anywhere. All day it arranges itself, for people, for screens, for the weather, for the moments that went well and the ones that didn't. All those tiny muscles, holding expressions long after the reason for them has passed. Let them all go loose now. Let the space between your eyebrows widen and smooth. Let the small muscles around your eyes, the ones that squint and focus and hold you alert, let them stop. Let your eyelids be heavy, resting closed with no effort, no pressing, just resting, the way a hand rests when you set it down. Let your cheeks be heavy, falling gently back toward your ears, toward the pillow. Let the forehead be smooth and wide and blank, a face with nothing to arrange, a face that has laid its whole day down. And notice you don't have to make any of this happen. That's the strange kindness of it. You're not forcing the jaw open or dragging the shoulders down. You're just stopping the holding. The holding was the effort. The letting go is only the ending of an effort you'd forgotten you were making. Underneath every braced place, gravity has been waiting the whole time, patient, ready to take the weight the moment you stop lifting it. All you're doing tonight is stopping, region by region, and letting the ground do what the ground does. Come down now to the throat and the front of the neck. This is a tender, watchful place in the body, a place that tightens when we're bracing, when we're holding something back, when we're staying ready. Let it be soft. You're lying down. Your head is fully supported. Nothing about your throat needs to work right now, not to hold your head up, not to swallow anything down, not to keep anything in. Let the front of the neck lengthen and ease. Let the small muscles there, the ones you can never quite feel until they let go, quietly stand down. And feel the back of the neck, where it rests toward the pillow, the weight of the skull traveling down through it into the support beneath. The neck doesn't have to carry the head. The pillow is carrying the head. The neck can simply be a soft place in between, resting, off duty, done. The weight of the skull, come back to that because it's one of the heaviest, most honest gifts you can give away tonight. The head is heavy, heavier than people expect, a real and considerable weight, and all day the neck and the shoulders hold it up, keep it balanced, keep it turning and lifting and facing the world. Right now it doesn't have to be held up at all. It's resting in the pillow, so let it be fully heavy. Let the whole weight of the skull sink down into whatever is beneath it. Don't hold it at any angle. Don't keep it politely balanced. Let it be a heavy, round, solid thing, given completely to the pillow, pressing down, and the pillow rising up to meet it, and the two of them holding still together. The weight of your thinking, the weight of the long days watching, all of it is inside that skull, and all of it can be set down now, laid into the pillow, given away. And feel how, when the head goes heavy, the shoulders can finally drop. They've been climbing all day. Shoulders climb toward the ears without our permission, a slow, unconscious lifting, a bracing that never quite lets down. Let them slide back down now, away from the ears, down toward the feet, down toward the bed. Let them be wide and low and heavy. Feel the tops of the shoulders spreading, releasing, opening across the back. There is nothing on them tonight, nothing to shoulder, nothing to carry. Let them melt back into the mattress and stay there. This is the pattern of the whole night, and I'll walk it with you again and again, gently in different ways, for hours, a body that spent a whole day braced for things, unbracing now, one region at a time. This is not something that has to happen all at once. It couldn't, and it doesn't need to. The body lets go the way it tensed up, a little at a time, quietly, without announcement. You clench through the day without noticing, and you'll unclench through the night the same way, place by place, breath by breath, each pass a little deeper than the last. There's no rush. We have all night. The ground is going to hold you the entire time. And I'll say this plainly because it's true and because the honesty of it is part of what lets you rest. This is a calming practice, not medical advice or treatment. If stress or sleeplessness is really wearing you down night after night, a doctor or a therapist is the right person to talk to. That's a real kindness to do for yourself in the daylight. But right now, tonight, in this bed, there's nothing to fix and nothing to solve. There's only a tired body learning it can stop holding itself up. That's all this is, and that's enough. So let's keep going down. Let's find the chest and the ribs. Breathe and let the breath be easy, not deep, not managed. Just let it come and go on its own, slow, the way breath goes when the body has decided it's safe. And notice the ribs. All day the chest holds a kind of readiness too, a subtle bracing across the front, a slight lift, a slight guarding. Let the chest be soft. Let the ribs be heavy. Feel the whole front of the body settle downward, backward, toward the bed, as if the chest was sinking a half-inch further into rest with every exhale. Nothing to protect here, nothing to guard. The front of you can be as soft and open as the back of you is heavy and held. And behind the ribs, the slow work of the breath goes on without you. You don't have to breathe on purpose. You never did. It's been happening all day under everything, quietly keeping you alive while you were busy, and it will keep happening all night while you sleep. So you can hand it back now. Stop steering it. Let the breath breathe itself, a little slower on its own as the body settles, the exhale growing long and unhurried, a soft falling away of air each time, like a small sigh the body makes when it finally sets something down. And each of those long exhales is the body's own signal to itself that the danger has passed. That's not a trick and it's not a claim, it's just how the body is built. The slow out breath is the break. It tells the calming side of the nervous system that it's safe to come forward now, safe to slow the heart, safe to loosen the grip. You don't have to believe anything for it to work. You only have to let the exhale be long and let it fall and let it go. Down into the belly now. The belly is where the body hides its bracing most stubbornly, holding itself in, holding itself ready, a low tightness that we carry so constantly we stop feeling it as tightness at all. It just becomes the way we are. Let it go tonight. Let the belly be soft. Let it rise and fall with the breath, easy and round, no holding in, no pulling flat, no guarding. Let the whole middle of you be loose and warm and heavy. When the belly softens, something deep in the nervous system reads it. A body whose belly is soft is a body that believes it is safe. You can't have a soft belly and a bracing for danger at the same time. They don't go together. So let the belly be soft and let that softness be the message. It's over, it's finished, we made it to the bed, we can rest. And the low back. So many bodies hold the day in the low back, a long, patient ache of holding, a place that's been working since morning without a single moment's rest. Feel it now against the bed. Feel where the low back meets the mattress and where maybe it arches slightly away, still holding, still not quite trusting the surface underneath it. Let it settle. Let the whole length of the spine lengthen and ease and lay itself down, vertebra by vertebra, the small muscles alongside it releasing their grip, letting the back widen and flatten and give its weight to the bed. The bed will take it. The bed has been waiting to take it all along. You don't have to hold the shape of your own spine tonight. Lay it down. Let it be heavy. Let it be held. Feel the hips now, the big joints where the legs meet the body, the deep sockets that carry you all day, every step, every stand, every turn. They can be completely still now. Let the hips be heavy and wide. Let them drop back into the bed. Let the weight of the pelvis settle down through the mattress, down toward the floor, down toward the ground under the floor. Everything is pointing downward tonight. Every part of you given to gravity, sinking toward the center of the earth, and the bed catching all of it, and the floor beneath the bed catching that, and the ground beneath the floor catching that, all the way down to something so solid and so old that nothing has ever moved it. That's what's underneath you, not just the mattress. The whole steady ground of the world, holding the building, holding the room, holding the bed, holding you. It has never once faltered. It is not going to start tonight. Let yourself lean your whole weight into that, not carefully, completely, the way you'd lean back into a chair you trusted absolutely. There's no wrong way to be held. However your body is arranged right now is fine, however your arms have fallen, however your legs have settled, whatever angle your head has come to rest at. You don't have to arrange yourself into some correct posture for rest. Rest doesn't ask that. The ground holds you in whatever shape you're already in. So stop adjusting. Stop improving. Let the shape you're in right now be the shape you rest in, and let the whole of it grow heavier. And if the mind is still going, and it may be this early, the thoughts still turning, still sorting through the day, still reaching toward tomorrow, that's all right. You don't have to stop the thoughts. You couldn't force them to stop any more than you could force the jaw or the shoulders. Forcing is just more bracing. So let the thoughts go on if they want to, up there at the top of you, and let your attention slide down out of them, down out of the head, down into the body, down into the weight. Every time you notice you've drifted up into thinking, you don't have to fight it, you just come back down to the heaviness of the legs, back down to the weight of the hips in the bed, back down to the long, slow fall of the breath. The thoughts can keep the lights on upstairs as long as they like. Down here, in the body, in the weight, it's already night. That's the whole practice, really, said as simply as it can be said. Notice you've floated up and sink back down, up into the head, down into the body, again and again, all night. Not once cleanly and then done, but over and over, patiently, the same gentle return each time, because the mind will keep drifting up and you will keep bringing it down. And each time you bring it down, it comes a little more willingly, and each time the body is a little heavier, a little further into rest, a little more given over to the ground. You are not failing when the mind wanders. The returning is the practice. The wandering is just what gives you something to return from. So drift back down now, once more, into the weight of the whole body on the bed. Feel it all again, not naming each part this time, just the whole of it at once, the entire length of you laid out and held, heavy from the crown of the head to the ends of the feet, every region a little softer than it was, every braced place a little more let down. And underneath all of it, unchanging, the same patient pressure rising up to meet you, the mattress pushing up wherever you push down, matched, even, effortless, holding you exactly and completely, asking nothing. Feel the backs of the hands again. Such a small thing, but let your attention rest there, wherever your hands have come to lie, on the bed, on your belly, at your sides, and feel the specific weight of them. The hands work all day, the busiest part of the body, always reaching, gripping, doing. Let them be completely done. Let the fingers curl however they want to curl, soft and half open, and let the backs of the hands grow heavy, and feel the surface underneath them holding their small weight without any effort at all. Even the hands are held tonight. Even the hands can stop. And the arms above them, the whole length of the arms, let them be heavy and slack, sunk into the bed, no holding at the elbow, no holding at the wrist, the shoulders still wide and low, the arms just lying there, done, the way rope lies when you drop it, the way anything lies when nothing is lifting it anymore. Heavy arms, heavy hands, given to the bed, held from below. There's a kind of quiet that comes into a body when enough of it has let go, a settledness, a stillness that isn't empty but full of weight and warmth and slow breath. You may be starting to feel the edges of it now, a heaviness that's almost pleasant, almost sweet, a sense of the body growing dense and warm and far away. That's the nervous system shifting. That's the bracing coming down, region by region, the old readiness dissolving into rest. You don't have to do anything to encourage it. You only have to keep letting go, keep sinking, keep giving your weight to the ground that is so patiently and completely holding you. And we have hours yet. That's worth feeling too, the sheer length of the night ahead, all of it yours to rest in, no edge to it, no hurry toward it, nowhere at all to be but here, sinking. The whole long dark of the night stretched out ahead like a wide field, and you laid down at the near edge of it, held, safe, with all the time in the world to fall the rest of the way asleep. Nothing is waiting for you in there. Nothing needs your attention. There is only more of this, more weight, more stillness, more of the ground holding you exactly as it holds you now, all the way through to morning. So let the head grow heavier still. Let the pillow take even more of it. Let the shoulders spread even wider, sink even lower. Let the breath fall even slower, the exhale even longer, the belly even softer. And let the whole back of your body, that long line where you meet the bed, press down a fraction more and be met a fraction more, and settle a fraction deeper into the endless, patient support beneath you. And notice, as you lie here, how the weight of you isn't one single thing but many small weights, each with its own place to be set down. There is the weight of the pelvis, the wide, heavy bowl of it, the densest part of you, sunk into the middle of the mattress like a stone settling into soft ground. Let that be the anchor. Let the pelvis be the heaviest thing, the part that gives itself most fully, and feel how the bed rises to hold even that, the springs and the fill compressing just enough beneath the broadest part of your weight, and then pressing steadily back, holding the whole heavy center of you without strain, without ever tiring, the way the ground has held every weight ever laid upon it. You are not too heavy for this. Nothing is too heavy for the ground. The pelvis can let go completely and be caught completely and rest. And from that anchored center, feel the weight spread outward along the thighs. The big muscles of the thighs that carried you up out of bed this morning and up every stair and through every hour of standing and walking, that braced without your ever asking them to. Let them lengthen now. Let them go loose and broad and heavy across the surface of the bed. Feel the back of each thigh where it meets the mattress, that long warm line of contact, and let it widen. Let the muscles spill sideways under its own weight, the way something soft spreads when you stop holding it in shape. There is no shape to hold now. There is no standing to be ready for. The thighs can be pure weight, pure downward ease, sinking, held. Down past the knees, and let the knees be soft, not locked, not lifted, just resting however they've come to rest, maybe turned a little outward, maybe with a pillow or a fold of blanket beneath them taking their weight. Wherever they are, let them be exactly there. The knees have nothing to do tonight. And below them the calves, those long muscles at the back of the lower leg that clench so quietly and so constantly all day, that grip the ground with every step and hold you upright without a word of thanks. Let them soften now, let them go heavy and slack, and feel the whole back of each calf laid down along the bed, held, warm, released. If there's a tightness there, a wiredness in the calves, the way the legs sometimes want to move or shift when the rest of you is trying to rest, just breathe out long and let the weight of the leg answer it. Weight is the answer. Weight is heavier than restlessness. Let the calf be heavy, and the restlessness will have nowhere to stand. And down to the feet, the far ends of you, furthest from the busy head, the quiet outposts. The heels resting their small round weight into the mattress, two firm points of contact holding a surprising amount of you, sinking now, cradled. And the arches and the soles and the 10 toes, all of it let go, all of it done walking, done carrying, done gripping the inside of your shoes. Let the feet fall open however they fall. Let them be as heavy as the rest. And feel once more, running now the entire length of you, heel to calf to thigh to pelvis to back to skull. That same unbroken line of support, the ground meeting every part of your downward weight with its own patient upward press, matched all the way along, so that nowhere on the whole back of your body is there any gap, any effort, any part of you still holding itself up. You are laid down along your full length and held along your full length. There is nothing left for you to carry, not even yourself. Breathe, let the exhale go long, and let a little more of you pour downward on the end of it. That's it. Slower and slower now, the night just beginning, hours of this ahead, hours of exactly this. The slow return of your attention out of the churning head and down into the plain fact of your body being held. Because that is what we keep doing here, gently, again and again, all night long. The mind will drift back up into itself. That's what minds do, especially a mind that spent the day switched on and braced and scanning, a mind that hasn't yet been told the day is over. It will lift you back up out of your body and into thought, into some scrap of tomorrow or some fragment of today, some loop, some worry, some pointless replaying. And each time it does, there is nothing to fight. There is only this, Come back down, come back to weight. Come back to the place where your body touches the bed and feel it there, the contact, the pressure, the holding. The thinking mind lives up in the head, in the dark behind the eyes, and it cannot follow you all the way down into your heels. So go there, go down into the contact. Let the felt weight of your own body be the thing that draws you back out of the noise, over and over, patient as the ground itself, until the drawing back needs no effort either, until you are simply here, simply heavy, simply held. And here is something the body knows that the mind forgets. The ground has never once let go. Think of it under this bed, the floor. Under the floor, the frame of the building, the foundation sunk down into the earth. Under that, the earth itself, packed and solid, going down and down, mile after mile of patient rock holding everything that has ever been set upon it. You are not held only by a mattress. You are held by all of it, the whole silent weight-bearing mass of the world beneath you, and it has been holding without pause, without effort, without any need of your attention, since long before you were born and will go on long after. The ground does not get tired. The ground does not need you to help. All your life some part of you has been braced against falling, some deep animal readiness to catch yourself, and tonight here you can feel that there is nothing to catch. You are already caught. You have always already been caught. The falling you are so ready for has nowhere to happen, because underneath you, all the way down, there is only more holding. Let that settle into you. Let the oldest muscles, the deep ones near the spine, the ones that hold you upright without your ever knowing, hear it. It's safe to stop bracing. The catch is already made. The ground has you and will keep having you all night, and you can let the last of that ancient readiness go, not all at once. It doesn't need to be all at once, just a little more, just this breath's worth, just this one region of holding you hadn't even noticed you were doing until now. Feel it come down. Feel some deep, quiet muscle beside the spine unclench a fraction and give its weight to the bed, and feel the bed take it, easily, the way it takes everything. There, a little heavier, a little more given away. And the breath keeps going all on its own. You don't breathe it, it breathes. Notice that. Somewhere in the settling you stopped managing it, and it simply continued, rising and falling, slow and low in the belly, the exhale spilling out long and warm without your help. That's the calming branch of your nervous system, the deep quieting current that comes up under you as the bracing comes down, taking over the steering so that you don't have to. The long exhale is the body's own brake, and the body is applying it now, gently, on its own, each slow out-breath telling the deep old wiring the same simple thing. The day is over, the danger has passed, it is safe to rest. You don't have to say it in words. The breath is saying it in the only language the nervous system has always understood. Just let it. Just let each exhale be a little longer than the one before, and let the space at the bottom of it, that still pause before the next breath rises, be a little wider, a little more restful, a small pool of quiet you sink into between breaths. This is a calming practice, not medicine and not treatment, and if the nights stay hard, if the sleeplessness or the strain of the day is wearing you down over time, a doctor or a therapist is the right person to talk to. But tonight, right now, there is nothing to fix and nowhere to get to. There is only weight and breath and the ground holding you, and hours of dark ahead to keep on sinking into. So let's go back down through the body once more, slower now, warmer, just brushing each place with attention and letting it drop a little further. Not searching for tension, not working at anything, just visiting kindly the way you'd lay a hand on someone sleeping to feel them breathe. The face, let the face be heavy. Let the small muscles around the eyes, which held so much of the day's watching and worrying, go completely slack, so the eyes rest back soft in their sockets, needing nothing, looking at nothing, done. Let the space between the eyebrows widen and smooth. Let the jaw hang, the back teeth apart, the tongue loose and low in the mouth, resting on the floor of the mouth, no longer pressed to the roof. So much bracing hides in the jaw and the tongue, held there all day without a word. Let it out on this exhale. Let the whole face grow soft and heavy and settle back toward the pillow given away. The throat, the front of the neck, soft. The back of the neck long and released, the skull rolling its full weight back into the pillow, that heavy round weight you've been carrying upright all day, finally set down, finally handed over. Feel how the pillow rises to hold it, how it doesn't ask you to hold your own head anymore, how you can let the neck do nothing at all. The head is heavy. Let it be as heavy as it truly is. Give it all to the pillow. There's more weight in the skull than we ever let ourselves feel, because all day we are holding it up. But now, lying here, you can feel its true heaviness, and you can let the bed carry every ounce. Down across the collarbones, wide and easy. And the chest, rising and falling slow, the ribs loose, no gripping around the breath. The whole front of the chest soft over the slow tide of the lungs. And down into the belly, softest of all, let it be round and unguarded. Let it swell with each slow breath and fall with each slow exhale. No holding it in, no clenching against anything. The deep muscles of the core all quiet now, all let down. The belly rising and falling like something breathing in its sleep. Because that's where you're headed. That's the state the body is finding its own way into, piece by piece. The lower back, where so much of the day's standing and sitting collects, that deep ache of being upright, let it lengthen along the bed. Let the small muscles there stop their steady work and give the spine's weight fully to the surface below. The spine can rest now. Every knuckle of it, every small bone from the base of the skull all the way down to the tailbone. Let each one settle and be held. The whole long chain of it laid down and supported and asked to do nothing. And the hips, the sides of the hips, let them roll outward under their own weight, heavy, wide, given. And back down through the legs one more time, softer than before, the thighs spilling loose, the knees at ease, the calves gone heavy and warm, the ankles slack, the feet fallen open, the toes uncurling. All of it down, all of it held. The whole long body, one continuous weight pressing gently into the ground, and the ground pressing gently back, exactly matched, exactly even, all along your length, holding you completely, asking nothing. And you can feel now, maybe, how much less there is of you to manage than there was an hour ago. How many small holdings have quietly come undone. How the body that lay down braced out of habit, braced for a day already finished, braced because it hadn't yet been shown it could stop, is unbracing, region by region in its own slow time, and how none of it needed forcing, how it only needed weight and breath and the patient fact of being held, repeated gently enough and long enough that the old readiness finally believes it and lets go. There is so much night left. That's not a burden, it's a mercy. All these hours, and every one of them is just more of this. More sinking, more weight given away, more of the ground holding you steady while the deep tide of your breath carries you further and further down. Whenever you surface, and you will surface softly through the night, drifting up toward the edge of waking and then sliding back, there will be nothing to do but what you're doing now. Feel the weight, feel the contact, feel the holding, and let it draw you back down. The same downward settling every time, a little heavier every time, held to morning. Let the hands go heavy again. I know we've been there, but let them go heavier still, because there is always a little more to give. Let the palms soften. Let the tips of the fingers stop their faint holding. Let the weight of each hand press into whatever it rests on and be met and be held. And let that heaviness travel up the wrists, up the forearms, into the upper arms, into the shoulders, and let the shoulders drop one more fraction away from the ears, one more small increment of the day's carrying set down. The shoulders always have more to give, just a little, just this breath's worth. Let them widen and lower and melt back toward the bed. And breathe long and slow and low. The exhale longer than the breath in, the pause at the bottom soft and wide. Nothing to reach for, nowhere to be, Just this weight and this dark and this patient holding hour upon hour all the way through the night. The ground is holding you. It held you before you noticed. It will hold you long after you've stopped noticing, when you've slipped all the way down past thinking, past listening, past everything, into the deep-held dark where the body finally fully rests. So keep going down. There is no bottom to reach in a hurry. Just down and down, each breath a little lower than the last, each region a little softer, the whole heavy length of you sinking by degrees into the endless patient support beneath you, held exactly as you are, held completely, held all night long. And let your attention drift now to the long line down the back of you, not to change anything there, only to find it, only to feel where the whole rear surface of the body lies against what holds it. Because this is the side you cannot see, the side you rarely think of, the side that has been quietly taking your weight this entire time without a word. The back of the head, the back of the shoulders, broad against the bed, the long trough of the spine and the muscle to either side of it, the back of the ribs. The back of the hips, wide and settled, the backs of the thighs, the backs of the calves, the heels, all of that, the entire underside of you pressed to the surface beneath, and every square inch of it is being met. Not just held in the places you notice, held everywhere. Held in the places between the places. Held in the small hollows you never attend to, the dip at the base of the skull, the curve at the small of the back where the body arches faintly away and thinks it must hold itself there. Let even that go. Let the small of the back stop its quiet lifting. Let the bed rise into that hollow and fill it and take it, so there is nowhere along your whole length that is still working to stay up, nowhere still bracing against the fall, because the fall already happened, gently, and the ground already caught you, and it is catching you still, evenly, all along the back of you, from your heels to your crown. And there is a warmth that comes with being met like this, not the warmth of effort, not heat you make, the slow gathered warmth of a body that has stopped burning fuel to hold itself ready. Feel it, if it's there, pooling in the places of deepest contact, the warmth in the low back, the warmth behind the knees, the warmth spreading across the shoulder blades where they rest their whole weight down. This is what a nervous system feels like when it begins to believe it is safe. It stops spending, stops bracing, stops keeping the muscles half-lit against a threat that isn't coming, and all that unspent readiness settles into a low, even warmth and simple weight. That's all this is. A body being shown, slowly and without argument, that the day is over and it can stop standing guard. Nothing mystical in it, nothing you have to earn. Just the plain fact of gravity and the plain fact of the surface beneath you, and the long, slow breath telling the oldest part of you that the coast is clear. And if the mind is still turning somewhere up above all this, still sorting, still rehearsing, still running its quiet list, that's all right. You don't have to stop it. You only have to keep dropping your attention down out of it, down the back of the throat, down through the chest, down into the broad, warm weight of the body against the bed. Let the thinking go on without you if it wants to. Let it chat up there in the rafters while you sink down here into the floor of yourself, into the parts that don't use words, the parts that only know weight and warmth and the rhythm of breath. The thoughts can't follow you down here. They live in the head, and you're leaving the head, lowering yourself out of it hand over hand, down into the slow, dark body that has already half forgotten the day. Feel the weight of the skull again. It's the heaviest single thing you carry, and all day long the small muscles of the neck hold it upright, balance it, turn it, catch it, a constant, thankless, unnoticed labor. And now it needs none of that. Now the skull is simply set down, its full weight given over to whatever cradles it, and the neck has nothing left to do. Let the neck know that. Let it hear it. Let the muscles along the sides of it, and the deep ones at the back of it where the head meets the spine, let them all understand that the holding is finished for tonight, that the head is down, that they can go loose and long and stop their tiny, endless corrections. Feel how the whole weight of your head presses down and is answered, pressed back up exactly as hard, so that it floats there in perfect balance, held so completely it feels almost weightless, the way a thing feels when something else has taken all of its weight. That's the paradox of being truly held. Give the weight away fully, and it stops feeling like weight at all. It just feels like rest. And the jaw, let the jaw hang. Let the back teeth come apart just slightly, just enough that they aren't touching, because the jaw is one of the last places to let go, one of the places the body clenches without ever being asked, holding a tension it picked up hours ago and simply never put down. Let it put it down now. Let the hinge of the jaw soften. Let the tongue rest wide and heavy in the floor of the mouth, not pressed to the roof, not braced against the teeth, just lying there, slack and still. And feel how, when the jaw lets go, something lets go a little deeper too, somewhere behind the face, somewhere around the eyes, a bracing you didn't know was there until it eased. The whole front of the face going soft and downward, the brow smoothing, the small muscles that fan out around the eyes that have been faintly holding all this while, letting go their grip so the eyes rest deep and still and heavy in their sockets. Nothing to look at, nothing to track, nothing to watch for. The watching is over. You can feel the watching being over, all through the face, all through the eyes, the long vigilance of the day finally setting itself down alongside everything else that's already down. Breathe long out, slow and low and unforced, the breath moving on its own now, deeper than you'd bother to make it, the exhale spilling out long and the small pause at the end of it opening like a still pool before the next breath gathers. You don't have to run the breath anymore. It knows the way down. It's been carrying you down this whole time, each exhale a small tide going out, drawing a little more of you with it, a little further into the dark, warm weight of the held body. Just let it, just ride it. Out and down, nothing to do but be carried. And now let the sense of your edges begin to blur. All night the body keeps a careful outline of itself. This is where I stop, this is where the world begins, a faint constant awareness of its own borders, its own skin, the exact line where it ends. But as the weight deepens and the warmth spreads and the contact grows complete, that line starts to soften. The place where the back of you meets the bed stops feeling like a boundary and starts feeling like a seam, a joining, a merging, until it's hard to say precisely where your weight ends and the holding beneath it begins. They press into each other so evenly, so exactly matched, that the border between them dissolves, and you begin to belong to the surface that holds you the way a stone belongs to the riverbed it settles into. No longer a separate thing resting on top, but a thing sunk in, taken, part of what holds it. Let that happen. Let your edges go soft and uncertain. Let yourself stop knowing exactly where you end. It's a deep safety, that blurring a sign to the oldest, most watchful part of you that there is nothing left to defend, no perimeter to keep, no line to hold. Just weight sinking into weight, just warmth meeting warmth, just you and the ground growing indistinguishable in the dark. There is so much night ahead, and all of it is more of this. I want you to feel that as ease and not as distance. You are not waiting for anything. You are not on your way to somewhere. There is no arrival that this is leading toward. This, the weight, the warmth, the slow breath, the holding, this is the whole of it. And it simply continues, hour after hour, deepening by imperceptible degrees. The way a room grows dark so slowly you never catch the moment it happens. You won't catch the moment sleep takes you either. It doesn't come as a door you walk through. It comes as this, only more so, the sinking going a little deeper, the edges going a little softer, the breath going a little slower, the thoughts thinning out to nothing, until at some point you've been asleep for a while without ever having crossed a line. And if you surface again after that, up out of the deep for a moment in the middle of the night, half aware, the body will already know what to do. It will find the weight again. It will find the contact, the heels, the back of the skull, the broad, warm press of the shoulders against the bed, and it will let that weight draw it back down, the same slow settling, one more notch heavier than before, and the night will take you again and hold you again, without you having to manage any of it. Let the front of the body settle now too, the whole face of you that looks up at the dark. The chest, rising and falling in its slow, low rhythm, the breastbone soft, no longer held high or braced against anything, just floating up a little on each breath in and sinking down a little further on each breath out. The belly soft, let the belly be genuinely soft, let it round and fall with the breath, because the belly holds so much of the day's readiness, clenching quietly against things that never came, and it can let all of that go now, go loose and warm and heavy, the breath moving down into it easily, the whole middle of you unguarded and open and at rest, the hips wide and dropped and given over, the long bones of the thighs weighted still. All of it settling, front and back at once now, the whole body a single quiet field of weight, sinking evenly, held evenly, warm and slow and dim. And underneath the bed, the floor, and underneath the floor, the foundation of the building, the deep footings sunk into the earth, and underneath that, the ground itself, vast and old and utterly still, going down and down beneath you further than you could ever fall. You are not being held by something fragile. The thing that holds you tonight goes all the way down to bedrock and beyond, immovable, patient, entirely unbothered by your weight, more than equal to it, able to hold you and 10,000 nights of you without the slightest strain. Let that steadiness come up into you. Let it be the thing you rest on, not just the soft surface right beneath your skin, but everything under it, the whole solid dark mass of the ground, holding the building, holding the bed, holding you, all of it perfectly still, none of it going anywhere, none of it asking anything, all of it simply there beneath you as it has been every night of your life and will be every night after, the plain, deep, constant fact of the ground, holding you up while you let yourself down into it. So let yourself down a little further. There is always a little further. Not by trying, you can't try your way down, effort only holds you up. Just by releasing one more small holding, wherever you can find one still lit, perhaps in the arches of the feet, perhaps in the muscles alongside the shins, perhaps deep in the hips, in the sockets where the legs join the body, a bracing so old and habitual you've never once felt it rest. Feel it rest now. Let the legs turn out and go slack in their sockets, the whole weight of them dropping into the bed, and feel how that small release travels up, loosens the low back a little more, softens the belly a little more, so that even now, even this deep, there is more to give, always a little more. Another quiet fraction of the day's long carrying set gently down. And the breath still going, long and slow and low, out longer than in, the tide of it carrying you further with every pass. You could count them if you wanted, but there's no need, and counting is a kind of doing, and you are finished with doing tonight. Just let the breaths come and go, uncounted, unmanaged, each one a little lower than the one before, each one loosening you another degree into the held and holding dark. The body heavier now than when we started, the mind quieter, the edges softer. The warmth deeper, everything moving in one direction only, and that direction is down, gently down, into weight, into rest, into the long dark middle of the night where there is nothing to do and nowhere to be and nothing to hold, because the ground has all of it, the whole weight of you, the whole weight of the day, taken and held and steady beneath you all night long. Stay here, sink here. Let each slow breath lower you another quiet notch into the dark, and let the ground keep doing what it has done from the moment you lay down, holding you evenly, patiently, completely, asking nothing, giving everything all the way through to morning. And now, without moving anything, let your attention drift down to the places where you touch the bed most plainly, the broad flat regions where the most of you meets the most of it. There is a whole map of contact underneath you, and you have been lying on it this entire time without needing to notice. And now slowly we can notice, one region at a time, not to change anything, only to feel how completely you are already met. Start where the body is widest against the surface. The long expanse of the back, from the base of the neck all the way down. Feel it there, laid out and given over, the mattress rising up to meet the whole length of it, pressing up against you exactly as firmly as you press down. Not more, not less. Just an even answer all along the spine, a steady upward pressure matching your steady downward weight, so that the two cancel, and there is nothing left to hold, and the back can simply be a back lying down, doing nothing, holding nothing, the days-long straightening finally allowed to go. Feel how far down the spine that release can travel now, each small bone stacked on the one below it, and between them, everywhere, muscles that have spent the whole day keeping you upright, keeping you gathered, keeping you ready. They don't need to do that here. The bed is doing it for them. The ground beneath the bed is doing it for them. So let them hand the job over. Let it pass down the spine like something warm poured slowly from the top, loosening each pair of muscles as it goes, the ones between the shoulder blades, then lower, the long ropes either side of the middle back, then lower still, into the small of the back where so much of the day's carrying collects, and let even that let go, let the low back settle back and down and wide, giving its weight to the surface that is more than willing to take it. And the ribs, notice the ribs now, the whole curved basket of them, rising a little and falling a little with the slow breath, and feel how they too have weight, how the whole cage of them rests back into you and through you and down into the bed. There is no need to hold the chest up. There is no need to keep it lifted or braced or ready. Let the ribs be heavy. Let them settle toward the spine with every long exhale, sinking a little lower each time the breath goes out, the whole front of the body loosening downward, the breastbone easing, the space between the ribs softening, so that breathing becomes the least effortful thing, air simply arriving and leaving on its own, the ribs riding it, loose and unhurried, going gently up, going gently down, and all the while sinking, all the while heavier, all the while more given over to the steady thing beneath you. Down further to the place where the back of the pelvis meets the bed, the broad heavy base of you, the part that carries so much and complains so rarely. Feel the sheer mass of it settled into the mattress, a deep solid weight pressing down, and feel the surface holding all of it, easily, the way the ground holds a stone that has lain in a field for 100 years. That is how you can rest now. Like a stone that was set down long ago and has not moved since and will not move, sunk a little into the earth by its own weight, wrapped and cradled by the ground around it, going nowhere, wanting nothing, perfectly and permanently at rest. Let the pelvis be that. Let it be the heavy anchored base of you, dropped into the bed and staying there, and feel how, when the base is truly set down, everything above it can hang from it loosely, easily, nothing pulling, nothing braced, the whole body suspended in stillness above one deep, heavy, settled center of weight. The nervous system reads this. It reads the weight, it reads the stillness, it reads the even pressure meeting you at every point, and slowly, without you having to convince it of anything, it begins to draw its own conclusion, that a body held this completely is a body that is safe, and a body that is safe does not need to stay ready, and a body that does not need to stay ready can begin, region by region, to stand its long guard down. You don't have to make this happen. You only have to keep giving it the evidence, the heaviness, the contact, the slow breath, the ground beneath you, and let it come to its own quiet conclusion in its own unhurried time. This is only a calming practice, a way of showing the body it can rest, not a treatment for anything, not medicine, and if the nights have been hard for a long while, there are good people, doctors and therapists, whose work it is to help with that. Tonight, though, there is only this, only weight. Only the ground, only the slow settling of a body that has decided, at last, to let itself be held. So let another layer of the guard come down. Notice, if it's there, a faint readiness still living in the muscles of the thighs, the big strong muscles along the front and back of the upper legs, always half prepared to stand, to rise, to carry you somewhere. There is nowhere to go tonight, nowhere at all. Every errand is finished, every task is set down, Every place you needed to be you have already been, so let the thighs believe it. Let the great muscles of them go loose and heavy and wide, spreading a little against the bed as they release, no longer holding any shape, no longer ready for anything, just weight, just warmth, just two heavy limbs given fully to the surface beneath them. And feel how the release keeps traveling down past the knees, which can soften too, the small tight places behind them opening, into the calves, into the shins, all the long muscles of the lower leg letting go of the last of the day's standing and walking and bracing, until the legs from hip to ankle are simply heavy, simply resting, simply done. And then the feet, the far ends of you, the parts that carried the whole of you all day long and asked for nothing, that pressed against the ground with every single step from the moment you rose this morning. Let them stop pressing now. Let them fall open, turned slightly outward, the ankles loose, the arches released, the toes uncurling and going slack, and feel, if you can, a kind of quiet gratitude move down into them as they finally fully rest. All that carrying, all those steps. All that steady, faithful work of holding you upright against the pull of the earth. It's over now for tonight. The feet can be still, and into that stillness, feel the warmth pool and gather, the blood moving easily now that nothing is clenched, a soft heaviness filling the feet the way water fills the lowest part of a slope, settling, pooling, warm and dense, and utterly at rest. Now the whole of the lower body is heavy, the base, the thighs, the calves, the feet, a long unbroken weight sinking into the bed, and above it the trunk settled, the ribs loose, the back given over. And that leaves the parts we hold most stubbornly, the parts that stay lit long after the rest has gone dark, and we'll go to them gently now, without hurry, without demand, just visiting each one the way you'd move quietly through the rooms of a house at the end of the night, turning off the last few lamps, one by one. The hands, bring your attention to the hands where they lie. Feel the backs of them against the bed or against the body, and feel how much holding lives in a hand, how ready it always is to grip, to grasp, to do. Let the fingers be exactly as they fall. Don't arrange them, don't straighten them. Just let them lie in whatever loose half curl they've settled into, and let the small muscles between the bones release, and the muscles of the palm, and the base of the thumb where we clench, without ever knowing we clench. Feel each fingertip grow heavy. Feel the wrists loosen. Feel the weight of each hand press down into whatever holds it, and feel that surface press evenly back, meeting the hand exactly, so that the hand has nothing left to do but be a heavy resting thing, warm at the center, soft at the edges, entirely given up. And up the arms, the same slow loosening, the forearms heavy, the elbows soft, the upper arms letting go their weight into the bed, the whole length of each arm sinking so that the shoulders, freed of them, can finally drop. The shoulders, feel where they are, feel whether they've crept up toward the ears again, the way they do, gathering the day's tension into that narrow band across the top of the back and the sides of the neck. Let them slide down now, away from the ears, down the back, widening, releasing, the collarbones softening, the space across the chest opening, and feel the relief of it, the particular relief that comes when the shoulders finally set down a weight they've been carrying so long they forgot it was a choice. Let it be a choice now. Let them down, and down a little more. There is almost always a little more. Then the neck, that slender bridge that has held up the heavy weight of the head all day, turning it, tilting it, keeping it balanced and upright and ready to face whatever came. Let it stop working now. The pillow is holding the head. Feel that plainly, the pillow is holding the head, taking its full weight so that the neck has nothing left to carry. Let the muscles all around the neck release, the ones down the sides, the ones at the back where the skull meets the spine, that deep hidden band of tension that holds so much and rests so rarely. Let it rest now. Let the head be fully, completely handed over to the pillow, its whole weight given away, no longer held even slightly, no longer balanced, just resting, heavy as a stone, cradled and still. And the weight of the skull is real, and it is considerable, and there is a deep animal relief in giving it away entirely. Feel it. Feel how much heavier the head becomes the instant you stop holding it even a little. Feel it press down into the pillow and the pillow press evenly up, and feel yourself let the last thread of holding go, so that the head is simply weight resting on softness, nothing more, and all the machinery of keeping it upright falls quiet at last. Now the face. We hold so much in the face, all day, without ever meaning to, 1,000 small readinesses in the muscles no one else can see. Let them go now, one soft region at a time. The jaw first, let the back teeth part, let the jaw hang slightly loose, let it be heavy and low, that great clenching hinge finally unclenched. And the tongue, so often pressed to the roof of the mouth even in sleep, let it rest low and soft and wide in the floor of the mouth, doing nothing, holding nothing. And around the mouth, all the small muscles loosening, the lips parting a little, everything going slack and easy. And the cheeks, heavy now, falling gently toward the ears as the face gives up its holding. And around the eyes, feel the fine muscles there, the ones that have been focusing and watching and reading the world since morning. Let them go completely still. Let the eyes be heavy and quiet in their sockets, no longer looking for anything, no longer scanning, no longer on watch, just resting behind closed lids in the warm dark. And the brow smoothing, the space between the eyebrows softening, the forehead going wide and slack and heavy. And even the scalp, even the fine muscles across the top of the head, letting go so that the whole head from crown to jaw is one heavy resting thing, warm and loose, and given entirely to the pillow that holds it. And now feel the whole of you at once, the whole body, head to foot, laid out and heavy and held. Every region we have visited, all of it resting, all of it given over, all of it met from below by the steady upward press of the surface and the deep patient hold of the ground beneath. There is no part of you now that is still working to keep itself up. The bed has all of it. Feel yourself as one single settled weight, one long heavy shape sinking evenly into what holds you, and feel how good it is, how simple, how right, to be a body that has finally stopped holding itself, resting fully on something that will not tire and will not shift and will not let you down, all through the dark middle of the night. And the breath still moving underneath all of it, slow and low and long, out longer than in, going quietly on without any help from you. Let it keep carrying you. Each exhale a small letting down, each exhale a fraction lower, the slow tide of it drawing you further into the weight and the warmth and the dark. You don't have to deepen it. You don't have to slow it. It has already found its own long rhythm, the rhythm of a body at rest, and all you have to do is let it happen, breath after breath, uncounted, unmanaged, each one settling you a little deeper into the held and holding dark. If the mind stirs, and it may even now, a thought floating up, a fragment of the day, some small unfinished thing surfacing on its own, let it come and let it go. You don't have to follow it. You don't have to push it away. Just let it drift up like a bubble and drift off again, and let your attention slide back down out of the head, into the weight, into the places where you meet the bed, back into contact, back into heaviness, back into the plain physical fact of being held. That's all. Every time the mind lifts, the body is still here, still heavy, still resting, and you can always come back down into it, again and again, as many times as it takes, each return a little easier than the last, each return settling you a little lower than before. Because this is the whole shape of the night, not one single letting go, but many, one after another, hour after hour, the body surfacing a little and settling a little deeper, surfacing and settling, and each time it settles it goes down further than it was before, heavier, quieter, more completely held. You don't have to stay awake to keep this going. It keeps itself going. The ground keeps holding whether you're aware of it or not. The weight keeps sinking whether you're watching or not. So you can let go even of the watching now. You can let go of keeping track. You can let the whole slow settling carry on without you, the way the tide goes on rising and falling on a dark shore, whether anyone is there to see it or not. Let the last of your attention grow soft and wide and dim, like a lamp turned low. There is nothing left to do, nothing left to hold, nothing left to arrange or manage or keep ready. The body is heavy, the bed is holding it, the ground is holding the bed. And all of it is still, all of it is steady, all of it going quietly on beneath you, taking your weight, taking the whole weight of the day, holding you evenly and patiently and completely in the long dark, while you sink and slowly let yourself down into the deep-held middle of the night. And notice, if you can, without effort, just how much of you is actually touching the bed right now, more than you might think. It is easy to imagine that the body rests on a few small points, the shoulders, the hips, the heels. But lie here long enough and let the sensing spread, and you begin to feel how the contact is really a wide, continuous thing, a long, unbroken seam running the whole length of you, where the back of the body meets what holds it. The mattress rising to meet the calves along their whole soft length, the backs of the thighs given over, the broad flat of the pelvis set down and spreading a little under its own weight, the ribs at the back, one by one, resting, the shoulder blades wide and heavy, all of it not a few points, but a long shoreline of contact, the entire back of you leaning down into something that leans back up with exactly the same patience. Let that seam grow warm in your awareness. Let it lengthen. There is more of you being held than you were giving it credit for. And the thing that holds you does not have to try. That is worth feeling too, in the slow way we feel things at night, with the body rather than the mind. The bed is not straining to bear you. The floor beneath it is not laboring. The ground under the floor is not tiring of the task. You are not a burden to any of it. The whole quiet architecture beneath you takes your weight the way it has taken the weight of every sleeping body since the first one, without complaint, without effort, without ever once needing a rest of its own. It is built to hold. Holding is simply what it does, all night, every night, whether you are heavy with waking or heavier still with sleep. And so there is nothing you owe it, nothing to be grateful for in a way that would keep you working. You can simply take the holding freely, the way a stone takes the ground it has settled into, and give nothing back but your weight, and your weight is welcome. Feel now if it is there, and it very often is, in a body that has spent the day braced, some part of you that is still, even now, holding a little of itself up. It is such an old habit that we rarely notice it. Somewhere in the body, there is a muscle that has not yet understood that the bed will do the work. Perhaps it is under the shoulders, a faint lifting, as though some part of you is still ready to rise. Perhaps it is in the small of the back, an old arch that has not fully surrendered its curve to the mattress. Perhaps it is in the neck, the last long stalk of holding, keeping the head slightly its own even now. Wherever it is, you do not need to hunt for it or fix it. Just let the question move through you slowly. Where am I still lifting? And wherever the answer quietly comes, breathe out, and on that breath, let that place hand its weight to the bed as well. Let it join the rest of you in resting. One more region unbracing, one more small muscle told, plainly and kindly, that the day it was braced for is over now, and it may set itself down. This is how a body unclenches, not all at once, but in patient turns, region by region, the way a house goes dark room by room as someone walks through it turning off the lamps. And nobody has to hurry that walk. There are many rooms and the whole night to darken them. So if you find later that some part has quietly lit itself again, has crept back into holding while you weren't watching, that is not a failure, that is just how it goes. You simply walk back through and turn it low again. And it is a little easier each time, and a little more of you stays dark and resting behind you. Let your attention drift now down toward the very base of you, the parts furthest from your thinking, the parts that live at the far end of the body where the mind rarely goes. The heels, resting in their small hollows in the mattress, two rounded weights set down and forgotten. Feel how completely they have given up. There is nothing a heel needs to do at night. It carried you all day, took the whole falling column of your weight step after step, absorbed the ground 1,000 times over, and now it simply lies here, round and heavy and done, held from below, asking nothing. Let it be as heavy as it truly is. And the soles of the feet softened, the arches let go of their spring, the toes uncurled and slack, no longer gripping anything, no longer bracing against any floor. The feet at the far shore of you, resting in the dark, held. And traveling slowly up from there, the ankles loose in their sockets, the joints open and easy, no longer holding any angle, just fallen wherever gravity left them. The shins, the long bones lying in their weight, the knees unlocked soft, the great hinges of the day gone quiet, no load through them now, nothing to bear, nothing to steady. Feel how a joint at rest is a joint that has stopped guarding itself, stopped holding its readiness. Simply let its parts settle into each other and be still. And the whole HEVY Chinese letter of the legs, from hip to heel, laid down along the bed, like something set aside at the end of a long day, given fully to the mattress that rises to meet every inch of it. There is a particular kind of quiet that comes into the body when the legs finally stop. All day they are the engine of us, the part always half ready to move, to rise, to carry us off toward the next thing. Even sitting, they hold a low hum of readiness, a faint charge of go. And when that charge finally drains out of them, when they understand at last that they are not going anywhere until morning, something in the whole nervous system reads it and eases. The body takes the stillness of the legs as a message. We have arrived, we are not leaving, it is safe to power down the machinery of going. And the calming branch, the slow one, the one that works the body's brake, gathers a little more of the body under its quiet influence, and the heart slows another fraction, and the breath drops another notch lower, and you sink. Let the pelvis be heavy, this wide bowl at the center of you, the heaviest single part of the body, the deep foundation stone of the whole frame, let it be as heavy as it is. So often we carry a bracing here without ever knowing it, a low clench held in the deep muscles of the hips and the floor of the pelvis, a guarding kept up through the whole day and forgotten there at nightfall. Breathe down into it now, a long, slow breath that seems to reach all the way to the base of you, and on the exhale let the deep muscles let go, let the whole bowl settle and spread. Let it be a heavy stone set into the mattress, sinking, giving its full considerable weight downward, no longer held up an inch, no longer clenched around anything, just heavy and low and done. This is the ballast of you. When the pelvis truly lets go, the rest of the body follows it down like a ship finding its keel. And up along the spine, one slow vertebra at a time, feel the long chain of the back giving itself to the bed. Not all at once. You cannot let go of a spine all at once. It lets go the way a rope lets go, from one end slowly toward the other. Begin low at the base, where the pelvis has already gone heavy, and let the release travel up, each small bone in its turn settling back, letting the mattress take it, the lower back sinking, the arch of it softening down closer to the bed than it was before, the middle back broadening and resting, each rib at the back laying its own small weight down, the space between the shoulder blades widening as the two blades slide apart and settle, heavy as flat stones, into the mattress behind them. The whole long ladder of you, rung by rung, given over to what holds it, and with each vertebra that rests, a little of the day's holding leaves the body and does not come back. Now the shoulders. If there is one place the body keeps its bracing longest, one place that climbs and climbs toward the ears across a long, hard day and forgets entirely how to come back down, it is here. Feel where your shoulders actually are right now, not where you think they should be, where they are. Very often, even lying down, even now, they are still lifted a little toward the head, still holding a fraction of the day's readiness, a set of the shoulders that means bracing for something. Let them have this next breath. Breathe in slow, and as you breathe out long and low, let the shoulders slide down away from the ears, down toward the feet, down and back into the bed, dropping, widening, spreading, the whole yoke of them going heavy and low. Feel the distance open up between your shoulders and your ears. Feel the neck lengthen as the shoulders go down. Feel how much holding lived up there, and how good it is to let it drain away toward the bed. And if they creep back up in a while, as shoulders do, you will simply drop them again, on another breath, as many times as it takes, all night. Down the arms now, the same slow surrender traveling out from the loosened shoulders. The upper arms heavy, rolling slightly outward as they let go, giving their weight to the bed. The elbows soft, unbent from the day's thousand small tasks, resting wherever they have fallen. The forearms laid down and heavy. And the backs of the hands, resting against the bed or against the body, wherever they lie, feel them, feel the weight of the hands, which we so rarely feel, because all day the hands are busy, holding and gripping and doing, and only now in the dark, with nothing left to hold, do they become simply weight. Let the hands be heavy. Let the fingers be slightly curled and utterly slack, not held open, not held closed, just fallen soft. Feel the pulse in them if you can, that slow far tapping at the wrists and in the fingertips, and let even that be something you rest beneath rather than watch. The hands done for the night, the hands laid down, all that they carried set down with them. And there is such an old relief in a hand that has finally stopped gripping. Think how much a hand holds across a day, how it is always closing around something, a handle, a cup, a wheel, a phone, a thought made physical, some object of the day's endless holding. And how rarely in all the waking hours, a hand is allowed simply to be open and empty and heavy, holding nothing, needing to hold nothing. Give your hands that now. Let them be empty in the truest way, not waiting to hold the next thing, just open and done and heavy on the bed, at rest at the ends of the resting arms, and let the emptiness of the hands be a kind of ease that spreads back up the arms and into the loosened shoulders and down into the whole quiet body. Let your attention rise now gently to the head, the last and heaviest thing to give away. All night the body has been laying itself down part by part, but the head is often the last to truly go, because the head is where we live, where the watching happens, where the long habit of being awake keeps a small light burning. So come to it slowly and kindly. Feel the weight of the skull where it rests on the pillow. It is heavier than we ever let ourselves know, a dense round weight, the heaviest part of us for its size, and all day the neck holds it up, balances it, steadies it through every turn and nod, never resting, never once setting it down. And now the pillow has taken it. The pillow is holding the entire weight of your head completely, so that the neck has nothing left to do, no weight to carry, no balancing to manage. Feel that. Feel the head given fully to the pillow, and on your next slow breath out, let it be even heavier, let it press down a little more. Let the neck understand that it is off duty now, that the pillow has the head, that it can stop holding entirely until morning. And when the head is truly given away, not just resting there, but genuinely surrendered, its full weight handed down into the pillow, something very deep in the body lets go with it. The neck, which is the great highway between the body and the head, which carries so much of the body's held tension up into the base of the skull, finally goes soft along its whole length, and the small tight muscles at the very base of the skull, where the head meets the neck, where we hold so much without ever knowing it, ease and lengthen and let go. Let them. Let that shelf of tension at the back of the skull dissolve down into the pillow. Let the jaw hang slightly, the teeth unclenched, a little space between them, the tongue loose and low in the mouth resting. Let the whole face go heavy and blank and easy, the small muscles around the eyes letting go of their long day of squinting and focusing and reading the world for threat, the forehead smooth, the space between the brows unknit and wide. The face at rest is a face that has stopped watching, and you can stop watching now. The night will keep itself, the ground will keep holding. You do not have to keep the light burning. So let the whole head go dim and heavy and low, the last weight given away, the skull sunk into the pillow, the neck off duty, the face soft, and let the darkness inside the head be as wide and unbothered as the darkness of the room. And feel now, if you can, the whole body at once, not part by part any longer, but all of it together, one single heavy resting thing, laid out along the bed from the crown of the head to the soles of the feet, every part of it given over, every part of it held, the long seam of contact running warm down the whole back of you, the mattress rising to meet you everywhere you press, pressing up exactly as hard as you press down. So that you and the thing that holds you have come into a perfect quiet balance, and there is nothing to do to keep it, and nowhere further to fall, and nothing left in the whole body that needs to hold itself up. Just wait now, just the body, heavy and whole and done, resting on what does not tire. Just the slow breath moving through it, out longer than in, doing its own quiet work. Just the ground beneath the bed and the bed beneath you and you laid down upon it in the dark, held and held and held. And this is a calming practice, nothing more, not medicine, not treatment, not a cure for anything. If the nights stay hard, if the sleeplessness or the strain of the days wears at you, a doctor or a therapist is the right person to bring that to. But for now, tonight, there is nothing to solve and nowhere to be. There is only a body at rest and a ground that holds it, and the long, dark middle of the night stretching out unhurried all around you. Let yourself keep sinking, not all at once. There is no all at once here and no rush to arrive anywhere. Just a little lower with each slow breath out, the way something heavy settles gradually into soft ground long after it has come to rest, still finding minute by minute, a fraction more give beneath it, a fraction deeper to go. You are still finding it. Even now, resting as you are, there is a little further down to settle, and the night has all the time there is to let you settle into it. So let the next breath out take you a fraction lower, and the one after that lower still. No effort, no counting, just weight and gravity and the patient ground drawing you down and down into the held and holding dark. And while the body settles, let the attention drift to a place it has not yet gone tonight, the backs of the arms, where they lie along your sides, the long muscle that runs from the shoulder down to the elbow, resting against the sheet, doing nothing. All day these arms held things. They carried and lifted and reached and gripped. They braced against door frames and steering wheels and the edges of desks. They held a phone up against the pull of gravity for hours without once being thanked for it. And now they are laid down. Now there is nothing in your hands and nothing to carry and nowhere to reach. So let the upper arms grow heavy against the bed, and let that heaviness travel down through the elbows and into the forearms and out along the wrists, and let the hands themselves lie wherever they have fallen, palms half open, fingers curled loosely toward the palm the way they curl when no one is asking anything of them. The hands at rest are hands that have set the whole day down. Feel how they weigh against the mattress. Feel the small warm pressure where the back of a hand meets the sheet, or where one hand rests over the other, or where a wrist lies against your hip. That contact is real. That is the ground, in its way, meeting you even there, even at the far ends of you, holding the weight of your hands so your hands do not have to hold themselves. And notice, if you would, that there is a certain kind of tiredness that lives in the hands at the end of a long day. A fine, humming, worked tiredness in the small muscles between the bones, in the pads of the fingers, in the meat of the thumb. You do not usually feel it because you are always using it. But now, lying still, you might feel its surface, that quiet ache of a day's holding, and you can let it be there, and you can let it soften, and you can let the whole hand go slack around it until the ache itself grows heavy and sinks and loses its edges. Nothing to grip, nothing to hold. The hands given back to gravity, laid down on either side of you like tools set down at the end of the work, and the work is over, and the light is off in the shop, and they can lie there in the dark until morning without moving at all. Let the breath go on beneath all of it, out longer than in, That slow tide you no longer have to steer. You may find it has grown quieter on its own by now, shallower and slower, the way breathing does when the body begins to trust that it is safe. That is the calming branch of the nervous system doing its patient work, the long exhale telling the body, over and over, in the only language the body truly believes, that the danger is past, that the day is done, that it is allowed to stand down now. You are not making that happen. You could not make it happen by trying, any more than you could make yourself fall by trying to fall. You are only lying still and letting it happen, letting the body find its own way down the way water finds its own level, without instruction, without effort, drawn by nothing more than its own weight toward its own rest. And here is a thing about the body that is worth knowing on a night like this. All day long it holds a readiness, a low background bracing that you almost never notice, a faint permanent flex in the muscles that keeps you upright and ready and able to move in an instant if you have to. It is an old and useful thing, that readiness. It has kept your kind alive for a very long time. But it costs something to hold it, hour after hour, and by the end of a day it has soaked so deep into the muscle that you have forgotten it is even there. You think that low hum of tension is simply what it feels like to be you. It is not. It is a posture, held so long it feels like a self. And lying here, held by the ground, with nothing to be ready for and nowhere to spring to, the body is finally allowed to put that readiness down. One region at a time, it is discovering that it can. The shoulders discovered it a while ago. The jaw discovered it. And now, deeper in, the muscles that run alongside the spine, the long ropes of them that have held you upright against gravity all your waking life, are beginning to discover it too, that they can stop, that the bed will hold the spine now, that they are permitted, at last, to simply let the spine be heavy and lie there without lifting a thing. So bring your attention gently to the back, not to look for anything wrong, only to be there kindly, the way you'd rest a warm hand on the back of someone you love. Feel the whole long length of it pressed into the mattress, from the base of the skull down between the shoulder blades, down the middle of the back, down to where the spine meets the wide flat of the pelvis. Somewhere along that length, there is probably a place that has been working hardest, a place that carries the day, perhaps low in the small of the back, perhaps up high between the shoulders, perhaps a single tired knot somewhere off to one side. You do not have to fix it. You do not have to press on it or stretch it or make it different. You have only to let the bed take its weight. Let the mattress rise up under exactly that place and hold it, and on the next slow breath out, let that place stop holding itself. Let it hand its whole tired weight down into the support that is waiting under it and feel, even if it is faint, even if it is only a hair's worth of release, feel it let go a fraction and settle and grow heavier and quieter and warmer, held from below by something that will not tire and will not shift and will not ask anything of it all night long. That is the whole of it really, that small handing over, repeated in place after place, region after region, hour after hour. There is no technique here more complicated than that. Something in you has been holding. The ground is offering to hold it instead. And each time you let one more part of you accept the offer, one more part of you goes quiet. The shoulders accept it. The jaw accepts it. The low back accepts it. The hands, the long muscles of the thighs. Even the small muscles you cannot name, deep in the hips, deep in the base of the neck. The ones that have braced so long they've forgotten how to stop. Even those, given time, given enough slow breaths, given a ground that simply keeps on holding whether they trust it or not, begin at last to believe it, and loosen, and let down their share of the day's long weight. Feel now the weight of the pelvis, that wide heavy basin of bone at the center of you, the heaviest single part of the body sunk deepest of all into the bed. Everything above it and everything below it hangs from it and rests around it, and it in turn rests fully on the mattress, given completely to gravity, pressing down with all its considerable weight and being pressed up against with exactly that much force in return. There is a great steadiness there, at the center, a great settledness, like a stone come to rest at the bottom of a still pool where no current can move it anymore. Let your attention rest there a while at that low, heavy center, and feel how everything else in the body seems to grow quieter for being anchored to it. The legs falling away from it heavy and loose, the spine rising out of it and laid back down, the whole frame of you organized around that one deep point of rest and settling around it into stillness. And from that center, let the heaviness spread outward again, slow as spilled honey, down into the legs. Feel the thighs, thick and strong and tired, lying against the bed with their whole weight, rolling slightly outward as they let go, the way the legs of someone deeply asleep always fall open a little, no longer held, no longer aimed anywhere. Feel the knees unlocked and easy, nothing bracing them now. Feel the calves resting their full weight into the mattress, the muscle there soft and long. And feel the heels, those two small hard points where the very bottom of you meets the bed most plainly of all, pressing down, held up, two little anchors at the end of you, taking their share of your weight and handing it to the ground. Attention loves to climb back up into the head, up into the thinking, up into the churning. So let it come down here instead, again and again, whenever it wanders, down to the plain, honest fact of the heels against the bed, the calves against the bed, the simple pressure of contact at the far bottom edge of the body. There is nothing to think about down here. There is only weight and support and the quiet meeting of the two. And the more the attention rests in that meeting, the less there is left over to keep the mind spinning, until the spinning itself begins to slow for lack of fuel and thin and grow far away. Let the feet go too. All day they carried the entire weight of you across the world, and they asked for nothing. Now let them fall open and heavy, the toes uncurling, the arches releasing, the 100 small bones and joints and tendons of each foot going slack and warm and still. There is nowhere to walk to from here. There is nowhere any part of you needs to go. The whole long chain of you, crown to heel, is laid down along the bed and given to the ground, and the ground is holding every ounce of it without effort, the way it has held every weight ever set upon it since before you were born, the way it will go on holding, patient and level and sure, long after the sun comes up. And should some part of you surface now, should a thought rise up bright and urgent out of the settling dark, some worry about tomorrow, some scrap of the day replaying itself, some sudden restlessness that jolts through a leg or tightens the belly and seems to say up, we are not done, you do not have to fight it, and you do not have to follow it. You have only to do again the one thing you already know how to do tonight. Let it be there, and on the next breath out, come back down. Back to the weight, back to the contact, back to the heels against the bed and the pelvis sunk deep and the long back given over and the ground holding all of it. The surfacing is nothing to worry about. It is only the body, out of old habit, testing once more whether it needs to be ready, and finding, each time, that it does not, and settling back down a little heavier than before for having checked and found nothing there. Every restless rising, met with the same slow downward answer, leaves you lower than it found you. So even the wakings are part of the sinking now, even the small alarms serve the rest. There is no way to do this wrong. There is only down and down and down at whatever pace the body chooses, all through the long middle of the night. Notice how the room holds you too beyond the bed, the walls standing quietly in the dark, keeping the weather and the world outside, the ceiling overhead, still and near, needing nothing of you, the door closed, keeping its watch so you don't have to keep yours, the night gathered soft and dark in every corner, asking nothing, threatening nothing, simply there, the way a large sleeping animal is simply there, breathing slow in the dark beside you. There is nothing in this room that needs guarding. There is nothing out there in the night that needs you awake to meet it. The part of you that has spent all day scanning the edges of things, reading every sound and every face for the shape of some threat, can set that watch down now and rest. The room will keep, the night will keep, the ground will keep holding. And you, in the middle of all that keeping, held on every side, can let the last thin thread of vigilance go slack and slip from your fingers and fall away into the dark where it can't trouble you until morning. Let the breath grow slower still, out long and unhurried, carrying a little more of the day away with it each time. In, small and easy, only as much as the body asks for, and out again, longer, softer, the tide going out and taking the noise of the day with it, leaving the shore of you smooth and quiet and dim. You do not have to deepen it. You do not have to make it anything. It is already doing exactly what it needs to do, and all you are doing is lying here in the warm dark and letting it, the way you might lie on the deck of a slow boat and let the water rock you, doing nothing, deciding nothing, held up by something vast and patient beneath you that carries you along without your help. And the weight keeps deepening. That is the strange and good thing about this settling. It does not finish. There is no floor to it, no bottom past which the body cannot go. Just when you think you have given all your weight to the bed, some further part of you lets go that you did not know was holding, and you sink a fraction lower, and the mattress rises a fraction higher to meet you, and you are heavier than you were a moment ago, heavier than you have been all day, heavier than you can remember being. The eyelids heavier, the hands heavier, the long muscles of the back heavier and heavier, softening by degrees you can barely feel, each one carrying you down. It is like watching something sink very slowly through deep, still water, not falling, not rushing, just descending gently and endlessly, turning a little as it goes, growing smaller and dimmer and more peaceful the deeper it drifts, with nothing below it but more quiet, dark, and all the time in the world to arrive. So let yourself be that. Let yourself be the slow thing sinking, given wholly to the weight of you, drawn down and down by nothing more than gravity and the tiredness of a long day, finally allowed to have its way. There is nothing above you that you need to reach back up toward. There is nothing you are leaving behind that will not still be there, waiting and unharmed when the morning comes. There is only this, the going down, the long, patient descent into rest. The body growing heavier and quieter and further away with every breath, and the ground rising up beneath it all the while, meeting it, holding it, carrying it steady and level and sure through the whole wide middle of the night. And if you notice, somewhere in the softening, that you can no longer quite feel where your body ends and the bed begins, that the edges of you have gone vague and warm and uncertain, the line between the weight of you and the thing that holds it blurred and dissolving, that is nothing to hold on to and nothing to lose. That is only the body letting go of its own outline, the way it does at the edge of sleep, when it no longer needs to know precisely where it stops, because it no longer needs to defend that border, because it has understood at last, all the way down, that it is safe and held, and that it can afford to come apart a little into the dark and the quiet and the weight. Let the edges go soft. Let the border blur. Let there be less and less of you that needs to be kept track of, until there is almost nothing left to mind but the slow breath moving and the deep heaviness and the ground beneath it all holding and holding and holding still. And while the border blurs, notice how little sound there is now in the whole length of you. Earlier tonight the body had a kind of hum to it, a faint electric readiness running underneath everything, the low static of a system still half expecting to be called on. You may not have named it, but it was there, a thin current in the arms, a readiness in the jaw, a quiet motor idling somewhere behind the breastbone that never quite switched off across the whole long day. And it is switching off now, not all at once. The way the sounds of a house go quiet one by one late at night, the last appliance settling, the pipes ticking as they cool, a floorboard easing back into place, until the silence is not a thing that was forced, but a thing that simply arrived, because everything that was running has finished its running and come to rest. That is what is happening in you. The idling motor behind the breastbone is winding down. The thin current in the arms is fading out to nothing. One by one, the small readinesses are being switched off, because nothing is going to be asked of this body tonight, and slowly, region by region, the body is beginning to believe it. Let it be switched off. There is nothing here that needs to keep running. And feel underneath all of it the plain fact of the ground, not the mattress only, though the mattress is there, pressing up along the whole back of you, patient and even, but underneath the mattress, the frame, and underneath the frame, the floor. And underneath the floor, the joists and the walls carrying the load down, and underneath those the foundations set into the earth, and underneath that the earth itself, going down and down, mile after mile of solid patient ground beneath this one small room where you are lying. You are not being held up by something thin. You are being held up by the whole weight of the world beneath you, a column of support that runs from the small of your back all the way down into bedrock, unbroken, and it does not strain to hold you, and it will not tire before morning, and it has been holding things far heavier than you for longer than there have been people to lie down upon it. All of that is under you now. All of that is what your weight is resting on. Every ounce you give away is caught by something that does not even notice the catching. So vast is its patience, so deep is its strength. So you can give it all. There is no amount of weight you could set down that would trouble the ground beneath you. Give it the heaviness of the legs. Give it the heaviness of the hips, the whole broad basin of them sinking back, unclenched, the deep muscles that wring them letting go of a grip they have held so long they had forgotten they were gripping. Give it the weight of the belly, rising and falling now with the slow breath, soft, unguarded, no longer held in or held ready, just resting warm against itself. Give it the long weight of the spine, one vertebra at a time from the base of the skull all the way down, each small bone easing back and settling, the whole chain of them lengthening and softening into the surface beneath. Give it everything. The ground can hold it. The ground is already holding it. There is nothing you carry that it is not glad to take. And notice the backs of the hands again, how far away they have drifted. A while ago you could feel them clearly, the particular warmth of them, the exact place where the skin met the sheet. And now they are vague, half dissolved, more a rumor of hands than a fact of them, resting somewhere out at the edges of you where the feeling has gone thick and slow. That is the body drawing its attention inward and downward, pulling back from the far outposts, letting the hands and the feet and the fingertips go quiet, because there is nothing at those far edges that needs watching. A body that feels safe stops patrolling its own perimeter. It lets the edges fall dark. It draws the warmth and the awareness in toward the deep center, toward the slow heartbeat and the slow breath, and it lets everything past that center soften into a comfortable numbness, a heaviness so complete it stops feeling like weight at all and starts feeling like nothing, like warmth, like the pleasant absence of a body you no longer have to carry. Let the hands go all the way. Let them be somewhere out there in the warm dark, unminded, unheld. You do not need them tonight. There is a stillness that comes over a landscape late in the night, in the deepest hours, the hours you are drifting through now, the hours when even the things that move in the daytime have gone quiet, when the wind has laid itself down, when the last light in the last window has gone out, and there is nothing awake for miles but the slow turning of the sky. In those hours, the whole world seems to be practicing exactly what your body is practicing now, the setting down of weight, the giving over, the deep, unforced rest of a thing that has done its day and asks for nothing more than to lie still until the light returns. The fields lie still under their own weight. The hills lie still. The great trees stand with their weight sunk down into their roots, doing nothing, holding nothing up but themselves, and even that they do without effort, the way you are learning to hold yourself without effort now, which is to say, by not holding at all, by handing the whole matter over to the ground and letting the ground do what the ground has always done. You are part of that stillness now, not separate from it, not lying awake inside a sleeping world, but folded into it, one more resting thing among all the resting things, your slow breath keeping time with the slow settling of the whole dark countryside beyond these walls. The same gravity that draws the dew down onto the grass is drawing your shoulders down into the bed. The same quiet that has laid itself over the fields has laid itself over you. There is nothing special that your body has to do to belong to this rest. It belongs already. It has only to stop resisting the pull that everything else has already surrendered to, and it is surrendering now, a little more with every breath, sinking into its place in the vast, still architecture of the sleeping night. And if some part of you stirs, if a thought floats up, or a limb wants to shift, or the mind surfaces for a moment out of the deep and wonders whether it is really allowed to let go this completely, let that be met the same way everything is met tonight. Not with alarm, not with effort, just with the same slow downward turn, the same handing of weight back to the ground. A surfacing is nothing to worry about. All night the body will rise a little and sink a little, the way the surface of deep water lifts and settles even when there is no wind, and each small rising is only another chance to sink again, another opportunity to feel the mattress press up and the weight pour down and the whole system settle one notch deeper than before. You do not have to prevent the surfacings. You only have to let each one turn back into a settling, and they will. They already are. Every time you drift up toward waking tonight, the weight will be there waiting to draw you back down, patient and sure, and you will sink into it gratefully and go under again, deeper each time, held to the morning. Feel how the breath has changed without your arranging it. Earlier you were shaping it, lengthening the exhale on purpose, using it as a lever to lower yourself down. And now it has taken over its own rhythm, slow and shallow and easy, moving through you without any hand on it. The exhale long and unhurried and complete, the small pause at the bottom of it soft and unworried, in no rush to fill again. That is the breath of a body that has stood down. That is the breath that comes when the nervous system has finished its long day of vigilance and finally, region by region, laid its watch aside. You do not have to keep it going. It will keep itself going all night, breathing you gently through the dark while the rest of you rests. The one quiet motor that stays running so that all the others can switch off. And underneath the breath, the weight, always the weight deepening. It has become the whole background of you now, the way the ground is the background of a stone that has lain in the same field for 100 years, so completely given over to gravity that the line between the stone and the earth beneath it has long since gone soft, moss growing over the seam, the stone settling a fraction lower every year, pressed down by nothing but its own patient heaviness and time. You are settling like that stone. Not for 100 years, only for one long night, but with the same total surrender, the same absence of any effort to be otherwise, the same slow sinking into a hold that will not let you go. Let the night be 100 years. Let it be that slow. There is no hurry anywhere in you now. There is nowhere to be but here, and nothing to do but sink, and all the dark hours ahead in which to do it. Notice, too, how warm you have become. The warmth that pools in a body that has finally stopped bracing, that gathers in the belly and the chest, and spreads outward along the slow blood into the heavy limbs, into the softened hands, into the loosened jaw. A braced body runs cool at its edges, holding its warmth in close to the core, keeping its reserves ready. And a body that has stood down lets the warmth spread out to the very edges, unhurried, filling the arms and the legs with a heavy, pleasant heat, because there is no emergency it is saving itself for, no cold vigilance it needs to keep. That warmth is spreading through you now. You can feel it in the deep muscles of the thighs, in the small of the back, in the loose weight of the shoulders, a warmth that is also a heaviness, that is also a kind of quiet, all the same thing, all the body's way of saying the same simple sentence to itself over and over in the dark. It is safe now, it is safe now, you can rest. And the ground says it back. Everything you set down, the ground receives, and in receiving it, says the same thing, safe, safe, held. The mattress presses up under the heels and says it. The pillow holds the heavy skull and says it. The whole patient column of support running down beneath you into the earth says it, without words, in the only language the body ever really trusts, which is not the language of thought, but the language of contact, of pressure, of being met exactly as hard as you press, of weight given and weight caught, over and over, breath after breath, all through the long middle of the night. Let yourself keep hearing it, not with the ears have gone quiet and far away like the hands, but with the whole back of the body, the whole broad surface of you that lies against the holding world. That is where the message comes in. That is where safety is felt, not thought, along the skin, along the pressed and settled length of you, in the 10,000 small places where your weight meets the ground and the ground holds firm. You are being told, everywhere your body touches the bed, that you can let go, and you are letting go, a little more with each slow breath, a little heavier with each soft exhale, a little further down into the warm and holding dark. There is a kind of trust that the body only learns lying down like this, in the dark, hour after hour, with nothing asked of it. It is not a trust you can decide to have. It is not a thought. It is something the muscles learn slowly, by being allowed, again and again, to set their weight down and find it caught, until somewhere below thinking they begin to expect the catching, to lean into it before they have even fully let go, the way a child asleep in a moving car does not brace against the turns, because some deep part of it has learned that it will be held through them. Your body is learning that now. Each region that unclenches and finds the ground still there beneath it learns a little more of it. The shoulders have learned it. The jaw has learned it. The long muscles of the back are learning it now, letting down further than they have all day, discovering that there is no bottom to the holding, that they can keep giving weight all night and the ground will keep taking it. And so they give a little more and a little more, sinking into a depth of rest they rarely reach, and can now simply stay in, held, until the light comes. So stay, there is nowhere else to be. The night is wide and dark and long around you, and you are only in the early deep of it, hours and hours from any morning, with all that time laid out ahead like a still, dark country you can sink through slowly, region by region, breath by breath. Nothing is waiting for you at the far edge of it that cannot wait. Nothing you set down tonight will be lost. The whole world beyond these walls has laid itself down to rest exactly as you have, and it will still be there, unhurried and unharmed, whenever you finally rise back up toward it. But that is a long way off yet, so far off it need not even be thought of, and between here and there is only this: the weight, the warmth, the slow breath, the ground beneath it all holding, and the long patient hours of the dark in which to be held. Let the mind, if it is still faintly turning somewhere far above all this, drift down to join the body in its rest. It has worked hard tonight, the mind worked hard all day, in fact, turning and planning and watching and remembering, the last light left on in the house long after everything else went dark. And it can go dark now too. There is nothing left for it to solve. Everything it was holding open, it can close. Everything it was keeping ready, it can put down. Let it grow slow and dim and heavy, the way the body has grown slow and dim and heavy, sinking down out of its high bright watchfulness into the same warm dark where the rest of you already lies, until there is no clear line anymore between the thinking part and the resting part, between the mind and the weight, and the whole of you, mind and body and breath and heaviness, is one single settling thing, given over, held, sinking together through the quiet toward morning. And the ground goes on holding. It does not waver, it does not tire. Through every hour of the night it stays exactly where it is, pressing up with exactly the strength it needs, no more and no less, meeting the whole weight of you with a patience that has no end in it, steady beneath the deepest part of your sleep, steady through every small surfacing and every sinking back, steady while the dark hours turn slowly over the still and sleeping world. You do not have to do anything to keep it there. It will be there, it is there now. It will be there in an hour, and in the hour after that, and in the last dark hour before the light, holding you level and safe and heavy and warm, all night long, so that there is nothing left for you to do but let the weight keep deepening, and the breath keep slowing, and the warm dark keep closing softly over you, further and further down, held and held and held. And somewhere in the length of your body, without your having to look for it, there is a place where the sinking has already finished, a place that has gone all the way down and found the bottom of its own weight and simply rests there now, needing nothing more. Maybe it is the small of the back, spread wide and flat against what holds it. Maybe it is the back of one thigh, heavy as poured sand, given over completely. It does not matter where. What matters is only that some part of you has already shown the rest of you how this is done, has already arrived at the place the whole body is drifting toward, and the other regions are following it down at their own slow pace, one after another, in no hurry at all, each one softening the moment it is ready and not a moment before. Let them take as long as they take. There is no order to this and no schedule. A shoulder that has held itself a little apart all evening will let go when it lets go in its own hour, and the ground will be there to receive it whenever that is. Nothing is being timed. Nothing is being measured. The night is not a task you are working through towards some finish. It is a wide, dark room with a floor beneath it, and you are lying on that floor, and the only thing happening is that you keep growing heavier against it. Slowly, the way a stone at the bottom of still water settles a little deeper into the silt with each passing season, unnoticed, unhurried, going nowhere but down and needing to go nowhere else. Feel, if you can still feel anything so faintly, the exact line where you end and the surface beneath you begins. The long seam of contact running down the back of you. It is not sharp, that line. It has blurred as you have sunk. Where the weight first pressed there was a clear edge. Here is my body, there is the bed, and now the edge has softened into something wider and warmer. A broad band of touching rather than a line, as though the body and the thing that holds it have begun very slowly to merge along that seam. Pressure answering pressure so evenly that it hardly reads as pressure anymore, only as belonging, only as the deep quiet fact of resting on and being held by. The mattress presses up under the length of your spine with exactly the patience of the ground under a fallen tree. It asks nothing back. It does not need you to hold any part of yourself up, or in, or ready. Every ounce you set down, it takes, and it goes on taking ounce after ounce, for as long as you keep giving, and you have hours yet in which to give, so let it come slowly. Let there be more weight in an hour than there is now, and more still in the hour past that, the body sinking deeper by such small degrees that no single moment ever feels like falling, only the long cumulative settling of a thing that has decided, at last, to stop holding itself up. And the breath goes on beneath all of it, slow and low and unwatched, moving through you the way a tide moves through a sleeping bay, coming in without effort, going out without effort, each out-breath spilling a little more of the day's held charge down into the dark and letting it drain away into the ground where it can do no more harm. You are not breathing on purpose now. It breathes itself. It has taken over the way it takes over in the deepest sleep, keeping you without your help, rising and falling in its own long rhythm far below the reach of any decision. And each time it falls, each time the out-breath lengthens and empties and lets the ribs sink back toward the bed, a little more of whatever was still faintly braced in you eases open and hands itself down to the weight. There may still be somewhere a last thin thread of holding. There often is this early in the deep, a place that has not entirely believed yet that the day is over and nothing more is coming, perhaps behind the breastbone where a low readiness has lived so long You have stopped being able to feel it as anything but ordinary, perhaps far down at the root of the hips, where the body braces against a rising that is not going to come tonight. You do not need to find it and fix it. You do not need to do anything to it at all. You need only let the weight keep working the way water works on a knot of rope left long in a river, not pulling, not forcing, only surrounding it, hour after patient hour, until the fibers loosen of their own accord and the whole thing quietly comes undone. So let it be surrounded. Let the warm dark and the slow breath and the steady upward press of the ground close in, around every last held place the way still water closes over a stone, and let it be worked loose in its own time, tonight, or in the small hours, or not at all. It makes no difference, because the holding is not yours to keep up anyway. It is a habit of the body, an old bracing left running long after the thing it braced against has passed, and the body is allowed, now in the safety of the dark, to notice that the thing has passed, and to let the bracing go slack, region by region, the way a fist held closed for hours finally remembers that it can open. Feel how the jaw, if you turn the faintest thread of attention toward it, hangs a little looser than it did, the back teeth no longer quite meeting, the hinge of it eased, the tongue lying soft and low in the floor of the mouth with nothing to say and nothing to hold. And feel how that softening does not stay in the jaw, but runs downward, the way warmth runs downward through cooling metal, loosening the throat below it, and the throat loosening the chest, and the chest the belly, one region passing the ease to the next, all the way down the front of you as the back of you keeps sinking, so that you soften and settle at once, from the top and from the bottom, meeting somewhere in the warm, heavy middle of yourself, where there is nothing left now but rest. The room holds still around all of this. The walls stand where they have stood all evening, keeping the dark in and the night out, asking nothing, guarding nothing that needs your help to guard. The ceiling rests up above you in its own shadow, and the far corners of the room hold their quiet, and the door stays shut on a house that has gone as still as you have. There is no watch to keep. Nothing out there in the dark needs your listening. The part of you that spent the whole long day scanning, checking, tracking, keeping some corner of its awareness turned outward toward whatever might need answering. That part is allowed to turn its face inward now, down toward the warm dark of the body, and rest its eyes there, because the room is keeping the watch tonight, and the walls are keeping it, and the ground beneath the walls is keeping it, and you are held inside all of it like a stone inside a hill. Let the ears go soft. Whatever small sounds move through the dark, the settling of the house, the far low breath of the wind, the near quiet hum of your own body's living, let them arrive and pass without any part of you rising to meet them. A sound does not need you to do anything. It comes into the room and it moves across the stillness, and it goes, and the stillness closes back over the place where it was, unbroken. You can hear it all from very far down, from the bottom of the warm water, the way a sleeper half hears the world going on above the surface and sinks back under without ever quite coming up. Because there is nothing up there to come up for, and everything down here to stay for, the weight and the warmth and the long, slow breath and the ground that does not move. And still you grow heavier. That is the only direction there is, tonight, down and further down, by degrees so gradual they have no edges. The heels have long since given up whatever they were still holding, and lie now like two smooth stones set into the surface beneath them, warm all the way through, going nowhere. The calves have spread and slackened along their length, the muscle no longer gripping the bone, just draped over it, resting on it, resting through it onto the bed. The backs of the knees have opened. The long bones of the thighs have grown so heavy they seem to press down through the mattress and on down into the frame and the floor and the still ground under the whole house, as though the weight of you reaches all the way to bedrock now, plumbed straight down through every layer between, anchored to the deep still center of the earth by nothing more than your own quiet heaviness. You are that well anchored, You are that held. Nothing could lift you from this. The dark could turn all the way through its long, slow hours, and you would only sink deeper into the hold of it, ballasted, settled, kept, a body given fully over to gravity and fully received by the ground, with the whole patient mass of the world beneath you pressing up to meet the whole tired weight of you pressing down, the two exactly equal, exactly balanced, so that nothing strains and nothing works and nothing has to be held. And you simply float there at the still point where the pressing meets the pressing, weightless from being so completely weighed, at rest. This is a calming practice and nothing more, not medicine, not treatment, only a quiet way of telling the body it is safe to set itself down, and if the long nights are wearing at you, a doctor or a therapist is the right person to turn to in the daylight. But the daylight is a long way off. There is nothing to turn to now, nothing to reach for, nothing to solve. There is only the dark, and the weight, and the ground that holds it, and the hours and hours of night still folded out ahead of you like dark cloth, more than enough, far more than enough, so that you can spend the whole of it doing nothing but sinking and be nowhere near the end of it when the sinking is done. So spend it slowly. Let the next breath be even longer than the last, and the one after that longer still, each exhale pouring a little more of you down into the depth and the dark. Let the pauses between the breaths grow wide and calm and unremarkable, the small still spaces where nothing at all is happening and nothing needs to, where the body simply rests full or rests empty and waits, without impatience, for the next slow tide to move. In those spaces, there is no time. The clock in the other room, if there is one, goes on marking its small, even portions of the night. But down here, where you are none of them reach you, down here, there is only the one long, unbroken now of resting, stretching out around you as wide as the dark, with no beginning you can find and no end you need to look for. And through all of it, unwavering, the ground. Feel it once more plainly, without effort, the simple upward firmness beneath the whole back of you, the thing that has not moved and will not move, holding you level through the deep middle of the night, the way it held you at the edge of sleep, and will hold you at the edge of morning, the one steady fact under everything else. It does not tire of holding you, it cannot. Holding is all it does, all it is, the patient answer of the solid earth to every weight that comes to rest on it. And your weight is welcome there, has always been welcome there, belongs there, pressing down into the hold of the world exactly as much as the world presses up to keep you. The two of you leaned into each other through the dark hours, in a balance that will not tip and cannot fail. Let the hands rest where they lie, half open, the fingers curled soft with no grip left in them, the backs of them heavy against the bedding, warm. There is nothing for the hands to hold tonight. They have carried and gripped and reached all through the long day, and now they are laid down, empty and easy, the small muscles of the palm gone slack, the thumbs fallen loose, every joint of every finger let go, two tired things set down at last on either side of you, resting, done. Feel how good the doing nothing is in them. Feel how the emptiness of the open hand is not a lack, but a rest, the natural shape of a hand that has finally stopped having to hold the world together. And the same emptiness, the same easy doneness, spreading now through all of you, not a hollowness but a fullness of rest, a body with nothing left to do and nowhere left to go, lying heavy and warm in the dark, held from beneath, breathing slow, sinking by tiny degrees toward a depth it will reach only when it reaches it, in an hour or in 3, with all the night's slow patience to get there. There is no wrong pace. There is no falling behind. Wherever you are in the long descent is exactly where you are meant to be, and the only next thing is the next breath, and the only thing after that is the one after, each one carrying you a hand's breadth further down into the hold of the dark and the ground. If some small part of you surfaces, and it may, even now, even this deep, a limb that twitches, a thought that flickers up out of the dark like a fish rising and turning and sinking again, let it surface and let it sink, without alarm, without following it up. It is only the old watchfulness turning over in its sleep. It does not mean the rest is broken. Meet it the way the still water meets the rising fish, a small ring spreading out across the surface, and then the surface smoothing again, dark and whole, closing over the place where the ripple was as though it had never been. You do not have to chase it down or hold it under. It sinks on its own. Everything sinks here. That is the one direction. And each thing that rises only rises to sink again, a little deeper than before, so that even the surfacings are part of the settling, even the small wakings carry you further down. So let there be no fighting anything, tonight, not the thoughts, not the wakings, not the last thin threads of holding, not anything at all. Let it all be met the same way, with the same slow downward welcome, the same steady ground beneath it, the same warm dark closing over it. Whatever rises, the weight will take it back down. Whatever holds, the hours will loosen. Whatever thinks, the breath will slow. There is nothing you have to manage. The night is managing it. The ground is managing it. Your only part in any of it is to keep lying here and keep growing heavier and keep letting the breath spill slow and long into the dark. Further down with every fall of it, held and held and held. And now, while all of that goes on settling without you, while the weight does its slow work and the hours do theirs, let the attention drift, easy and untethered, down along the whole length of where you meet the bed. Not searching for anything, not correcting anything, only visiting, the way you might pass slowly along a shoreline in the near dark, noticing where the land gives itself to the water and the water rises to meet the land. Because that is what is happening all down the back of you tonight. A long, quiet shoreline where the body gives itself to the bed, and the bed rises to meet it, exactly everywhere, along every inch. Feel, if you feel anything at all, the place at the back of the head where the skull rests into the pillow. How much of its weight is already gone, given away, poured down into the softness beneath it. How the pillow has taken the round, heavy shape of the head and closed gently up around it, so that the head is not balanced on anything, not held at any angle, not doing any last small work of its own, only lying in the hollow it has made, cradled, done. All day the neck held that weight up. All day the small muscles at the base of the skull did their patient work, tilting, steadying, keeping the head level to the world so the eyes could watch and the ears could listen, and the face could be turned toward whatever needed turning toward. And now, there is nothing to turn toward. Now the head can be exactly as heavy as it truly is, which is heavier than we ever let it be in the daylight, and the pillow does not mind. The pillow was made for precisely this. The pillow rises up under all that weight and holds it without effort, without tiring, without any need to be thanked, all night long. And a little lower, where the shoulders lie, let them be wide, let them spread. All through the day the shoulders draw in and lift, climbing by tiny degrees toward the ears, gathering to meet whatever is coming, a bracing so old and so constant that we stop feeling it as bracing at all and only know it, at the end of the day, as a tiredness across the top of the back. And now, in the dark, with nothing coming, the shoulders can do the opposite of all that gathering. They can let the blades settle back and down into the mattress, wide apart, heavy, the whole yoke of the upper back releasing its long hold and spreading itself out across the bed like something set down after a long carry. Feel the two flat bones of the shoulder blades pressing into the surface beneath you, and feel how the surface presses back. How it comes up under each blade with exactly the firmness needed to hold it, no more, no less, meeting the weight of you precisely, so that you do not have to hold yourself up and you do not sink through, only rest, exactly at the line where your downward weight and the ground's upward hold come to their quiet agreement and stay. That line is everywhere tonight. That is the thing to know, in whatever dim and half-asleep way there is left in you to know anything, that all down the back of the body there runs this long, quiet agreement between your weight and the ground's holding, and that it is already made, already settled, requiring nothing further from you. At the head, at the shoulders, at every place below. You do not have to press down to be held. You do not have to hold yourself up to keep from falling. The pressing and the holding have already found each other and balanced, all on their own in the dark, while you were busy letting go of your hands, and they will go on balancing that way without your watching all the way through to the light. Let the attention drift lower still, to the long muscles that run down either side of the spine, the two thick ropes of them that stood you upright all day and held you against the pull of the ground through every hour of standing and walking and sitting and leaning. Muscles that never fully rested while you were vertical, that were always doing some small part of the work of keeping you up. Feel them now, laid down flat and horizontal, the great task of the day finally taken from them. Nothing to hold upright anymore, no gravity to stand against, only gravity to lie down into. And so they can stop. The whole long ladder of the back can stop its holding, one rung at a time, from the base of the neck down to the base of the spine, each small pair of muscles between each pair of bones letting go of its grip and setting the weight it carried down onto the bed, down onto the ground beneath the bed, down into the patient earth that has held every weight that was ever set upon it and never once failed to hold, and will not fail to hold you. And where the spine comes to its low end, at the broad flat bone at the base of you, feel the weight of the hips and the pelvis pouring down into the mattress. This is heavy country, the heaviest part of you, the deep center of the body's weight, and it wants to sink. It was made to sink. It presses down into the bed with the honest heaviness of the body's core, and the bed rises up beneath it and takes all of it. Let it. Let the hips be heavy. Let the whole broad basin of the pelvis settle back and down, unhurried, giving its weight away by slow degrees, sinking a little further on each long spill of the breath out. And feel as it sinks, how the muscles deep inside the hips, the ones that grip and hold all day without ever being asked to, the ones that clench quietly against the world in 100 unnoticed ways. Feel how they too can loosen now in the dark, with the weight of the body pressing them down, and the warmth spreading through them, and nothing left in the whole long night to grip against. This is the old bracing coming undone, region by region, the way it can only come undone when the day is truly over, and the body has finally believed that it is over, and the body is slow to believe it. That is worth knowing kindly as you lie here. The body does not switch off the way a light switches off. It stood ready all day, not because anything was truly wrong, but because readiness is its oldest habit, older than you, older than words, and readiness does not lay itself down all at once. It lays itself down the way a large animal lies down in a field at dusk, in stages, folding one part and then another, testing the ground, shifting its weight, settling and half rising and settling again, until at last the whole great body of it is down and still and breathing slow in the gathering dark. That is what is happening in you tonight. That is all that is happening. One region at a time, the old readiness is folding itself down and finding the ground safe and staying there. And there is no hurrying it, and there is no need to hurry it, because the night is long and the ground is patient, and every region that folds down makes it easier for the next one to follow. So let the folding go on, down into the legs now, the long bones of the thighs rolling gently outward as the hips release, the great muscles along the front and back of them going soft and shapeless and heavy, laid out along the bed with all their strength set down. These are the muscles that carried you everywhere, that pushed you up out of every chair and up every stair, and along every mile of the day's small journeys, and they are tired in the deep good way that strong things are tired, and now they can lie here and be nothing but weight, the thighs sinking, the knees loosening their last held bend, the long muscles of the calves letting go of the ground they no longer have to grip. Feel the backs of the calves against the bedding, feel how they rest their weight down and are met. And feel it travel all the way down to the heels. The heels, two small hard points of you, right at the far end, pressing down into the bed with a surprising weight for so small a thing. The whole long column of the leg ending here in these two blunt heavy points, and all the weight that runs down through the leg, gathering at the last into them and pressing down. Feel one heel. Feel where it meets the mattress, that small firm circle of contact, and feel how the bed comes up beneath it and holds even this, the farthest, smallest, hardest working point of you, cradling it as carefully as it cradles the head. And feel the other heel the same. 2 points at the very end of you, pressed down and held up, resting at the bottom of the long body's long weight. And feel how, if you let them, they too can grow heavier, can give the last of their pressing down into the bed, so that even the heels, even the ends of you, even the last small stubborn points of contact, let go and are taken. And past the heels, nothing. The feet fallen loose and open at the ankles, tipping outward, the toes uncurling, the whole architecture of the foot that held you balanced against the earth all day now given permission to hold nothing, to mean nothing, to be only warm loose weight at the very end of a warm loose body. The arches that carried you sinking soft, the 10 toes that gripped 1,000 steps gone slack and easy in the dark. There is nothing beyond this. You have arrived at the far end of yourself, traveling down, and found the same thing there that you found everywhere, weight, and the ground rising to hold it, and the long, quiet agreement between them already made. Now, having gone all the way down, let the attention come loose from any one place, and let it simply rest inside the whole of you at once. Not the head, not the shoulders, not the hips or the heels, but all of it together, the entire long weight of the body lying in the dark, one continuous heavy thing from crown to sole, held everywhere along its whole back length by a ground that presses up as gently and as exactly as the body presses down. This is what you are tonight. Not a mind with a body hung beneath it, watching and managing and holding on. Only a body, a warm, heavy resting animal body, breathing slow, sinking slow, held from underneath and asking nothing of itself. One settling weight in a dark and quiet room, with the whole patient earth beneath the room and the long night all around. And the breath moving through all of it, unhurried, coming in small and going out long, the way it has learned to move tonight, the way it moves in a body that has stopped standing guard. Each breath out spilling down through the whole length of you like water finding the lowest place, carrying the weight a little further down, softening one more small held thing on its way. And each breath in arriving on its own, unasked, the body drawing exactly what it needs without any help from you, and then giving it slowly back to the dark. You do not have to breathe tonight. It is being done for you, the way the holding is being done for you, the way the settling is being done for you. All of it done for you, while you lie here and grow heavier and let the night carry you down. If a thought drifts through, and one may, even now, the way a slow cloud drifts across a dark sky without ever touching the ground beneath it, let it drift on through and away. It has nowhere to land here. There is nothing for it to catch on. A body this heavy, this far down, this warmly held, is not good ground for thoughts. They pass over it and thin out and are gone, the way weather passes over a sleeping field and leaves the field exactly as it found it, dark and still, and breathing up its warmth into the night. You are the field tonight and not the weather. Let the weather pass. Let it come from wherever it comes and go to wherever it goes, high up and far away, while down here, where you are, nothing moves but the slow rise and fall of the breath and the slow further sinking of the weight. And feel, underneath all of it, steady as anything you have ever known, the fact of being held. Not held by anyone, not held by any effort, only held the way everything that has weight is held, met, caught, supported, kept from falling any further than the ground it rests upon. The oldest holding there is, the holding that asks nothing and never tires, and was here long before you and will be here long after, the plain, unfailing, upward press of the ground against everything that lies upon it. It is holding the bed, the bed is holding you. And so, without doing anything, without believing anything, without any part of you having to agree to it or arrange it or keep it going, you are held completely everywhere, all down your length, from the heavy given-away skull to the two blunt resting heels, held now and held through the middle hours, and held toward a morning that is still a long, long way off and needs nothing from you between here and there. So there is time. That is the last easy thing to feel sinking. There is so much time. The night has barely turned. The dark is deep and wide on every side, and the hours ahead of you are many and slow, and not one of them asks anything of you but this, to lie here and be heavy and be held, and let the breath spill long into the dark and sink by tiny unhurried degrees further down with every fall of it. Nothing to reach, nothing to finish, nowhere to arrive. Only down and down, and the ground coming up to meet you all the way, and the weight of you given over at last, and the long, warm, patient dark closing softly over all of it, and holding and holding and holding you still. And here in the deep middle of the night, there is a small quiet fact you have never once had to think about, and do not have to think about now, that the surface beneath you is pushing up against you with exactly the force of your own weight coming down, no more and no less, matched to the ounce, matched moment by moment all the way along you. Where you press a little, it presses a little. Where you press hard, the heavy center of you, the hips, the ribs, the long trunk laid out in the dark, it pushes back exactly that hard, so that everything balances, so that nothing sinks through and nothing floats away, only rests, perfectly answered, perfectly met. You have been met like this all night without knowing it, met at every point at once. The whole underside of you answered by something patient and firm that never pushes more than it needs to and never gives less than you ask. And there is a kind of rest in that, a rest you can feel now if you let your attention drift down under you and lie flat against that meeting place, the long seam where the weight of you and the hold of the ground come together and cancel and leave you still. Let it find the backs of the hands. Somewhere out along the edges of you, half forgotten, the hands are lying open, the way hands lie when no one is using them, when there is nothing left to hold and nothing left to do. The backs of them resting into whatever is under them, the small bones of them heavy now, the fingers curled just slightly the way they curl on their own when you finally stop asking anything of them. And the surface beneath the hands is pushing up under them too, gently, evenly, holding the weight of each hand the way it holds the weight of all the rest of you, so that the hands, which carried so much of the day, which gripped and typed and reached and steadied and never quite stopped, can lie here in the dark completely unemployed, completely set down, two small heavy things given over to the hold like everything else. And the point of the elbow, where the arm bends and comes to rest, a blunt heavy point pressing down into the softness under it, and the softness rising up to take it, closing gently around the shape of it, cupping it. Nothing sharp anywhere now, nothing held at an angle, only weight coming down and softness coming up, and the two of them settling into each other in the dark and staying. There was so much bracing in this body earlier. You may remember it dimly or not remember it at all, but it was there, the long, low readiness that runs underneath a day, the muscles kept a little tight in case they were needed. The shoulders carried a fraction of an inch too high, the belly held, the jaw set, the whole frame of you leaning very slightly forward into whatever was coming next, and none of it was wrong. It was a body doing what a body does, keeping itself ready, staying a little on guard through hours that asked it to be. But the hours that asked it are over now. They ended some time ago, and one region at a time, without any push from you, the readiness has been draining out of you all night, quietly, the way water finds its level and settles, the jaw first, perhaps, letting its long clench go. Then the ground of the throat, then the breath dropping lower into the body. Then the shoulders coming down off their small ledge. Then, slower, deeper, the big muscles alongside the spine, letting go their grip one careful degree at a time, unbracing, unbracing, the frame of you softening from something held into something laid down. And this is the honest thing, the plain thing, spoken kindly into the dark. Nothing is guarding you tonight, and nothing needs to be. There is no next thing to lean toward. The body can come all the way down off its readiness, because the day it was ready for is finished and behind you and gone. It does not know that yet in its oldest muscles. It learns it slowly, over hours like these, region by region, as the weight settles and nothing comes, and nothing comes, and nothing comes, and finding no threat anywhere in the long, quiet dark, the deep, watchful parts of you loosen their hold at last and hand you over, fully, to the ground. Let it move down into the hips now, that broad, heavy basin of you, the deep center of the body's weight. So much of you gathers there, the whole trunk pressing down into the cradle of the hips, and the hips pressing down into the surface, wide and unhurried, the heaviest settling of all. Feel how much of you that is. Feel the size of that weight coming down, and feel the surface underneath it rising to answer even that, holding even the heaviest part of you without strain, without effort, the way it holds all the rest. Nothing there to keep lifted anymore, nothing there to keep poised or turned or ready, only a great slow weight sinking straight down into a hold that was always going to be strong enough for it. And down the long bones of the thighs, heavy and slack, rolled loose in whatever way they came to rest. And behind the knees, that soft hidden hollow, warm now unguarded, and the calves lying their whole length along the surface, given up, dropped, two long weights the ground has taken and kept. Down to the heels again, those two blunt anchors at the very bottom of you, pressing quietly down into the dark, held, answered still. The whole back of the body has become one long resting edge. Trace it if you like, slowly, no hurry, from the crown of the head all the way to the heels, every place along that edge where the weight of you comes down and meets the patient upward hold of the ground. The back of the skull given away completely, the broad plane of the shoulders and the upper back spread and heavy, the long groove of the spine sunk in its bed of muscle, every small link of it laid down. The low back, that place that carried so much, finally set down and answered. The backs of the thighs, the calves, the heels, one long seam of contact running the whole length of you, and all along it, at every single point, the same quiet meeting, the same weight taken, the same holding done for you without a single thing asked in return. You do not have to hold any of it together. That is perhaps the deepest ease there is this far down. There is a habit, old and quiet, of holding oneself together, of being the thing that keeps all the parts arranged, keeps the shape of you organized and upright and ready, and here in the dark, held everywhere at once by something older and stronger than that habit, you can let even that go. You do not have to keep yourself in one piece tonight. The ground is doing it. The surface beneath you is holding every part of you in its place, exactly where it lies, so that you can stop being the one who holds you and simply be the one who is held. Warmth has been gathering under you all this while, slow and unnoticed. The small steady warmth a still body makes and the surface keeps, cupped in close around your resting length, so that the places where you press down longest have grown warmest, the broad of the back, the deep of the hips, the backs of the legs, a low pooled warmth held in against you by the weight itself, by the closeness of the hold, so that you lie in the middle of your own gathered heat in the cool dark of the room. Warm exactly where you are pressed and held, the way anything heavy and still grows warm where it rests. And around that warmth, the room, the cool, wider air of the dark room, well past the deep turn of the night now, gone very still, holding its own quiet the way it has held it for hours, unbothered, unhurried, asking nothing of you either. The walls stand where they stood. The dark fills the room evenly, soft on everything, and none of it needs watching, and none of it needs you awake in the middle of it to keep it as it is. It keeps itself. You can lie here in the center of it, warm and heavy and held, and let the whole quiet room go on being quiet without you, the way it will go on all the slow hours until morning, dark and settled and still, with you settled and still in the middle of it, sinking. Heavier now, than an hour ago. You may not feel the change from moment to moment. It is too slow for that, the way the tide is too slow to watch. But pass by pass, fall of the breath by fall of the breath, the weight has been deepening, the hold has been drawing you down by tiny unhurried degrees, and if some part of you could measure it, could set now against the beginning of the night, it would find you further down than you have been, lower, slacker, more given over, more completely laid into the ground than when you began. And still going down, still, with every long spill of the out-breath, letting a little more of yourself over the edge and into the keeping of the surface beneath you, heavier and heavier, and held. You stir, and a body may stir, even now, a small surfacing, a half-turn, a brief drift up toward the thin edge of waking. There is nothing to do about it but let it be met, the way everything here is met. The surfacing comes, and the same slow gravity that has held you all night simply takes it and turns it back down again. Gently, without alarm, the way a deep water takes a small ripple and smooths it flat. You rise a little and are settled. You drift up and are drawn down. Every restless motion answered by the same patient downward hold, so that there is nowhere for the stirring to go but back into the weight, back into the warmth, back into the long seam of contact, and the sinking, deeper each time, held a little further down on the far side of it than you were before. There is nothing to keep. That is worth feeling too, slow and plain, this far into the dark. All day there are things to keep track of, to keep hold of, to keep going, to keep from dropping, and here, laid out in the middle of the night with the ground pressing up under every inch of you, there is not one single thing to keep. It has all been set down. The day set itself down some hours ago and has not stirred since. The tasks are elsewhere in a morning that is still far off, and they can hold themselves until then. They do not need you tonight. They will not come looking for you here in the dark, and if they drift by, high and thin and far away, they find no place to land on a body this heavy and pass and thin and are gone. Nothing to keep, nothing to carry, nothing to hold up or hold together or hold ready. Only weight coming down, only the ground holding it. Only the breath spilling long and slow into the dark, unasked, and the further sinking that comes after each one. And I will say it once more, quietly, because it is the truest thing here and the body learns it slowly. You are held, not by anyone, not by any effort of your own. Held the way all heavy things are held, caught, met, supported, kept from falling any further than the surface they have come to rest upon. The ground holds the room holds the bed holds you. And so you are held completely, everywhere at once, all down your long resting length, from the given away weight of the skull to the two still heels at the very bottom of you, held now, in this deep hour, and held through the slow hours still to come, and held all the way toward a morning that asks nothing of you between here and there. So there is time, so much time. The dark wide and deep on every side, and the hours many and unhurried, and not one of them wanting anything from you but to lie here and be heavy and be warm and be held, and let the breath fall long into the quiet and sink, by the smallest degrees, a little further down with the ending of each one. Nothing to reach for, nothing to finish, nowhere at all to arrive. Only down, and the ground rising to meet you the whole way, and the weight of you handed over at last into a holding that will not tire and will not fail, and will not once let go. All the slow way through the dark, holding and holding you down and safe and still. And somewhere in this holding, without your doing anything to bring it about, the warmth has begun to gather in the places where you press down hardest. You may not have noticed it starting, the way you never notice the exact moment a room grows warm, only that at some point it simply is. But it is there now, banked and slow, pooled along the whole underside of you, where the weight has been resting longest. There is a heat that comes only from stillness, only from one warm thing lying against another long enough that they stop being two temperatures and become one, and that is happening now all down the length of you, wherever skin has given itself over to the bed and stayed. The small of the back has made its own warmth, a low, steady heat spread wide across the base of the spine. The backs of the thighs, heavy and unmoving these long minutes, have warmed the cloth beneath them and are being warmed by it in return. And none of this asked anything of you. It is only what heavy, resting things do in the dark. They settle, and they warm, and they stay. Feel, if the feeling drifts up to you at all, how the warmth is deepest exactly where the pressing is deepest. How the two things are one thing. Where you come down hardest onto the ground, there the heat gathers thickest. The shoulder blade that has let go of its holding and sunk its full flat weight into the mattress, that is where the warmth banks. The hip that stopped bracing some while ago and rolled its whole heaviness down into the surface, that is where the heat sits, low and broad and kind. So that the map of your weight and the map of your warmth are the same map now, laid one over the other, and everywhere you are heaviest you are also warmest, and the body reads this without words. The way it reads everything down here, heavy is warm, and warm is safe, and safe is nothing to guard, and nothing to guard is nothing to hold. And so the last small holdings go on loosening even now, even this far in, even in the deep middle of the dark. There is a slowness in you tonight that has nothing left to hurry it, and the breath moves inside, that slowness like the one slow tide left working in a body otherwise entirely at rest. In, and the ribs lift a small way against the weight of themselves, and out, and they set back down, lower than they lifted, always a little lower. You are not breathing so much as being breathed now at this hour. The air comes in on its own errand and leaves on its own, unhurried, spilling out long into the room and taking a little more of your holding with it each time it goes. You do not have to meet it or shape it or lengthen it. It has learned its own length by now, hours into this, and its length is the length of deep water moving under a still surface. So slow you would have to wait a long while to be sure it was moving at all. And under each falling breath, the whole weight of you settles by the smallest amount, a single grain lower into the holding, so that the sinking is no longer something that happens and finishes, but something that is always, quietly going on. A body handing itself down by degrees so fine you could not name the moment of any one of them, only that you are lower now than you were, and warmer and further given over. Let the attention drift, if it will, down through the middle of you, down through the deep places the weight travels on its way to the ground. Down the long stem of the spine, one small stacked bone resting on the next, each one having given its little share of holding away, so that the whole column lies slack along the bed, like a heavy rope set down and left where it fell. No tension running through it anywhere, no lifting, no bracing, only the plain downward lean of one bone into another and all of them together into the surface beneath. And lower into the wide, flat cradle of the pelvis, the heaviest still basin of the body, the place that carries the most and lets go of it last. Feel it here in the dark, how it has finally set down its full broad weight, how it presses evenly into the bed with nothing held back, no small muscle deep inside it still on watch, still ready, still braced against a day that ended long ago. It has stopped being ready. There is nothing here tonight to be ready for. And so the whole deep bowl of the hips lies open and heavy and warm, sunk to its true level, met from underneath exactly and completely, pressing down with everything it has and being answered, ounce for ounce, by the patient rising of the ground. This is the thing the body is learning, slow as stone, all through this long night, that it can press down with its whole honest weight and never once fall, that there is no amount of heaviness it can hand over that will not be caught and held. It spent the whole day and 1,000 days before it, holding some part of itself up. A low readiness that never fully switched off, a small lifting kept running under everything, in the shoulders, in the jaw, in the deep muscles of the belly and the floor of the hips, the body's old habit of never quite giving all its weight away, of always keeping a little of itself braced and lifted and ready to move. And here, hour on hour into the dark, that old lifting has nowhere left to go. It has been met so many times by the steady upward press of the ground that it has finally begun to believe what the ground has been telling it all along. You can let go of the last of it. You can hand over even the weight you have never handed over, and it will be held. It is being held now. So let the belly be heavy, the whole soft front of you that clenches so quietly you can go years without feeling it clench. Let it lie slack and low and warm over the deep basin of the hips, rising the smallest amount as the slow air comes in, falling further than it rose as the air goes back out. Nothing held in there, nothing braced behind the navel. The deep muscles that stood guard all day off duty at last, gone soft, gone heavy, sunk down toward the spine and the bed with everything else. And lower still, the floor of the pelvis, the deepest hidden place of holding, the one that stays tight when everything else has let go. Feel even that, in this deep hour, beginning to spread and soften and set its weight down, no longer bracing against anything, no longer holding anything up, only resting, low and warm and given over, at the very bottom of the long column of your weight. And all of it, the slack rope of the spine, the wide heavy basin, the soft low belly, the given away floor of the hips, all of it leaning down together into one place, into the surface that rises to take it, that has been rising to take it all night, and will go on rising to take it until morning, matching you press for press, weight for weight, giving you a firmness to come down onto exactly as broad and as steady as the heaviness you bring. You cannot outsink it. You cannot hand it more than it will hold. There is no bottom to how far it will meet you, no floor to its patience, no hour of the night when it grows tired and lets you slip. It will be here at the low point of every breath, pressing quietly up, all the slow way to the light. Now let a warmth of a different kind move through you, not the heat of contact this time, but the plain ease of a body with nothing to do. Feel, if it drifts to you, how good it is simply to be weight. How much of a life is spent being something else, being useful, being ready, being watchful, being upright and moving and aimed at some next thing, and how rarely the body is allowed to be only what it most simply is, which is a heavy, warm thing at rest on the ground. That is all you are being asked to be tonight, and you are being asked it by nothing louder than gravity, which asks it of everything always, without ever raising its voice. The same slow pull that holds the water in the low places, and the stone on the hillside, and the whole dark weight of the room down against the earth. It is holding you too, no differently, no more gently and no less, drawing every ounce of you down toward the center of things, and keeping it there faithfully, the way it keeps everything there, without effort, without tiring, without ever for one instant looking away. And you are so far down inside that pull now, so deep into the holding, that the edges of you have begun to go uncertain. Where the shoulder ends and the bed begins is not a line you could easily find anymore. The warmth has blurred it, the weight has blurred it, the long stillness has blurred it, until the body and the surface it rests on have started to feel like one continuous heavy thing, warm all through, settled all through, with no clear seam left between what is you and what is holding you. The hand lies somewhere out there in the warm dark, too heavy to locate exactly, given over so completely that it has stopped reporting where it is. The foot the same, far down at the bottom of you, a warmth and a weight and nothing more, no longer troubling to say where it stops. And this is the body letting go of even the work of knowing its own edges, the last quiet labor it keeps up all day, the endless faint keeping track of where it ends and the world begins, set down now, like everything else, into the warm and the heavy and the held. Let it blur further. There is no edge here that needs guarding. The old watching that ran along the surface of the skin all day, checking the border, minding the space just past it, that watching has gone off duty 2 hours ago and has not come back. Nothing is going to reach across the dark and press on you. Nothing is coming to the edge of you tonight. And so the edge can go soft, can go warm, can stop being a wall the body holds, and become only the quiet place where your warmth and the room's warmth meet and mingle and are the same. You are spreading a little, in the way heavy warm things spread when they are left alone long enough, settling wider into the surface, sinking not just downward now, but outward too, into the whole warm-held shape of where you lie. Larger and slower, and less sharply drawn than the tight-held daytime body, the way still water is larger and slower, and less sharply drawn than water in a hurry. And the head, the heavy given-away weight of the head, resting in its place, done at last with the long day's holding. Let it be heaviest of all. It carried the most today, in its own quiet way, not weight so much as watching, the ceaseless low labor of thinking and tracking and turning things over, and it is the last to fully believe it can stop. But it is stopping now, hour by hour, sinking its true weight down into what holds it, letting the pillow take the whole round heaviness of the skull, the way the ground takes the heaviness of a stone. Nothing balanced up there anymore, nothing held aloft, nothing kept turning. Only weight, come down, and warmth, gathering underneath it where it rests, and the slow, deep tide of the breath moving somewhere far below, and the pull of the ground reaching all the way up through the room and the bed and the pillow to draw even this, even the last high heaviness of you, gently and completely down. There is a quiet in the middle of the night that belongs to nothing but rest. You can hear it under the room's small sounds, or under the silence if the room is silent, a kind of vast low steadiness, the sound of everything that has stopped moving. The walls have stopped and stand where they stand, leaning their own weight down into the floor. The floor leans its weight into the ground. The ground holds all of it without strain, the whole still house of the night resting on it, and you inside the house, resting on the bed, resting on the floor, resting on the ground. All of it one settled stack of heavy, quiet things handed down and down and down until the weight arrives at the deep, patient earth and stops, and is held and goes no further. And you are simply the topmost warm small part of that long handing down, the last heavy thing at the top of the stack, given over exactly as the walls are given over, exactly as the floor is, resting as plainly and completely as any still thing rests in the dark, wanting nothing, guarding nothing, ready for nothing, only lying in the great steadiness with your weight let all the way out and the ground holding every ounce of it, faithfully, the way it holds the whole silent leaning house. All the slow hours through. So sink a little further into that steadiness now. There is no hurry to it and no bottom to it and nowhere it is trying to bring you except further down into the same warm holding you are already in. Each slow breath spilling out and leaving you lower. Each falling away of the air taking a little more of whatever holding is left in you and carrying it off into the quiet, unmissed. The warmth banked thick beneath the heaviest places of you now, the edges gone soft and uncertain, the head handed all the way over, the deep basin of the hips set down to its true low level, the long rope of the spine slack along the bed, and under all of it, everywhere, at every point where you press down into the dark, the ground pressing quietly back up, meeting you, matching you, holding you, and it will not stop. Through the deep middle of the night and out the far side of it, through every hour still folded up ahead in the dark, it will go on rising to meet the whole weight of you, patient and even and tireless, so that there is nothing left for you to do, nothing at all, only lie here in the warm and the heavy and the held, and let the breath fall and sink, by the smallest degrees, a little further down into the holding, with the ending of each slow one. And maybe you notice, somewhere in the dim, that there is a place where the back of one hand rests against the sheet, just that one small patch of skin lying open to the dark, the fingers curled a little the way fingers curl when no one is holding anything, when there is nothing to reach for and nothing to close around. And the weight of that hand has settled down through the knuckles and the soft heel of the thumb into the bed, and the bed has come up under it quietly and taken it. And you did not have to arrange this, or ask for it, or hold the hand in any particular way. It simply came to rest, The way a leaf comes to rest once the air stops moving under it, and lies where it lands, flat and given up, on the ground that was always there to catch it. There is a great deal of the body that knows how to do this without being told. And in the long middle of a night like this one, it is doing it on its own, one quiet region after another, letting the last thin thread of effort go slack and lying down into the mattress the way water lies down into the shape of whatever holds it. You don't have to run it. You only have to be here while it happens, warm and half gone, following the sound of a voice that is asking nothing of you except that you keep sinking. Let the attention drift down without hurry to where the calves rest. The two long muscles of the calves that carried you all the day and never once were thanked for it, lying now along the bed with their whole weight let out sideways, gone heavy and wide, pressing down into the surface and being pressed back up evenly along their entire length. There is no standing left in them, nothing braced, nothing ready to spring. They have set the day down. And below them the heels rest, two round weights sunk into the softness, each one giving its small load to the bed and having it taken, held from underneath, so that the heels do not fall and do not float, but simply stay met at exactly the height the mattress offers them. And it goes on meeting them, ounce for ounce, the way it will go on meeting them through every dark hour still ahead, without tiring, without ever needing you to check that it is still there. That is the quiet arrangement of this whole long night. You press down and the ground presses up, and the two are equal, and in the place where they are equal there is nothing left to do. No falling and no holding, only the even meeting, the still balance of weight given and weight returned, repeated everywhere the body touches the bed, at the shoulder blades, at the backs of the arms, along the outer edge of each leg, under the curve of the skull. 100 small even meetings, all of them settled, all of them holding all night long. And the nervous system, which spent the whole of the day scanning and bracing, keeping some part of you ready to answer, ready to move, ready for the next thing coming, is being allowed, region by region, to read the plain message that the meeting sends up. Nothing here is falling, nothing here needs catching, the ground has it. And one held place after another, hearing that quietly stands down. This is not a thing you do. It is a thing you stop doing and let the body find its own way back to the floor of itself. A calming practice, nothing more, not medicine, not treatment, and if the long nights are wearing at you, a doctor or a good therapist is the one to sit with in the daylight. But here now in the dark, there is only the weight and the ground under it, and the slow letting out of what no longer has to be carried. Feel how the whole of the back has given itself over to the bed, not held in any shape now, not arched and not braced, just laid down along its length like something set on a shelf and left there. The ribs resting, the long muscles beside the spine gone soft and slack, no longer doing the quiet all-day work of holding you upright, because there is no upright anymore, only down, only the level plane of the bed running the whole length of you and taking every part of you at once. And each place along the back that touches it is another place where the pressing down and the pressing up have come to their even quiet and settled and stopped needing you. The breath moves through all of this without being steered, low and unhurried, somewhere down in the belly and the base of the ribs, rising a little and spilling out and rising again, and each time it spills out something in you settles a fraction lower, sinks a little further into the warmth, the way a heavy thing set on deep sand eases down by the smallest amount each time the sand shifts beneath it. You are not breathing so much as being breathed, the air coming and going on its own slow clock, asking nothing, and the long out breaths carrying off, quietly, whatever small holding still gathers in you, so that with each one you are a little heavier, a little lower, a little more completely handed to the bed. And there is warmth pooling now in the places where the weight lies thickest, a slow, banked ember warmth, gathered in under the hips and the low back and the backs of the thighs, in under the shoulders, in the deep center of you where the breath turns over. The warmth of a body that has stopped spending itself, stopped burning to be ready, and is simply keeping its own low, steady heat close, the way stones keep the sun long after the sun is gone, warm all the way through and giving it back slowly into the dark. And you lie in the middle of that warmth like something banked for the night, glowing dim and low, and even in no danger of going out and in no hurry to. Somewhere out past the edges of you, the room holds its own stillness. The air in it settled and unmoving, cooler up near the ceiling, cooler by the walls, and warm here where you are, in the small pocket the bed and the covers make around your weight. And you can let the sense of the room grow soft and far, the way things grow soft and far as sleep comes nearer. The walls no longer quite edges, the corners no longer quite anywhere, the whole space loosening at its seams and going dim. Because there is nothing in it to keep track of, nothing in the dark that needs your watching, no far corner that has to be held in the mind's eye through the night. The room can keep itself. It has been keeping itself all the hours you were away in your own head, and it will go on keeping itself now, quiet and unminded, while you let even the last thin attention to it slide down off the walls and pool here, low in the body, in the weight, in the warm held middle of you. Let it come down to the jaw for a moment, the jaw which so often holds the day's last unspent readiness, clenched faintly even when nothing is being said, even when there is nothing left to say. Let it hang. Let the back teeth come apart the smallest space so they are no longer pressed. Let the tongue lie down soft in the floor of the mouth, wide and heavy and doing nothing. Let the whole weight of the lower jaw give itself downward, toward the throat, toward the pillow, so that the face loosens all along its lower half and the holding there drains quietly away. And the small muscles that fan out around the eyes, that spent the day narrowed and reading and searching, let them go smooth, let them go slack. Let the eyes rest deep and still in their sockets with no work left in them at all, aimed at nothing, following nothing, just resting heavy behind the closed and quiet lids. And with the face let go, the head grows even heavier on the pillow. That round dense weight of the skull, the heaviest single thing you carry, given all the way over now to the soft support beneath it, sunk into it, no longer balanced on the neck but laid down, released, the neck gone loose and unstrung underneath because it no longer has anything to hold up. The head just resting, a heavy stone set in soft ground, pressing down and being met exactly and held. And all through the neck and the throat, the last fine threads of holding letting go, one by one, so that even the small deep muscles you can barely feel are lying down now, off duty, quiet, handed to the dark. There is nothing above you tonight that has to be kept up, nothing balanced, nothing carried, nothing held aloft against the pull of things. It has all come down onto the level of the bed, onto the one long plane of contact, and below that plane the floor waits, and below the floor the deep ground, patient and immense, taking the weight of the whole quiet house and the whole quiet night and you along with it, without effort, the way it has taken the weight of everything that ever lay down on it since the first dark. It does not tire of holding. It has been holding longer than there have been nights to sleep through, and it holds you now with the same even unbothered steadiness, asking nothing back, only there, only under you, only up against the whole downward weight of you, meeting it, matching it, keeping you from falling any further than the small kind distance the mattress lets you sink. So there is truly nothing left for you to do. You can feel how thoroughly that is true in the long slack of the arms, in the wide fallen legs, in the loosened jaw and the given over head. Every place that might do something has quietly stopped and lies where it stopped and is held there. And what is left of you, awake enough still to hear this, is only the faint, warm, floating knowledge of being held, of lying in the dark on a bed that presses up as surely as you press down, in a room that keeps itself, in a house handed down to the ground, on a ground that does not let go. And that knowledge too is growing heavy now, growing dim and slow, sinking with the rest of you toward the place where hearing loosens and the words go soft, and it no longer quite matters what is being said, only that the low voice keeps moving somewhere overhead, like weather far off, while you go on down beneath it into the warm. Let each out-breath be a small further giving way, not a thing you push, only a thing you allow, the air leaving on its own and taking a thread of you with it, and then the next one, and the next, each one lowering you by a hair's width deeper into the mattress, deeper into the warmth banked under you, deeper into the even quiet where the pressing down and the pressing up meet and cancel and leave you weightless in the middle of your own great weight, down past the last of the day's holding, down past the level where the room still reaches you, down toward the still floor of sleep where there is only the body and the bed and the ground and the long slow tide of the breath, and no edge anywhere between you and the holding that goes all the way down. And if some small part of you drifts up for a moment near the surface, a thought, a half-thought, a flicker of the day trying to turn over one more time, let it come and let it go and let the weight take it down again. There is no need to follow it, no need to answer it, no need to rise up after it into wakefulness. It can be met the way everything here is met, with the same quiet downward settling, the same handing of the weight to the bed, the same long out-breath spilling it back into the dark. Whatever surfaces, the ground is still under it, still holding, still pressing up to meet the whole of you, and you can simply sink again, heavier this time, further this time, back down into the warm-held middle of the night where nothing is asked and nothing is owed and there is only the resting. Heavier now, the backs of the hands, the backs of the arms, the wide fallen calves, the sunk heels, the given head, all of it lower than it was, all of it more completely down. The warmth thicker underneath, the breath slower and lower and further away, the room gone soft at all its edges. And the ground, the patient ground, still there beneath everything, still rising to meet you, faithful through the whole long dark, holding you as it will go on holding you, ounce for ounce, hour after hour, all the way to morning. So let go a little more. There is no bottom you can reach that the holding does not reach first. No depth you can sink to where the ground is not already waiting, further down, ready to take you. You can let out the last held breath of the day and follow it all the way down and still be caught, still be met, still be held. So sink and sink. And let the warm dark close soft and slow over the top of you. And rest, all the way rested, all the way down, held and heavy and given over in the deep still middle of the holding night. Somewhere in the low country of the body, below all the words, the shoulders have been quietly letting down for a while now, a fraction at a time, so slowly that no single moment of it could be felt. And that is how the deepest unbracing tends to go, not in one great release, but in these small unnoticed increments, the way a held thing eases when no one is watching it, when nothing is asking it to stay ready anymore, and there is nothing to ask it now. The day that wanted those shoulders up near the ears is over, has been over for hours, and the body is slowly coming to believe it, muscle by muscle, learning again what it means that the pressing up of the bed will not stop, that it does not need to be earned, that it goes on whether you attend to it or not. And so the weight of the upper arms can spread now into whatever is beneath them. That particular heaviness at the back of the arm where it meets the surface, the soft flattening there, the way flesh gives and settles and finds its level like water finding level, only slower, only quieter. Nothing held in the elbow, nothing held in the crook of it, just the long bone of the forearm laid down and the hand at the end of it entirely at rest. The fingers slightly curled the way they curl when no one is using them, when no grip is being kept, when the hand has been given permission to be only a hand and not a tool, not a fist, not a thing braced against anything. Feel, if any feeling comes at all, how the mattress holds the length of you along 100 small contacts you have never counted. The place where the outer edge of the foot rests, the place behind the knee where there may be a small space, a little bridge of air, and above and below it, the calf and the thigh set fully down. The long meeting of the back with the surface, a wide warm seam running the length of you where more of your weight is given than anywhere else. And you do not have to find these places. You do not have to check them one by one. They are simply there, being held, being met, each of them pressed up under exactly as much as it presses down, so that all along that hundredfold contact there is a kind of perfect settled draw, a truce, the body and the ground meeting each other and neither one having to win. This is the thing the nervous system is slowly reading, down under the level of any thought. Not an idea, not a sentence, but a fact felt through the skin and the deep muscle and the small sensors in the joints that report all night on where the body is and whether it is safe. And what they are reporting now, over and over, in the only language they speak, is contact and stillness and warmth and no falling. The ground is under it, the ground is under it, the ground is under it. And a body that keeps receiving that message, patiently, hour upon hour, with nothing to contradict it, begins at last to stop standing guard over itself. There is a kind of watchman in us that never fully sat down all day, that kept one eye on the road even while we slept badly, even while we lay here wired and tired and unable to get under. And that watchman, too, is allowed to sit down now slowly on the long, slow proof of a floor that has not once given way. This is only a way of resting, only a settling of the body towards sleep, not a treatment, not a cure for anything that troubles you. And if the nights have been long and worry has worn a groove in them, there are kind and capable people, doctors and others, whose work is exactly that, and they are worth reaching for in the daylight. But here now, in the dark, there is nothing to solve and nothing to reach for, only the weight and the bed beneath the weight, and the slow good news traveling up through the whole underside of you that you have been caught and are being held and may let down a little more. So let the ribs come to rest. There is a way the chest can be quietly held up even in lying down, a faint readiness kept there under the breastbone, an old habit of bracing that lives in the front of the body. And it can loosen now on the out-breath, the whole cage of the ribs softening downward toward the spine, toward the surface, the breath no longer lifting anything it does not need to lift, no longer a thing you are doing, but a thing that is happening to you, gently, on its own, the air arriving low and slow and leaving slower, and the ribs riding it down each time a little further, until the front of the body is as unheld as the back, until there is no held place left in the whole trunk of you. Only the slow tide moving in the middle of a great settled weight. And underneath the ribs, the belly. The belly is often the last to trust it, the deep muscle of the belly that pulls in and holds firm at the first hint of trouble, that has been quietly clenched so long it forgets it is clenching. Let it be found now, without effort, only noticed, and on the next long breath out let it go slack, let it spread and soften and fall toward the spine of its own weight, warm and heavy and unguarded, the whole soft center of the body finally off duty. Nothing to protect, nothing to hold in, nothing braced against a blow that is not coming. Just the belly rising a little and falling a little more, riding the slow water of the breath, given over like the rest of you to the patient pull of the floor. Down through the pelvis then, that wide heavy basin of bone that carries so much of you. Let it be a bowl set fully down, its whole broad weight surrendered to the surface, the hip joints loose in their sockets, the great muscles that ring them long and quiet, no holding left in the front of the hips, where the days standing and sitting and hurrying lived. Just the pelvis low and level and given, and the weight of everything above it passing down through it into the bed, and the bed pressing back up to take it, and the two of them meeting there in the deep middle of the body, in a broad, warm equilibrium that asks nothing of you at all. And along the back of you the long chain of the spine, one small bone stacked on the next, all the way down. You do not need to feel them singly, but you can let the whole line of them come to rest along the surface, each one settling a hair lower than the one before, the small deep muscles that lace between them letting go their old grip, the spaces between the bones opening by the width of a breath, the whole long column laid down like a rope laid down, no longer holding itself up, no longer holding anything up, simply resting its full weight along the length of the bed and letting the bed carry it. Vertebra by vertebra, from the low base of it all the way up to the place where it meets the skull. And the skull, given away long ago now, still given, heavier than any other part of you into whatever holds it. That dense round weight of the head sunk into the pillow risen up around it, the whole cradle of it warm and close, and inside it the thousand small muscles of the face at last unclenched, the brow smooth and low, the space between the eyebrows, where the whole day gathers itself into a small held knot, gone soft and level. The eyes themselves heavy in their sockets, resting back, no longer moving behind the lids, no longer searching the dark for anything, only still. The cheeks heavy, the hinge of the jaw released so the back teeth part and the jaw hangs the way it hangs in the deepest sleep, and the tongue lets go of the roof of the mouth and rests low and soft and wide, and the throat is open and easy and asks nothing of the breath moving quietly through it. All of it down, all of it heavy, all of it held. And under the bed, the floor, and under the floor, the frame of the whole building, standing patient in the dark, carrying its own weight and yours and the weight of everyone else sleeping in it without effort and without complaint, the way it has stood all the years it has stood. And under the building, the ground. The plain ground, the packed earth, the old settled rock beneath that, going down and down further than thought can follow, layer under layer, cool and dense and utterly still, the deep body of the earth holding up everything that rests on it, the buildings and the fields and the sleeping and the waking, holding it all without tiring, without pausing, without ever once setting it down. And you are part of that everything now, resting on the top of all that depth, one more small held weight among the countless held weights of the night, given to the ground the way the whole dark world is given to it, and carried the same way, exactly as easily, exactly as surely. There is a great comfort down there in the sheer size of what is holding you, that it is not a thing that could grow tired of the task, that the pull drawing you down into the bed is the same pull that holds the rock in its place and the water in its bed and the far hills where they stand, a single patient steady drawing down that has never for one instant faltered in all the time there has been time. And it does not know effort, and it does not know rest, because it never begins and never stops. It is simply always there, under everything, the oldest and quietest fact of the world, and tonight it is spending itself, freely, in the small, ordinary work of keeping you against your bed, ounce for ounce, all night, the way it keeps everything against the earth. So there is nothing to do. There has been nothing to do for a long while now. The keeping you down is being done for you, and done perfectly, and will go on being done whether you follow these words or drift beneath them, whether you are here or gone under, whether you rise a little toward the surface once more or stay in the depths till the light comes. It does not depend on your attention. It does not need your help. You can hand it the whole of your weight, and it will hold the whole of your weight, and you can hand it a little more than that, the weight of the day you carried in, the weight of the things half thought and half finished, the weight of the watching, and it will hold all of that too, and press it gently back down, and keep it, and let you go free of it into the warm. And so heavier again, the arms heavier than an hour ago, the legs heavier, the long back heavier, sinking by the smallest degrees into a surface that seems to rise to meet each new giving over. Warmth banked deep along the whole underside of you, gathered in the seam where you and the bed lie pressed together, held in like the warmth held in the earth after the sun is gone. The breath low and slow and far off, hardly yours anymore, more like the slow breathing of the room, of the house, of the settled night. And no edge left between the resting body and the thing that holds it, no line where you stop and the holding begins, only one continuous held weight going all the way down into the ground, and the ground coming all the way up to meet it. If some small ripple of waking moves across the surface far above, a car somewhere, a sound in the walls, a thought lifting its head for a moment out of the dark. It need not reach you down here, and it need not lift you. Let it pass across the top like a breeze crossing the top of deep water, troubling nothing beneath. You are lower than that now, down in the still part where the surface weather does not carry, and you can let the ripple move on and go without you, and settle again, and be heavier for the settling, drawn down one more soft notch by the same faithful pull, deeper into the warm held dark than you were before it came. Down where the shoulders have finished their long letting down at last, down where the belly lies slack and warm, down where the jaw hangs open and the face is smooth and the eyes rest back and still, down where the spine is a laid rope and the pelvis a set bowl and the heels two small given weights at the far end of you, sunk and forgotten. Down where the whole body has become one settling field, one heaviness, one long slow tide, given wholly over to the floor of the world and kept there, kindly, without effort, hour upon hour, further down with each breath that leaves you and none of it ever asked back. And the night is wide, and there is a long way still to go in it, and no reason at all to hurry through the dark. Nothing waits on the far side of these hours that cannot wait a little longer. There is only this, the resting, the being held, the slow good weight of you handed down and down into a holding that does not end. And it will not end while you sleep, and it will not end when you stir, and it will not end at the bottom of the deepest reach of the night. The ground was under you before this hour, and it will be under you after it, steady the whole way through, rising to meet every ounce of you again and again and again. So let yourself down into it once more softly all the way and stay, heavy, warm, held, and low in the long-kept middle of the holding night. And down here where you have settled, notice how little there is left for you to do. Not one muscle has a task now, not one part of you is being asked to hold. The doing has drained out of the body, the way the last light drains out of a room slowly, without your having to turn anything off. And what is left when the doing is gone is only this simple fact, plain as the floor, the weight of you, and the thing beneath the weight, meeting all night long. There is a place along the underside of your body where you and the bed are pressed most firmly together. It moves a little as you settle, gathering under the hips, under the ribs on the side you have chosen, under the outer edge of the shoulder, and everywhere that pressing happens, the mattress is answering you, pushing up with exactly the force you set down, no more and no less. You do not have to measure it or match it. It is measured for you, ounce for ounce, the moment your weight arrives. You press and you are met, you press and you are met, and there is nothing in that meeting that you have to manage, nothing to keep even, nothing to correct. The answering rises on its own, the way water rises around a stone laid into it, closing over the shape of you and holding all of it at once. Let the attention leave the head again. It drifts back up there so easily, up into the thinking, up into the dark behind the eyes where the day still turns over in its sleep. And each time you notice it has floated up, you can let it sink back down the length of you, unhurried, like a slow weight let down on a long line. Down out of the skull, down through the loose hinge of the neck, down along the spine one laid link at a time, down into the broad quiet of the back where so much of you is pressed to the world. And there, low and wide and warm, it can rest. The attention itself grown heavy, unwilling to climb, content to lie in the contact and feel only the one thing there is to feel, that you are down and you are held. Feel the backs of the hands now, wherever they have come to rest. The small weight of each finger given over, curled soft, none of them gripping anything, none of them ready. The palm slack and open, or the hand fallen loosely closed, it does not matter which. Only that the hand is done for the night, laid down like a tool set at the edge of a bench when the long work is finished, and the ground beneath the sheet has taken even that small weight from you and carried it, so that the hand is heavy and forgotten at the end of the arm, and the arm heavy and forgotten at the shoulder, and none of it needing to be lifted for hours yet. And the long day that is over, some old part of you is still braced against it. Even now, even down here, a body learns to stay a little ready, to keep something held back against the next thing, to sleep the way a sentry sleeps, with one hand near the door. And you can feel, if you listen kindly for it, where that readiness still sits in you tonight. Perhaps a faint gather across the upper back, between the shoulder blades, a place that has been quietly holding since morning and does not quite know the morning is gone. You need not force it open. Only let your slow attention rest there the way a warm hand would rest there, without pressing, and let the next breath leave you long and low, and feel that held place understand, at last, a little more than it did, that the day it was braced for is finished, that nothing more is coming tonight that it must be ready for, that it may unclench by the width of a hair and hand its small weight down to the bed like all the rest of you has done. This is only a quiet practice of letting the body settle, not a treatment, not a cure for anything that troubles you, and if the long nights have been wearing you thin, there are kind people, doctors and others, whose work it is to help with that in the daylight. But here, now in the dark, there is nothing to fix and no one to be for. There is only the weight and the holding and the slow unbracing, one region at a time, hour after hour. So let the unbracing move now, unhurried, wherever it likes. Let it find the place low in the belly that has been quietly held all evening, that soft clench that keeps itself even in sleep, and let the next long breath out reach down and loosen it, so the belly lies fully slack and rises only with the smallest tide of the breath and falls again, warm, unguarded, given. Let it find the deep muscles either side of the spine, the long ones that hold you upright all day and forget how to stop, and let them lengthen and go dull and heavy, laid down flat along the bed, like two ropes uncoiled and set to rest. Let it find the hips where so much of you turns and carries, and let the sockets go loose in their seats, the legs falling a little outward of their own weight the moment the holding leaves them, rolling open, given away to gravity, no longer aimed at anything, no longer about to stand. And with each place that lets go, you settle a fraction lower, and the bed rises a fraction to keep you, and the two of you close the small distance again and press together warm. There is no bottom you can reach that the holding is not already under. You could give away twice this weight and still be met. You could pour every last held ounce of yourself down into the dark, and the ground would rise the whole way to take it, patient, level, without strain, the way it has held everything that ever lay down upon it, the way it held the fields and the stones and the sleeping animals and the roots of the old trees all through every night there has ever been. It is not tired. It does not need you to be light. It takes your whole weight as easily as the still air takes the weight of the dark, and it will go on taking it, breath after breath, long past the point where you have stopped noticing, and hold you just the same. Notice how the breath has slowed on its own. You did not slow it. It slowed the way a walked pace slows when there is nowhere left to get to, when the road runs out into a wide field and there is nothing to do but stand in it, and then sit down in it, and then lie back into the long grass and let the walking be finished. The out-breath long and unforced, the gentle break of the body easing you down a little further each time it leaves, the in-breath small and quiet, arriving on its own, unasked. You do not have to breathe. It breathes. It has always breathed while you slept, all the years of your sleeping, and it will breathe you all the way through this night while you lie here and do nothing at all but be carried. Somewhere out past the walls the night is going on without needing you in it. The dark is lying over the roofs and the cold roads and the fields beyond the town the same as it lies over you. Whatever hour it is now, it is the low still hour, the one that asks nothing, the one where even the things that hum and tick out in the world have gone quiet or gone steady, dropped to their slow night note. And you are a part of that settling, no different from the rest of it, one more weight the dark has laid down and covered over, one more resting thing among all the resting things, held to the ground by the same slow pull that holds the whole tilted sleeping world against the black. Let the heels come back into your feeling for a moment, out at the far end of you. Two small blunt weights pressed into the softness, further from the thinking head than any other part of you, the last outpost of the body, and even they are held. Even down there where you almost never send your attention, the bed is answering the small press of the heel, holding it up as faithfully as it holds the great weight of the hips, giving the same steady answer to the least of you as to the most. And knowing that you can let the feet go entirely, let them fall slack and heavy and outward, the ankles loose, the toes uncurled, the whole long reach of the legs abandoned to gravity from hip to heel like something laid down and no longer owned. And up the other way, let the skull be given once more, the heaviest single thing you carry, balanced all day on the top of the spine, corrected and held, and corrected again from waking to sleeping without your ever knowing you were doing it. And here, it does not have to be balanced. Here it is simply set down, its whole round weight poured into the pillow, the deep muscles at the base of it released from their endless small work, the whole head grown heavy as a stone warmed by the day and left to cool in the grass. Let it sink. Let the pillow take every ounce of it. Let there be nothing at all holding the head up now, no faint readiness to lift it, no thread of effort left in the neck, only the head given wholly away and the soft thing beneath it holding, holding, holding. Heavier now than when this hour began. You can feel it, if you feel for it, how much further down you have come, how much more of yourself you have handed over since the light went out. Layer under layer of holding let go, region under region unbraced, the body sinking through itself toward its own still floor, each breath out lowering you by a hair you cannot see, but can somehow feel, the slow accumulation of a whole night's letting go gathering in you like sediment settling to the bottom of still water, fine and soundless and complete, and none of it will be asked back. Nothing you have set down tonight must be picked up again before the light. It is safe on the ground, all of it, your weight and your readiness and your long day, all laid down and kept. If the surface of you stirs, and it may once or twice more before the deep of the night is through, a turn of the shoulders, a shift of the leg, a brief thin rising toward the light of waking, let it happen without following it up. You can turn and still be down here. You can shift the arm, the hip, roll to the other side and settle new places against the sheet, and the whole time the holding stays under you, unbroken, simply flowing to wherever the weight has moved, catching you again the instant you come to rest, so that the stir is only a stir on the top and never a climb out of the deep. And when the stir is spent, you sink back through it heavier than before, the way a thing that has been lifted and set down again lies a little more settled than it did, pressed a little firmer into its place. Every surfacing tonight is only another chance to sink, and you will take it and go down and be met and stay. Let the whole body be one thing again, not a collection of parts to be tended one at a time, but a single long weight lying quiet on the ground of the world, one field of heaviness with a slow tide of breath moving through it, warm all along its underside where it meets the holding, cool and dim along the top where the night air rests on it. One continuous given weight from the crown of the sunk head to the two forgotten heels, and under the whole length of it, meeting the whole length of it, the steady answering push of the bed, the floor, the ground, the deep patient body of the earth that does not sleep and does not tire, and holds every sleeping thing upon it through every hour of the dark without once setting it down. And there is so much night left, hours of it still, wide and slow and unhurried, no edge of morning anywhere near, nothing in all that dark that you must wake for, nothing you must do but lie here and be carried through it. You can let go of even the wish to sleep now, even that small forward-leaning want. You do not have to reach for sleep. It will come up around you on its own the way the tide comes up around a stone left on the sand without the stone doing anything, without the stone trying, simply by lying still and low enough for the water to find it. So lie still and lie low and let it come. You have nowhere to be but here, no hour to keep, no next thing. Only the long-kept middle of the night, and your own good weight resting in it, heavier each breath, warmer each breath, held past all needing and all trying, down where the surface where the cannot reach, down in the still deep hold of the ground that took your weight when you lay down and has not put it down since, and will not, hour after hour after hour, all the long way to the light. Rest there is nothing after this to reach for. The weight is given and taken and given again, and the taking never fails. Down and warm and heavy and held, low in the wide unhurried dark, with the ground beneath you steady as it has always been, rising to meet each ounce of you again, and again, and again, and holding while the night goes on around you and asks nothing, and holding while you sink one soft degree further into the warm and holding still. And notice, if any noticing is left in you at all, how little of you is doing anything now, how the work of the day, whatever it asked of the 100 small muscles that spend the waking hours holding you upright against the pull of the world, all of that has been handed over, quietly, without ceremony, to the ground. The long thigh muscles that carried you room to room, no longer carrying. The deep muscles alongside the spine that held you tall in every chair, that braced without being asked all through the day, now soft as loosened rope, letting the bones settle where they will. Nothing in you standing guard over its own uprightness anymore, because there is no up to hold, no falling to prevent, no direction left for you to keep but down. And down is already given, down is already done. Down is the one thing the ground is glad to take from you and never gives back until the morning asks for it. Feel the long groove where your back meets the bed, not as a shape you are making, but as a valley the weight has pressed for itself over these hours, a warm trough worn into the softness exactly to your length, exactly to your breadth, holding the heat your body has been slowly giving off into it. And how, lying in that warmed hollow that fits nothing in the world but you, there is nothing to adjust, nothing to find, no better place to lie than the one you are already lying in. The search is over. The small night-long fidget of looking for the comfortable spot, that low animal restlessness that turned you earlier in the dark. It has run all the way down and gone still, because the spot has been found, the spot is here, the spot is the whole length of you sunk into its own warm print in the holding. And along the underside of you, all the quiet places that only ever touch the world when you lie down, the soft skin at the back of the knees, resting for once against something instead of folding over emptiness, the tendons behind the ankles, long and slack now, that broad flat plate of the shoulder blades, spread and given over, no longer pinned back the way the waking day pins them, no longer braced toward each other over the breath, just two heavy wings laid down flat and let go. And the back of the pelvis, that deep wide basin of bone that is the true keel of you, the heaviest anchoring weight of the whole body, settled dead center into the mattress and sinking straight down through it as if it means to reach the floor, and the floor rising to it, and the two of them meeting somewhere in the soft middle and staying there, matched, pressure for pressure, all night, with nothing between them but the giving thickness of the bed and the certainty that it will not give all the way. That it will hold at the exact depth your weight requires and no deeper, catching you the way still water catches a slow sinking thing, and then simply carries it, level, unmoving, at rest. There is a warmth pooling now in the lowest places, wherever the weight sits heaviest and the blood slows and gathers. A heaviness that is also a heat, so that heavy and warm have stopped being two things and become one single sinking feeling that spreads outward from the center of you toward the far ends, down the arms toward the hands, down the legs toward the feet. A slow warm flood following the weight downhill, filling the fingers until they are too full and too warm to lift, filling the toes until they are only a distant warmth at the end of a long warm limb, until the whole body is one vessel slowly filling from the bottom with something warm and dense and quieting. And you are the vessel and you are the warmth, and the filling asks nothing of you but to lie still and let the level rise. And the breath, all this while, moving through the warm weight like a slow low swell far out, where the sea has no waves left in it, only the long breathing of the deep, rising a little, a small unhurried lift along the front of you. And falling further than it rose, always further, each fall spending a little more of whatever was still held, each fall setting you a fraction lower into the warm print, so that the breath itself has become the thing that lowers you breath by breath, the way a slow hand lets out a rope one careful inch at a time, never dropping you, never jerking, only easing you down and down toward a floor that keeps proving to be a little softer and a little farther than you thought. And you can trust that hand entirely now. You can put the whole weight of yourself on that slow letting out and know it will not fail. And so there is nothing to hold at the top of the breath, nothing to keep, no air to hoard against some need. The need is over, the day that needed you is over, and each out breath can leave completely, can pour all the way out and leave you empty and low and waiting, unhurried, for the next one to come up on its own, which it does, which it always does, without you. Let the jaw hang where it hangs. Let the tongue lie down in the floor of the mouth like something set down after long holding. Let the small hinge in front of the ears, that clenches through a whole day of swallowed words and never once mentions it, come unstuck at last, and let the lower jaw drift a hair away from the upper, the teeth unset, the whole lower face going long and heavy and slack, sliding down off the bone the way warm wax slides, pooling toward the pillow, and the cheeks heavy. And the flesh under the eyes heavy. And the fine ring of muscle around each closed eye, that spent the day narrowing against light and screens and distance, finally smooth, finally spread, the eyes themselves lying back and down in their sockets, given away, too heavy to turn, too heavy to hold on any picture, so that even the thoughts that drift up have nothing to fix them and no ground to stand on, and simply rise a little way and thin and drift off sideways and are gone, like breath on cold glass fading from the edges in. You do not have to follow them. You do not have to finish a single one. A thought can begin in you tonight and never reach its end, and it will cost you nothing, because there is no one keeping the thread, no one waiting for the sentence to arrive, no watcher left awake at the top of you to mind the store. The watcher has lain down too, has sunk with the rest of you into the warm print, has stopped standing at the window of the eyes looking out for what might come, because nothing is coming, because the door is shut, and the dark outside is only dark, and the room around you keeps its long unbroken quiet, holding its shapes still in the blackness whether you attend to them or not, the walls where they have stood all evening, the ceiling lying far above you like the underside of a calm you cannot see, the doorway holding its dark rectangle of stillness, opening onto nothing that stirs, and the whole still room resting on the still floor, and the still floor resting on the still ground, and the still ground resting on the great slow turning bulk of the world, all of it holding, all of it at rest beneath you and around you, one nested stillness inside another, and you the small warm sinking center of it, held at the innermost, carried by every ring of it at once. Somewhere far under the bed the earth goes down for miles, dense and warm and immovable, packed close upon itself, older than any tiredness, and it does not shift when your weight comes onto it. It does not brace. It has held mountains upon this same patience, and your handful of pounds is nothing to it, is less than a leaf's weight to a hillside, and it takes you exactly as easily, no effort in the holding, no strain anywhere in all that depth. No possibility of it growing tired of you and setting you down before the light. And there is a deep animal ease in being held by a thing that cannot tire, a permission that soaks upward through the mattress and into the sunk keel of you and spreads through the warm flood filling your limbs, the permission to stop checking, to stop bracing for the drop, to stop the low, ceaseless muscle work of a creature that half expects the ground to give way, because this ground has never once given way, not in all the nights of your life, not for a single instant. It has met you every time you have ever lain down, and it is meeting you now, and it will be meeting you still when the window goes grey. And something in the oldest part of you knows this, and can finally, tonight, all the way believe it, and unclench the last held thing, and lie down inside the trust, the way you lie down inside the bed wholly, with your whole weight, keeping nothing back. And if a part of you surfaces again, a shoulder that remembers an old readiness and starts, faintly, to gather itself, a hand that begins to curl back toward a fist out of some habit older than tonight, let it surface, and let the surfacing be met the way the whole night has met you, with the same downward turning, the same slow gathering weight pouring back into the part the moment it thinks to lift. The shoulder finding, before it has half risen, that it is far too heavy to rise, that the warm flood has filled it while it slept and pinned it kindly to the sheet, and so it sighs the little way back down it came and spreads again and is quiet. The hand finding the same, the fingers too full and too warm to close, uncurling of their own weight back into their open resting, palm up or palm down. It makes no difference now, only heavy, only given. Every small return of the old bracing arriving into a body so far down, so warmly loaded, so completely held, that the brace has nowhere to build and nothing to push against, and simply melts back into the general heaviness before it can become anything at all. So that even the guarding tonight becomes a kind of sinking. Even the last reflex of watchfulness lies down when it finds the whole field already at rest, and no danger anywhere in the dark to justify its standing. And it stands down, and it sinks, and it is one more warm weight added to the pile of you settling toward the ground. How good it is to be heavy. There was a time earlier in the dark when heavy felt like something wrong, when the weight in your limbs was the ache of a day that had asked too much, a leaden dragging you wished you could set down. And now that same weight has turned all the way over into the thing you want most, the very texture of rest, the good and welcome density of a body that has finally stopped resisting the pull it lives inside. The weight has not changed, only your quarrel with it has ended, and in the ending the weight becomes comfort, becomes the surest sign that the standing down is real, that the nervous system has read the long stillness and the shut door and the tireless ground, and concluded, at last, in its slow wordless way, that here there is nothing to flee and nothing to fight, and no reason under all the miles of night to keep the body poised for either. And so it lets the poise dissolve. Lets the reserve stand down region by region, the way a great house goes dark room by room as the household sleeps, one held place after another giving up its small light of readiness and going quiet and dark and warm, until the whole house of the body is dark, but for the one low banked fire of the breath in the middle of it, tended by no one, needing no tending, burning slow and steady on its own all through the night. And you can leave it burning there and go. You do not have to stay and watch the fire. You do not have to stay and watch anything. The room will keep its shapes, the ground will keep its holding, the breath will keep its slow low swell rising and falling and rising without a single order from you. The warm flood will go on filling you from the feet up, whether you attend to it or not. Every last thing that is happening in you and around you tonight is a thing that continues perfectly well without your minding it. And so your minding can loosen its grip finger by finger and float free and drift down like everything else, down into the warm, down into the heavy, down under the surface, where the small weather of thought still ruffles the top and cannot reach. You can go down below your own thinking tonight, down to where you are only a warm-held weight breathing slow in the dark, no more troubled by the driftings above you than the deep floor of a lake is troubled by the wind that walks across its surface far, far overhead. This is a calming practice and nothing more, not a treatment, not a cure, not a hand laid on anything that ails you. If the sleeplessness runs deep or the days weigh heavy in ways that rest alone won't lift, a doctor or a good therapist is the one to bring that to. Tonight this is only what it is, a slow and gentle way of telling a tired body it is safe to set its weight down and safe to stop keeping watch. And the body, hearing it hour after hour, in the breath and the weight and the stillness and the unfailing catch of the ground, has begun to believe it and to act on the believing and to let go. So let it go on letting go. There is no bottom to this you can fall past, no floor of the settling you can strike and jar against. Every time you think you have come to rest as fully as a body can rest, there proves to be another soft degree below it, another fraction of holding you had not yet handed over, and you hand it over, and you sink the small further distance and find another below that. Down through layer after layer of your own quieting, each one warmer and dimmer and slower than the last, each one asking a little less of you and giving a little more. And there is time for all of it. There is so much dark still to come. The night has barely turned. The middle of it lies all around you, wide and unlit and patient, hours deep in every direction. And you may take as long as you like to arrive at the bottom you will never quite reach, sinking the whole night toward it, always nearer, never done, always another warm degree down to give yourself into. The settling itself, the thing you are here to do, not a destination, but a long, slow falling with no floor and no hurry and no end before the light. Down then, warm and heavy and given over, the keel of you deep in its worn, warm print, the breath low and long and self-tending, the far ends of you flooded full and quiet, the watcher lain down and dark, the room still, the floor still, the great tireless ground still holding every ounce of you up from below with a strength it does not have to try for and will not run out of. Nothing to reach for, nothing to finish, nothing to keep. Only the wide kept middle of the long night and your own good weight at rest in the deep of it, sinking one more soft degree into the warm as the dark goes on around you, asking nothing and holding still. And still the ground holds, under all of it, through all of it, the same plain fact going on beneath you unchanged. The floor of the world come up through the frame of the bed to meet the whole long back of you, and press, and stay pressed, exactly as much as you press down and no less. You needn't check it, you needn't feel for it and make sure. It is doing what it does whether you attend to it or not, the way the wall stands whether or not you lean, the way the deep of the earth goes on being solid under the house, through every hour you have ever slept in it and every hour you have not. It does not wait on your noticing to hold you. It held you through the loud part of the day when you had no thought to spare for it, held your weight through every hurried step, caught each foot as it fell and gave it back the ground to walk on, tirelessly, unthanked. And it holds you now, in the dark, with nothing asked of you in return, no fee for the holding, no end to the willingness of it. The long, patient upward push of the whole solid world against the small, warm underside of your resting, and all you need do with it is let it work. So let it work. Let the mattress take the backs of your thighs where they have gone soft and spread a little wider than they lay an hour ago. Let it take the two long ridges of your calves, each one settled into its own shallow, warm trough, given fully over, no lift left in them at all. Let it take the round backs of your heels, those two small hard weights that carried you all day, that struck the floor 1,000 times and never once complained, set down now into the give of the bed and holding nothing up, bracing against nothing, done. The ground beneath the bed rising to meet even them, even those far last outposts of you, and cradling them and asking them to do no more walking tonight. There is a kindness in it you do not have to earn. The day is a country that runs on earning, do this and then the next thing, and hold yourself ready and stay a step ahead and keep the tension in the line so nothing slips. And the body learned that country so well it forgot there was any other, forgot how to be anywhere. The muscles were not half-cocked and leaning into the next demand. And it carried that lean into the dark with it, up the stairs and under the covers and down onto the pillow, the whole braced shape of readiness still worn like a coat it could not find the buttons of. And it has been taking that coat off for hours now, one slow fastening at a time, one region, and then the next, surrendering the old readiness it no longer needs. And here, this deep into the night, so much of it is already laid aside. The shoulders long since come down off their high shelf, the jaw let loose on its hinge, the hands unspooled, the belly gone soft over the slow tide of the breath. So much already set down that the little that remains can be given easily now, without effort, on the next long fall of the out-breath, whenever it comes. Nothing forced, just the coat slipping the rest of the way from shoulders that no longer hold it up. And the breath, all this while, tending itself, low and slow, and needing nothing from you. You are not breathing it anymore, not steering it, not counting it out. It has taken itself back into its own, keeping the way it does at the bottom of true rest, running on the old deep engine that never sleeps even when all the rest of you does. The in-breath arriving small and unhurried, filling the low back of the body, lifting the belly the barest amount. And then the long, soft going out, longer than the coming in, the way it wants to be when the body has decided it is safe. That long tide going out and carrying a little more of your weight down into the bed each time it leaves. And the pause at the bottom, that easy hanging stillness with no hurry in it, where nothing at all is asked and the next breath waits to come on its own. And it does come on its own always without you, and goes again longer still. The brake of the body applied gently and released and applied again all night without a hand on the wheel. Somewhere far above you the small weather still moves. You can feel it faintly if you turn toward it, the faint drift and ruffle of half-thoughts crossing the high surface of the mind. A word, an image, the ghost of something from the day skating past and gone. But you are not up there tonight. You have gone down below the weather to the still deep water where none of it reaches, where the light from the surface comes down green and dim and thin to almost nothing, where the cold, busy wind that walks the top of the mind cannot so much as stir the stillness you are lying in. Let them skate and drift and cross up there as they like. They are the surface's business, not yours. You are the deep, and the deep is heavy, and the deep is held, and the deep does not have to answer for the wind. Feel now how the weight has pooled, how it has run downward through you the whole long while and gathered in the low and the back and the underside of everything, how the front of you has gone light and unimportant while the back of you has grown dense and warm and full, settled hard against the world. The weight of the chest sunk down through the chest and out the back of it into the bed. The weight of the hips, which is the greatest weight of you, sunk down through the broad basin of them and printed deep into the give of the mattress, the deepest print your body makes, the worn, warm hollow where the most of you comes to rest. And the ground beneath, patient, meeting even that greatest weight without strain, pressing up under the heaviest part of you exactly as hard as it must and not giving way. You could not sink through it if you tried. There is no falling here, only the being held that feels like falling because the guard is finally off it. Only the long, safe give of a thing that will not let you through. And the backs of the hands, again, come back to them a moment, those two quiet weights laid out somewhere along your sides or across the low of your belly, wherever they came to rest. Feel how heavy they have gone, how the fingers have given up the last of their curl and lie however they fell, not arranged, not held, just dropped and left. Feel the small warm pressure where the back of each hand meets whatever it is lying on, that little patch of contact carrying the whole modest weight of the hand and the wrist and the long bones of the forearm running back from it. And just there, in that small honest patch of warmth and pressure, is the whole of the practice, the entire thing, nothing more needed, weight, and the meeting of weight, and the letting of the meeting hold you. You could put your attention nowhere in the body tonight and not find it. The underside given down, the ground come up, the two of them met and resting on each other in the dark, all night, without your help. The skull too, that last held thing, the heavy round weight of the head that the whole braced day is finally draining out of. Let the pillow have it. Not by degrees now, not carefully, let it have the whole of it. The full dense weight of the head given straight down into the give beneath it. The the small muscles at the base of it that were still, even now, doing a little of the old holding, still steadying the head a fraction against a fall that is not coming. Let them stop. Let the head roll its weight all the way onto the pillow and leave it there, unminded, the way a stone left on soft ground presses down once and then simply stays, needing no one to keep it pressing. The pillow rising to take the curve of the back of the skull, the warmth pooling where they meet, the neck gone long and slack below, no longer a stem holding a weight up, but only a soft channel the weight has already flowed down through and left behind. The head heavy, the head given, the head no longer yours to carry. How much lighter it is to not carry the head. How much of the day's long tiredness lived just there, in the endless small work of holding the heavy thing up and level and ready to turn toward whatever came. And how it is not needed now, none of it. The head held instead by the soft ground of the pillow and the firm ground below that, and the deep ground below that, floor under floor of holding running down beneath you into the still center of the earth, every layer of it pressing gently up to keep the small warm weight of you from falling any farther than the bed. You are held by all of it at once, the near soft holding of the pillow and the far vast holding of the ground, and none of it will tire, and none of it will slip, and you may hand the whole weight of your head into it and think of it no more tonight. And the night goes on around this. That is the great ease of the hour, that there is no edge to it yet, no thinning of the dark toward anything, no far pale line you are traveling toward and must arrive at. Only the wide, unhurried middle of the night lying open all around you in every direction. Hours of it still to come, dark and patient, and asking nothing. You have crossed a good part of it already, sunk down through the early depths of it while you barely noticed, and there is so much of it left, so much good dark still ahead, that there is no reason in the world to hurry through what remains. You may sink into it as slowly as a stone sinks through still deep water, turning over once and drifting down, in no haste to reach a floor, the water thickening and warming and darkening around it the deeper it goes. You have all the night's long fall to do it in. Let each place where the body meets the bed grow, if it will, a little warmer than it was. That is the deep sign of the guard coming off, the warmth that spreads through a limb once it stops bracing, once the long-held tension lets go of the small vessels it was tightening, and the blood runs full and easy through the whole slack length of it again. You may feel it in the legs first, a heavy blooming warmth running down through the thighs and the calves and out into the feet, filling them, weighting them further. And in the arms, the same, a warm heaviness pooling down toward the hands, the body flushing warm from the inside as it unclenches, warming its own far ends the way it does only when it has truly decided, at last, that the danger is over and the watch can end. Let the warmth spread as far as it likes. Let it reach the last cold outposts of you, the toes, the fingertips, the tip of the nose, and warm them and weight them, and fold them too into the general heaviness of a body that has stopped standing guard. There was a bracing in you when you first lay down that you could not have named, a whole body readiness with nothing left to be ready for, holding the shoulders up and the jaw shut and the belly hard and the breath high and shallow in the chest, keeping you a half step from sleep hour after hour, though nothing in the dark room threatened you at all. It was only the day, still running in the muscle after the day itself had ended, a fire left burning in an empty room. And it has been going out slowly all night, the way a fire goes out when no one feeds it, not all at once, but ember by ember, region by region, the light of it sinking and dimming and drawing in. The shoulders let the last of it go a long while back, the hands and the arms and the long muscles of the back, the jaw, the tongue, the small clenched muscles around the eyes, the belly softened over the slow breath, the legs flooded warm and given down. One region and then the next unbracing, handing back the old readiness, until there is almost none of it left burning anywhere in you, only a last low warm coal or two, and no hand reaching to feed even those, and the dark coming in gently over them, and the good tired body going quiet at last all the way through. And under the quiet, the ground, always the ground. However deep you sink tonight, however much further you give yourself into the warm and the heavy, it is there below you already, met and holding, pressing up under every ounce of you with a patience that does not run down. You cannot outfall it. You cannot hand it more weight than it will take. It took the whole of you the moment you lay down, and it has not faltered once through all the hours since, and it will not falter now or later, or in the deepest middle of the night, or in the small hours when the dark is oldest. It will hold you when you have gone too deep to know you are held, hold you straight through to the far side of the night without your knowing or your thanks, and be holding you still, unchanged, when the light comes. But the light is a long way off yet, and you needn't go to meet it. Only lie here in the wide, warm middle of the dark, held, and let the last of the day burn down, and sink the next small degree and the next, down into the warm, down into the held, down into the long-kept dark that asks nothing of you and holds every ounce, and holding still. And notice, if any small part of you still stirs, how little there is now to do about it. A hand that hasn't quite given itself down, a place along the spine still holding the faintest memory of upright. You do not have to reach for it or fix it. You have only to let the ground do what the ground has been doing all along, which is to rise up under it and take it. The mattress underneath you is not a flat and passive thing. It is pressing up, everywhere your body meets it, with a quiet answering force matched exactly to the weight you lay into it. Where you are heavy, it pushes back harder. Where you are light, it eases. It has read the whole shape of you in the dark, and it holds each part of that shape at precisely the pressure it needs. No more, no less, the way still water holds a floating thing without ever being asked. You press down, it presses up, and between the two the weight simply rests, held in the middle of that meeting, going nowhere, needing to go nowhere. Let your attention drift, slow as it likes, down to the two long ridges of your shoulder blades where they lie against the bed. Feel how they have widened and settled since you first lay down, spread a little flatter, sunk a little deeper into the give beneath them. There is a broadness across the back of you now that wasn't there in the evening, a sense of the whole upper back having let itself out sideways, unpinned, laid down like something set carefully on a shelf and left. And underneath that broadness, holding all of it, the same steady upward press, patient under each shoulder blade, patient under the long gutter of the spine between them, patient under every rib that curves down toward the bed on either side. There is a kind of settling that happens only over hours. Not the quick loosening of the first few breaths, but the slow one, the geological one, the way a stone dropped into a soft riverbed does not sink all at once, but goes down by degrees over a long while, rocking a hair deeper each time the current nudges it, until it finds the exact seat in the silt that fits it, and there it stays, and the water closes over the small disturbance, and it is simply part of the bed of the river now, holding still while everything moves around it. Your body has been doing that all night, finding its seat, rocking a hair deeper on each slow exhale, on each small surfacing and settling, wearing itself a place in the warm dark that fits it exactly, and coming to rest in that place the way the stone comes to rest, no longer an object laid on top of the bed, but something the bed has taken in and closed around and made part of itself. Feel the backs of your calves against the mattress, those two long muscles that carried you all the day, that braced and pushed and held you upright at the sink, on the stairs, in the doorway, standing in lines, standing when there was no need to stand. They are not carrying anything now. They are laid down full length, one soft, heavy weight from the back of the knee to the heel, and the bed is under every inch of them, holding them up so completely that they have nothing left to do. Let them be that heavy. Let the whole long back of each leg pour its weight straight down into the waiting give beneath it and be caught and held and asked for nothing. And the heels, those two small blunt anchors at the very bottom of you, Feel how much of your weight they have handed down through the night, how they press into the bed like two smooth stones pressed into wet sand, making their own small hollows, sitting down into those hollows, held from every side. The ground beneath the bed is under them too, further down, deeper than the give of the mattress, the floor and the foundation and the earth itself, layer under layer of solid holding, so that the small weight of your heel rests on the mattress, and the mattress rests on the frame, and the frame rests on the floor, and the floor on the ground, and the ground on the deep old rock, all of it stacked downward into a stillness that has held far heavier things than you for far longer than a night. And will not so much as notice the small warm weight of a sleeping body given fully into its keeping. You are a long way down now, into the hours the day never sees, the middle hours where the traffic has thinned to nothing and the house has finished its small clicks and settlings and gone quiet in its own bones. Even the room is heavier now in its way, the walls holding up the dark, the ceiling holding its patient distance overhead, everything in its place and staying there, nothing to be watched, nothing to be minded. And you in the midst of it, the heaviest and stillest thing in the room, sunk deepest of all, given down furthest of all, the very center of the room's long quiet. Let the weight of your hands come back to you gently wherever they have come to rest, the backs of them or the palms, whichever way they have fallen open through the hours. Feel how the fingers have curled a little, loose, half closed the way a hand closes when it has finally stopped holding anything, not gripping, not reaching, only resting in that soft half curl that hands find on their own when no one is asking them to do a thing. There is a great honesty in a hand let go that far. It tells the truth of a body that has stood down, and yours are telling it, both of them, lying open and heavy and empty in the dark, palms giving their small warmth up to the air, the weight of each finger drawn straight down toward the ground. It can feel even here, even through the mattress and the frame and the floor, the steady downward call of it under everything. If a thought should drift up through all this, and thoughts do drift up, even now, even this far down, some fragment of the day or the week or the year, surfacing without being sent for, let it be light. Let it have no weight at all. Let it rise the way a single leaf rises off still water when the air stirs, and turn once in the dark, and settle again, and be gone. You do not have to follow it down its road. You are not going anywhere tonight, but deeper into this same warm-held place, and a thought is only a thought, weightless, passing, unable to lift so much as a fingertip of you off the ground that holds you. Let it come, let it go, and stay exactly where you are, sunk and heavy and kept. There is a warmth that gathers in a body held still for a long time. You can feel it now, low in the belly and spreading, the slow banked heat of a creature safe in its own dark, the warmth of blood no longer sent racing anywhere, pooling instead, gathering in the deep center of you and radiating out along the slow, unhurried channels toward the surface, toward the skin, toward the far, quiet ends of you. It is the warmth of a body that has decided nothing is coming, that the night is only the night, that the dark is only the dark and holds no edge. And in that warmth, the last of the old daytime bracing goes on melting, so slowly you would never catch it in the act, only notice from time to time that some place you had not even known was still faintly holding has gone soft since you last passed it, has handed its last thread of readiness back and joined the general heaviness, sunk in with all the rest. Feel, if you can, the small muscles you almost never feel, the ones between the ribs that lift the chest to breathe. How gently they are working now, how little effort the breath is costing them this deep in the night. The in-breath just barely lifting, the out-breath just letting the chest fall of its own weight. No push in it, no hurry, the ribs settling downward on each exhale like something sinking a hair deeper into a chair it has sat in for hours. And behind them, quieter still, the slow, steady work that never asks for your attention and never stops for it, the heart at its long, patient labor, unhurried now, unpressed, keeping its slow time in the warm, dark middle of you while everything around it rests. You do not have to help it, you never did. It kept on all through every night of your life without a single thought from you, and it is keeping on now, slow and sure, holding the deep rhythm under the deeper stillness. One more thing you can hand over and stop minding, one more thing already held. And the ground is still there. It does not need to be said again, and yet it is true again, as true now as it was an hour ago and will be an hour from now under all of it, under the warmth and the weight and the slow breath and the slower heart, the flat unwavering fact of the ground, pushing up under every part of you at exactly the strength each part presses down, so that nothing of you falls and nothing of you floats, every ounce simply met and held at the height it came to rest. You are not lying on the ground so much as leaned into it, poured into it, married into it. The whole downward wish of your body answered so completely and so continuously that the wanting and the having have become the same thing, the falling and the being caught folded into a single unbroken rest that has no seam in it anywhere and no end in sight. Let the weight of your skull be given away one more degree. It is the heaviest single thing you carry, and it has been held up all your waking life, balanced on the top of the spine, turned and lifted and tilted after every sound and every face and every passing thing. But not now. Now it lies in the pillow with its full weight let down into the softness, the whole rounded heaviness of it sunk into a hollow of its own making, the jaw hanging loose beneath it, the face gone slack and expressionless and honest in the dark. No look to hold, no one to hold it for. Let it sink the last small distance it still has to sink. Let the pillow rise and take it. Let the neck let go of the last thread of holding it did not know it still had, and let the head be, at last, a held weight and nothing more, resting in the dark at the top of a resting body, given down like all the rest of you, minding nothing, watching nothing, sunk. This is the deep middle of it now, hours behind you, hours ahead, and no need to count either. Only this wide still stretch of the night where the body lies heaviest and the mind has thinned to almost nothing, a stretch you will not remember in the morning because there is nothing in it to remember, no event, no edge, only the long unbroken holding, the slow gravity, the warmth, the weight given over and over to a ground that takes it over and over without the smallest complaint. Let this be enough. Let this be, in fact, everything. There is nowhere you have to be but here, sunk in the middle of the dark, and nothing you have to do but keep on being held, which asks no doing at all, only the letting, only the staying down. And if you should surface, a little softly, the way a sleeper does, rising toward the thin edge of waking for no reason and finding the dark still there, you will find, waiting for you exactly where you left it, the same downward pull, the same warm heavy body, the same ground pressing patiently up, and you will have only to give yourself back to it, to let the small surfacing turn and sink again, no alarm in it, no thought of the hour, only the old familiar settling, heavier this time than the last. Further down than before, back into the warm held dark that never left and never will. Every rising is only the top of another falling, every surfacing only the breath before another, deeper settling, and there are many of them still to come before the light, and each one will carry you down a little further, and each one will be met, and each one will be held. So let the next one come whenever it comes, and take no notice of it, and sink, down past the warmth, down past the weight of the skull, and the loose open hands, and the long given legs, down past the slow breath and the slow heart, down to where there is only the holding and the held, and no line between them. The ground beneath the floor, beneath the frame, beneath the bed, beneath you, all of it stacked into stillness, all of it patient, all of it keeping you without effort straight on through the oldest and darkest heart of the night. And you needn't do a thing to earn it, or to keep it, or to thank it. Only lie here, given over, heavy and warm and met, and sink the next small degree, and the next, and be held, and go on being held. Down in the long-kept dark that asks nothing and holds everything, and holding still. And somewhere under all of that holding, there is a plainness worth resting your weight against. The plain fact that the bed pushes up against you with exactly the force that you press down into it, no more and no less, matched to the ounce, so that wherever your body meets the mattress there is a quiet, even trade going on all night long, your weight going down and the surface answering it, pressing back up just as hard, just as steadily, a balance that needs no watching and never tips. You do not have to hold your side of it. Your side is only weight, only the given fact of a body lying down, and the bed carries the rest, meets you everywhere at once, along the whole length of you, and asks for nothing back. So let the trade go on without you. Let each place where you touch the bed be a place where you are answered, met, pressed gently up into just as far as you have sunk, and no further, held right there at the line where down and up agree, and rest along that line. The whole quiet length of it, met. There is the wide flat of the shoulder blades, back there against the sheet, two broad plates of you laid down and given over, and the bed comes up to meet them, holds them level, so that the chest above can go slack, and the breath can move in it without any lifting, any bracing, any work. The shoulders themselves spread a little wider as they let go, sliding down and out. Away from the ears they climb toward all day, settling back into the mattress like something set down at the end of a long carry and not picked up again. And the small hollow at the back of each shoulder, the place that's so quietly held, opening now, filling with warmth, softening down into the surface that waits there for it, patient, level, unhurried. And lower, the long groove of the spine, each small knuckle of it settling in its own time, none of them hurried, the whole soft chain of the back giving its weight downward bone by bone, into a bed that rises to take each one exactly where it lies. The small of the back, that curve that lifted itself all day, that held you upright through everything, letting the last of its lift go now, easing down toward the warmth beneath it, closer, softer, no longer holding the arch it did not know it kept. And if it does not touch, if there is a little space there still, that is fine, let the space be warm too, let the muscles around it stop reaching, stop bridging, stop doing the small tired work of holding a shape. There is nothing to hold up now. The day that needed you upright is over, and the body can lie in whatever shape the bed makes of it, crooked or straight. It does not matter, only heavy, only down. The hips are the heavy anchors of you, the broad, deep bowl of them sinking straight down into the middle of the mattress, the densest weight of the body given fullest to the bed, and the bed takes it, presses up under the whole wide weight of the pelvis and holds it, cradles the heaviness there without strain, so that everything hung from it, the legs below, the belly above, can hang loose and easy from a center that is fully set down. Feel how much there is to give away just there in the hips, how much quiet holding lived in them, the standing and the walking and the sitting braced, all of it draining downward now out of the joints, out of the deep sockets where the legs meet the body, the ball of each hip settling in its cup, loosening, warming, given, nothing to carry, nothing to bear, the great weight-bearing middle of you laid all the way down and answered from below. And the legs go from there, long and heavy and done, laid out in the warm dark with nowhere to walk to and no reason to hold. The thighs, thick and tired, softening from the top down, the big muscles along the front of them that pushed you up out of every chair and up every stair all your life, letting go of the day's small effort, spreading, going slack and wide against the bed. The backs of the thighs pressing down into the surface, met there, held there, warm along their whole length. And the knees, those patient hinges, unlocking, the last thin tension leaving the joint, so the lower leg lies at whatever loose angle it fell into and stays there, unheld, ungoverned, simply resting. The calves settling their soft weight down, the muscle in them that clenched so often, that cramped and gripped and carried, letting go now, lengthening, easing, the whole back of each lower leg given down to the mattress that rises evenly to meet it. Down to the ankles, loose, and the feet, tipped a little outward the way feet fall when the legs have truly quit, heavy at the very ends of you, the heels pressed warm into the bed and answered there, met there, two small anchors at the bottom of a long anchored body. And even the soles of the feet that pressed against the ground the whole day through, that took the whole weight of you step after step, softening now, uncurling, warm, with nothing beneath them to push against and nowhere left to go. So all of it down, all of it met. The long trade going on the whole length of you, your weight sinking and the bed answering everywhere at once, all night, without your watching. And under the bed, the floor holding the bed. And under the floor, the frame of the house, the joists and the beams, patient wood laid down long ago to carry exactly this, a body at rest in the dark, and carrying it without a sound. And under the house the earth, the wide-packed old ground of it, settled ages past into stillness, the deep patient mass that holds up everything that has ever been set down on it, holds up the house and the street and the trees and the far dark hills and every sleeper lying in every dark room for miles, holds them all at once without effort, without tiring, without any need for thanks. And you are only one more weight among all of them, one more body given down to a ground that has never once failed to hold what was laid upon it, and will not fail tonight, and does not know how to fail, only how to hold, only how to keep on holding, level and deep and sure, all the way down beneath you. So let your small weight join the great held weight of everything. Let it be one more thing the patient ground is keeping through the dark. Nothing special asked of you, nothing owed. Only to be heavy and to be held along with all the rest. This is a calming practice and nothing more, a way of lying down and letting the body be met, not medicine and not treatment. And if the nights stay hard, if something heavier than tiredness sits on you when you try to rest, a doctor or a counselor is the right one to bring that to. But here now in the middle of this long dark, there is nothing to fix and nothing to solve, only a body being held and a ground that holds it, and the slow, honest weight passing between them while you rest. And still somewhere in you, a small watchfulness may linger, not much, not the bright alarm of the day, only a thin habit of keeping one part awake, one part turned toward the door, one part listening for the thing that never comes. That is only an old body doing an old job, keeping watch out of long custom, out of years of nights when it thought it had to. And it can be thanked quietly and told there is nothing to guard here. The room is dark and the door is shut and the walls stand where they stood, and everything in here is exactly as safe as it was an hour ago and will be an hour from now, unchanging, unthreatened, still. Nothing is coming, nothing needs meeting, and the small watcher can lie down too, can set down its post and sink like all the rest of you, can stop its long listening and simply be another heavy, warm part of a body that is finished for the night. Let it go off duty. Let it lie down in the dark beside everything else that has quit. There is no watch to keep. The ground keeps you, and the ground never sleeps, and the ground does not need you awake to do its holding. So the last thin thread of guarding loosens, and lets go, and sinks. And now the body is a single settled thing, all its parts agreed, all of them down, no region left bracing against another, no held corner pulling the rest tight. Just the long, even weight of you, laid full length in the warm dark, sinking by the smallest degrees into a surface that meets you the whole way, that answers every ounce, that will go on answering while you drift, and while you sleep, and while the night turns slowly over outside these walls. You have given the head away, and the shoulders, and the wide back, and the deep heavy hips, and the long done legs, and the loose warm hands, and even the small watcher that kept the door. There is nothing left to give. You are all the way given, all the way down, and the giving is finished, and only the being held remains, and that asks nothing of you, that goes on by itself, that will not stop when your attention slips away from it into sleep. So let the attention slip. It has done its work. It has walked you down through the body, corner by corner, and set each part into the bed. And now it can loosen its own hold too, can stop following the words, can grow soft and wide and dim like the room, can thin out toward nothing. You do not have to keep listening. The voice can go on in the dark, without you the way the ground goes on holding without your knowing. A low, steady thing at the edge of things, and you can let it blur, let it become only a warmth in the air, a texture of the dark, no longer words you follow, but only a sound that stays and sinks, along with everything else. And if the following stops entirely, if there is a stretch where you are simply gone, down under the words and under the weight and under the whole soft surface of the night, that is the best thing, that is exactly the going under this was always for, and there is nothing you need do to make it happen and nothing you need do to keep it. It takes you on its own, when the body is heavy enough and met enough and the watch is truly down, and the body is all of those now, so let it take you whenever it will. Without your noticing the moment it does. Outside, the night goes on being night. Whatever small sounds it makes, the settling tick of the cooling house, the far low sound of the wind finding the eaves, a car somewhere passing and gone, the long quiet between, none of it is for you, none of it asks anything, all of it happens out past the walls in a world that is handling itself, that needs no watching from you, that will keep on turning through the dark whether you follow it or not. So let the sounds be only more of the dark, more texture at the far edge of a body that has stopped reaching toward the edges. Let each one arrive and pass and leave you exactly where it found you, heavy and warm and down, undisturbed, the way a stone at the bottom of deep water is undisturbed by whatever crosses the surface far above. You are down at the bottom now, in the still warm dark of the deep, where the small events of the night do not reach, held there, kept there. Low and quiet and done. And the breath, which you have long since stopped steering, moves in you slow and small and even low in the belly, rising and falling by itself. No longer anything you do, but only something the body does around you, quiet as tide, each out-breath letting you a little further down, each one a small settling, a small giving, so faint now you would not notice it if you were not this still. And you needn't notice it. Let the breath breathe itself in the warm dark and carry you down on its slow, easy tide without your help. Further with each fall, softer with each fall, deeper into the held and quiet dark that has no floor to it, that lets you keep on sinking as gently as you like, as long as you like, all the way to morning and past it, down where the weight is everything and the words are nothing and the ground goes on, patiently, endlessly, taking the whole warm weight of you and keeping it, and keeping it. And keeping it still. Rest there, there is so much night left, and every hour of it is on your side, every hour of it holds you the same, presses up under you the same, keeps you the same whether you rise a little toward the surface or sink to the very bottom of the dark. You cannot fall out of the holding. It is under you everywhere, the whole length of you, the whole night through, and there is no motion you could make and no place you could drift to that the ground would not still be beneath, meeting you, answering you, keeping you from below. So drift where you like in the warm dark. It is all held ground, all of it under you, all of it patient. And let go the very last small effort of staying anywhere in particular, and let the warm dark carry you loose and heavy wherever it carries a sleeper. No map to it, no edges, only the long-kept dark and the sure ground under it and the slow tide of the breath moving you down, and holding you there, and moving you down again, hour after hour, kept, warm and heavy and met. All the way through the long middle of the night that is still, even now so far from any morning, so wide and dark and yours, so entirely a place to be held and nothing else. Held, and holding you down, and holding. And under the holding, more holding still. For the bed you are lying on rests its own weight on the floor, the same way you rest yours on the bed, and the floor sets its weight down into the frame of the house, and the house stands its whole patient weight on the ground it was built into, and the ground goes down past the reach of any word, layer under layer, cool and enormous and still, all of it pressing quietly down, all of it held from below by something deeper. So that the small weight of you at the top of all, that is only the last and lightest thing in a long, calm stack of resting things, each one giving its load to the one beneath it, none of them straining, none of them slipping, the whole of it settled and sure and going nowhere before morning. You are the topmost stone in a patient wall that has already found how it wants to stand, and the finding is done, and there is nothing left in you to place or steady, Only weight given down through weight, given down through weight, all the way to the still, cold ground that holds the roots of everything and asks nothing back. And feel, if some far-off part of you can still feel anything so gentle, how the place where your body meets the bed has grown warm, how the warmth is your own, given off slowly through the long hours and gathered back to you by the surface you lie on, so that you rest now in a shallow pool of your own heat, a warmth with the exact shape of you, a hollow worn soft and warm by nothing but stillness. And there is no reason to leave it, and no way to leave it that would be better than staying, and the body knows this in the plain, wordless way a body knows things, and lets itself keep the shape it has found, warm along the back, warm where the weight is heaviest, warm and unmoving in the dark. The pelvis, that wide heavy bowl at the center of you, the deep basin the whole trunk stands upon by day, let it be the heaviest thing of all now, let it be the low point everything else drains toward, the settled center of a settled body, sinking straight down into the bed with a slow, honest weight that nothing in you argues with. It carried you all day, this deep cradle of bone. It bore the standing and the sitting and the turning, and it is done bearing now. It has set its whole load onto the ground, and the ground has taken it wholly, easily, without the smallest complaint, and there is nothing for it to hold up anymore, no spine to stack, no weight to balance, only its own good weight to give away downward into the warm dark that is glad to have it, heavy at the center, low at the center. The deep bowl of you resting full and still on the ground that came up to meet it, and the two broad plates of the shoulder blades spread flat against the bed like two wide flat stones laid down in shallow water. Feel how they have stopped their long day's work of holding the shoulders where the day wanted them, up and forward and ready. Feel them settle back and down and apart, widening across the back, letting the space between them soften and open, each one lying its whole flat weight into the surface beneath. No longer plates that carry, but only plates that rest, cool and broad and heavy and still. And between them and beneath them, the long muscles that ran taut as ropes all through the day, that braced without being asked and stayed braced without being thanked, are letting go their grip one thread at a time, slow as a fist opening in sleep, giving the ache they held back into the warmth, giving the readiness back into the dark, unneeded now, unwanted now, laid down for the night with everything else you set down when you lay down. There is nothing to be ready for. Sink into that. Not the words of it, only the truth of it moving through the weight of you. Nothing to be ready for, no next thing waiting behind the dark that you must gather yourself to meet. No hour of the night that will ask you to rise and act. The readiness the body kept all day, that low hum of being about to move, has been switched off region by region, quietly, without your doing it. The way lights go out one by one across a valley as the houses go to sleep, until only the deep automatic things are left burning low, the breath, the slow blood, the small warmth keeping, the things that never sleep so that you can. And everything else has gone dark and gone soft and gone down, and stays down, and will keep on staying down, while the deep things keep their quiet watch and ask nothing of you at all. Let the backs of the hands grow heavy again. They are so easy to forget, so far from the center, so used to being the part of you that reaches and grips and does. Let them lie now with the palms curled loosely open, the fingers slightly bent the way a hand bends when it has finally stopped holding, and feel the small weight of each one pressing down through the wrist into whatever it rests on, the sheet or the belly or the bed beside you, warm and given and done. Nothing in the hands to do, nothing in the hands to hold, the long habit of grasping loosened all the way out to the fingertips, the very ends of you gone soft and warm and slack in the dark. And the weight of the hands, small as it is enough to feel, and the feeling of it draws you gently down out of the head again and into the plain fact of contact, into the good, dumb, honest news of a body lying still and pressed everywhere against the patient ground. And when you find the head again, the heavy round weight of the skull settled deep into the pillow, notice how completely it has been given away. How the neck, which spent the whole day balancing this weight, tilting it and turning it and holding it just so, has nothing to balance now because the pillow has taken the skull entirely, taken every ounce of it, so that the neck can lie long and loose and off-duty in the warm dark, a bridge with no load on it, resting between the given head and the given shoulders, empty of effort, empty of the small constant work of holding a face toward the world. The face itself soft now, the brow smooth, the small muscles around the eyes let go, the jaw hanging easy and slightly parted, the tongue resting wide and quiet in the floor of the mouth, nothing in the whole heavy head held up by anything but the pillow beneath it, and the pillow holding it the way the ground holds everything, without tiring, without asking, all through the dark. This is a calming practice, not medicine and not treatment, and if the long nights keep wearing at you, a doctor or a good therapist is the right person to sit with. But for now, in this hour, there is nothing to solve and no one to be but a weight the ground is keeping. Let that be enough. Let it be more than enough. Let the whole of it, the whole warm, heavy length of you from the crown of the given head to the far-off soles of the feet, lie in the dark as one single settled thing. No longer a map of separate parts to tend one by one, but a single field of weight and warmth, evenly held, evenly heavy, resting all at once on the ground that runs the whole length of you and answers you the whole length of you, and would answer you just the same if the night went on for a week. Down through the feet now, the last far edge of you, the heels pressing their two small stubborn weights into the bed, round and blunt and heavy, the oldest weight-bearers of all, the parts that met the ground first with every step of the long day and are meeting it now in stillness, giving down the same as they always did, but with nothing on top of them to carry, only their own quiet weight to set into the warm dark. And the arches let go their curl, and the toes lie soft, and the ankles fall loose to whatever side they please, and the whole architecture of standing, the marvelous patient scaffolding that held you upright against the pull of the earth from morning to night, has been laid down flat and let go, every joint of it unlocked, every small holding muscle told at last that the standing is over and it can rest. And it rests. All the way out to the ends of you, it rests. And the pull of the earth that you spent the day standing up against, leaning your whole weight against, working every quiet hour to resist so that you could stay upright and moving in the world. You are not resisting it now. You have lain down along it, flat and long and easy, and turned the fight of it into a rest, so that the very same pull that wore at you all day is the thing that holds you now, the thing that presses you kindly down into the warm bed and keeps you there, sure as a hand, patient as stone. You gave up standing against it, and it turned at once from a weight you carried into a weight that carries you, and now it only asks you to lie still and be heavy, which is the one thing left in you that costs nothing, the one thing the body was already longing to do. So let it pull. Let the old enemy of the day be the old friend of the night. Let it draw you down and down into the held warm dark, and keep drawing, gently, endlessly, all the way to a morning that is still hours and hours away. So far from morning, rest in how far. There is no thinning of the dark at any edge, no grey at any window, nothing in the whole wide night that leans toward waking. The night is at its deepest and widest, the long, slow middle where the hours pool and go still, where the whole sleeping house and the whole sleeping street and the whole dark turning world lie down together under the same patient pull, and are held the same, each thing given to the ground it rests on, each thing let go into the keeping of what is beneath it. And you among them, one small, warm, heavy sleeping weight among a world of them, nothing special to tend, nothing set apart to guard, only another thing the ground is holding through the dark, exactly as it holds the stones and the roots and the deep still water and everything else, that has learned how to lie down and be kept. And if some faint surfacing should come, some small rising toward the light of the mind, a half-thought, a shift, a turning in the warm sheets, let it be met the way the ground meets everything, from below without alarm, the weight simply gathering again wherever you have moved to, the contact simply remaking itself along the new line of view, the pull simply drawing you down once more from wherever you rose to. You do not have to settle yourself. The settling is done to you by gravity, by warmth, by the plain patience of the ground, and all you do is arrive back at the bottom of it a little heavier than before, a little further down, a little more given away. Every surfacing a small tide that only carries you deeper when it falls, every rising the beginning of a slower sinking, so that even your stirrings take you down, even your turnings settle you, and there is no motion left in the whole night that leads anywhere but further into the held warm dark. Heavier now than when the night began. You can feel it if you reach for it, that slow accumulating weight, the way each hour has pressed you a little deeper into the bed, the way the body keeps finding new small holdings to let go of and letting them go, sinking by degrees you never notice into a stillness deeper than any you arranged. You did not make this heaviness, you only stopped preventing it, and it came the way water finds the low place, the way warmth spreads through a still room, all on its own, asking nothing, until here in the deep of the night you lie heavier and lower, and more wholly given than you have been in a long while, more thoroughly held, more completely down. And there is more of the night left to sink through yet, whole dark hours of it, and every one of them will press you deeper still, and every one of them will hold you the same. Let the edges of you keep on softening into the dark, the line where the warm skin ends and the warm sheet begins grown vague and unimportant, no longer a border you keep, only a place where one warmth passes into another, where the held body and the holding bed blur quietly together in the dark until you could not say, and do not care to say, exactly where you stop and the keeping starts. You are that loosely bounded now, that softly given, spread heavy and warm across the surface, that holds you with no sharp edge anywhere, nothing in you drawn tight, nothing in you standing out from the general warm heaviness, only a slow, wide, settling field of a body letting the dark have its outline the way it has already had everything else. And still beneath it all the ground, the deep unmoving ground, the patient thing under the bed and under the floor and under the house and under the cold soil, holding the whole stack of resting things and holding you at the top of it, steady through every hour, unchanged by every stirring, meeting the full weight of you with the exact and effortless answer it has given all night and will go on giving until the light. You can lean the whole of yourself onto that answer. You have been leaning on it for hours, and it has not wavered, not once, not by the smallest measure, and it will not waver now. So give it the last of what you are still holding, whatever small held thing is left in you, some final ounce of readiness in the belly or the throat or the hands, and let it go down into the keeping with all the rest, and lie there emptied of holding, emptied of guarding, emptied of everything but weight and warmth, and the slow, low breath moving in you unwatched. Down at the deep, still bottom of the long night, kept, and heavy, and warm, and far from any morning, held by the ground the whole length of you, the whole night through, and holding nothing, nothing at all, only lying still in the dark and being kept. Somewhere far under you, the ground is doing the one thing it knows, and it has been doing it since long before you lay down, and will go on doing it long after the light comes, simply pressing up, evenly and without effort, against everything that rests on it. And you are one of the things that rests on it now, near the top of a quiet stack of resting things, the sheet on you and you on the mattress, and the mattress on its frame, and the frame on the floor, and the floor on the beams, and the beams on the walls, and the walls going down at last into the patient soil that has held far heavier things than you without complaint. A whole house it holds, and does not strain. So the small weight of a sleeping body is nothing to it, less than nothing, a thing it carries without any part of its attention, the way you carry the weight of your own hand and never think of it. You are being held that easily, held by something that will never grow tired of holding you, because it is not doing anything a body would call work, only being what it is, solid and low and there, all the way down. And you can let that ease reach up into you now, that effortlessness, the way the ground is not trying, because you have been trying for so long, some deep part of you, trying without even knowing it was trying, holding some faint readiness in reserve against a day that is finished. And there is nothing left tonight that readiness could ever be needed for, nothing between here and the light that asks a single thing of your muscles. So the reserve can be spent at last, poured out slow into the mattress, like something warm poured into something waiting, and never taken up again. Feel if any feeling is still soft enough to reach you down here, the particular place where the back of one hand rests against the sheet, the fine bones of it lying open, the fingers curled just slightly the way fingers curl when nobody is asking them to do anything, no grip left in them, no shape they are trying to make. Only lying there in the dark being warm, one small landscape of a hand given entirely over to the weight of itself, pressing its little weight down into the bed, and the bed pressing its little answer back, exactly matched, so that the hand does not have to hold itself up and does not have to lie down harder, only rests in the still middle of that meeting, kept. And the other hand somewhere across the warm width of the bed doing the same, unwatched, unhelped, needing no help. Two hands laid down and forgotten, each one held. There is a great slowness in the room tonight, slower than clocks, the slowness of the thing under the house, and you have sunk down into its speed. The hours turning over so gently out there beyond the dark behind your eyes that not one of them has been able to reach you, not one of them has asked you to rise up toward it or ready yourself for the next. They pass over the top of you like slow water over a stone that has given up everything but staying where it is, cool and low and covered and unbothered, letting the whole night flow across it and taking none of the night's motion into itself. You are that covered stone now, that low, that untroubled, that far beneath the moving surface of things, and the current of the hours only presses you gentler against the bed as it goes. Let the weight of the far leg find you, the whole long length of it lying in the dark, the heavy bone of the thigh sunk into the mattress, the softness behind the knee gone slack, the shin, the ankle turned however it has turned and resting there with nothing correcting it, and the foot at the very end of you fallen open, warm, forgotten, as far from your head as anything in you can be, and still carrying its weight down into the keeping the same as all the rest. And the mattress rising to meet that whole long limb along its entire length, not at one point, but everywhere at once, a broad even holding under the whole of the leg, so that no part of it hangs, no part of it strains, no part of it does one thing but lie there being carried. And the other leg the same, and the space between them warm, and the low, broad weight of the hips settled down into the deepest part of the mattress they have made all night, the part that fits you now, the shallow, warm hollow your own long stillness has pressed into the surface, a shape exactly your own that holds you a little more closely with every hour you spend not moving out of it. You do not have to keep any of this in mind. That is the mercy of the way you are being held. The ground does not need you to attend to it to go on pressing up. The mattress does not need your notice to keep its shape beneath you. The warmth does not require your watching to stay warm. All of it happens whether you follow it or not, whether the last of your waking mind drifts here on the words or lets go of them entirely and slides off into the dark, wordless, following nothing. You may put attention down now the way you have put down everything else. Set it on the sheet beside your open hand and leave it there, and go on being held just as completely with no one minding the holding. The body needs no supervisor for its rest. It has done this 10,000 nights. It knows the whole slow way down without a single instruction. You can trust it to that dark road entirely and be nowhere, be no one, be only a warmth in a warmth being carried through the middle of the night. And still the settling goes on, quietly, under the level where you would notice it. Some small ridge of the shoulder easing another hair's width down into the bed. Some last faint firmness along the jaw letting go a fraction more. The teeth drifting apart behind the soft closed lips. The tongue lying heavy and loose in the warm dark of the mouth. Wanting nothing, saying nothing, resting like everything else rests. The fine muscles that ring the eyes gone smooth and still under the closed lids. The eyes themselves loose in their sockets, turned down and inward toward the dark, no longer scanning, no longer keeping any watch, given the night off after a long day of looking, and the broad flat weight of the back laid down along the whole breadth of the bed, the spine a slow soft curve pressed everywhere into the mattress, each separate knot of it carried, none of it holding itself up against the pull that draws it down. That pull is still there. It never leaves. All night it has been reaching up through the mattress and the floor and the deep soil from the great still center of everything, drawing you down with the same soft constant hand. It draws the roof and the walls and the water in the pipes and the cold air settling into the low corners of the room. You have felt it as heaviness, as sinking, as the sweet impossibility of lifting a limb you have no reason to lift. And it does not tire, and it does not vary, and it does not once, in the whole length of the dark, let go of you. It is the oldest holding there is, older than the house, older than the ground, and it has you now as surely as it has always had you. Only tonight you have finally stopped leaning against it and let it win. Let it fold you all the way down onto the surface that rises to catch you, so that the two of them between them, the pull from below and the bed pressing up, hold you suspended in a stillness so complete that nothing in you has to do a single thing. Caught between the ground and the weight of the world, exactly cradled, exactly kept, unable to fall any further and with no reason left to rise. Let the breath go on without you. It has been breathing itself for hours, low and slow and even down in the warm belly, rising a little and falling a little in the dark with no one running it, the long soft out-breath spilling out into the room and taking a little more of your weight down with it each time, the small quiet in-breath arriving on its own like a tide that needs no calling. You do not have to find it or follow it or make it deeper. It is already exactly as deep as sleep wants it, already slowed to the pace of the thing under the house, already yours without your tending. Let it move in the dark beneath your notice, the last faithful motion in a body gone otherwise entirely still, rocking you so faintly, so gently, that it is less like breathing than like being breathed, like something the warm dark does to you and for you while you lie there and are kept. And around you the room holds its long night silence, that thick soft quiet that has settled over everything in these deep hours, the walls standing patient in the dark, the ceiling far overhead holding its stillness, the door closed on the rest of the house, everything in its place and nothing in the whole shadowed room asking anything of you or needing anything from you or waiting for you to stir. You could let 100 years of this quiet pass over you and it would only hold you steadier. There is nowhere the silence points but down, nowhere it leads but further into itself, and you have followed it most of the way already, down past thinking, down past minding, down nearly to the bottom of the dark, where the words grow faint, and the weight grows total, and the night wraps close around the small warm fact of a resting body and keeps it, simply keeps it, the way it means to keep you until the light. The pillow has taken the head entirely now. Whatever weight is in the skull, and it is a real weight, a true heaviness you have carried upright through every waking hour of the day, a thing your neck has held aloft since morning without once being thanked. All of it has been given away at last, poured down into the yielding softness that rose to meet it hours ago and has cupped it ever since, so that the neck holds nothing, the neck has been let off its long duty. The neck lies slack and warm and off guard in the dark, with the great weight it carried all day set down beside it and carried now by something else. the head just resting there in its warm hollow. Turned however it has turned, heavy as a stone in still water, held from underneath by a softness that does not push back and does not give way, only receives it, only keeps it all night long. There is a kind of trust the body only finds this far down, this many hours in, a trust it cannot be talked into and cannot arrange, that only arrives on its own when enough of the night has passed over it in safety, when hour after hour has gone by and nothing has come, nothing has been needed, nothing has broken the long, dark keeping. And the deep, watchful part of you, the part that stayed a little ready all evening, the part that flinched the body upright out of the day and held it braced long after the day was done. That part has been going quiet too, one slow degree at a time, all through these hours, learning by the plain passage of the safe dark that it can stand down, that there is nothing out there in the night for it to guard against, that the walls will hold, and the door will hold, and the ground will hold, and it may finally set down its long readiness and rest along with the rest of you, and you can feel, if you can still feel anything at all down here, how much softer the whole body lies once that last watcher sleeps, how the belly goes loose in a way it could not go while something in you kept watch, how the breath drops lower, how the weight completes itself, how there is now nothing left anywhere in you standing guard. So lie all the way down inside that. Lie down under the safety of 6 long hours already passed in peace. Let the proof of them settle over you like another warm layer. Every quiet hour that has gone by and left you unharmed, every dark stretch that asked nothing, all of it stacked now between you and any need to wake. A thick, soft weight of spent and peaceful time pressing you gently further into the bed. You are deep in the middle of a long, safe night, held so far and to be held the rest of the way, and there is nothing to do with the hours still ahead, but sink through them the same as you have sunk through these, heavier by degrees, warmer by degrees, given further with every one. The whole back of you rests along the whole front of the bed, and neither one is doing anything but touching the other in the dark. The weight going down, the softness rising up, the two of them meeting all along the length of you in that long, quiet line of contact that has held you steady since you first lay down. The shoulder blades, the ribs curving away from the mattress and the flesh between them pressed warm against it. The small of the back where the curve lifts a little, and even there the bed follows you up and fills the space and holds you, the broad, settled weight of the hips, the backs of the thighs laid heavy along the surface, the calves. The heels resting their small round weight down into the softness at the very foot of the bed. Every one of them carried, every one of them kept, not one of them holding a single ounce of you up on its own. The whole long back line of the body handed over completely to the thing beneath it, and the thing beneath it answering all along, patient, even, exactly enough, meeting your weight with its weight the way it has met it all night, and will go on meeting it quietly, without being asked, until the dark begins at last to thin. This is a calming practice, and nothing more, not a treatment, not a cure, only a slow, kind way of letting the body come down, and if the nights stay hard, if the weariness goes on wearing at you, a doctor or a therapist is the right and good person to bring that to. But nothing of that is for tonight. Tonight there is only the weight and the warmth and the ground that holds them, only the long, slow give of a body that has finally stopped preventing its own rest, only the dark and the keeping and the hours of held stillness still to come. And you may let even these words grow distant now, let them blur and soften the way the edge of your body has softened. Let them become just another warmth in the room. No longer things to follow, only a low sound moving through the dark beside you while you lie there heavy and warm and wholly given, sinking still, held still, kept. Down at the bottom of the breath there is a stillness and you rest in it. Down under the weight there is more weight and you settle into it. Down beneath the deepest place you have reached tonight there is a deeper place still, and the night is long, and you have every dark hour you need to go on drifting slowly, slowly into it. Nothing pulling you back, nothing calling you up. Only the patient ground beneath the house and the soft bed above the ground, and you between them in the warm dark, breathing low, letting go, held the whole length of you and holding nothing at all. There is a temperature the body finds when it has stopped defending itself, a settled evenness that comes over the skin once it no longer expects to be called upon. And somewhere in these long middle hours you have found it, the warmth that pools in the low places, behind the knees, in the crease where the arm meets the side, along the underside of you where your heat has gathered and the bedding has kept it close. The air above cooler on the outermost surface, the sheet below warm as a held hand, and you laid between the two of them like something the night has decided to keep. Not watching the difference, not minding it, only carried in it, the way a stone at the bottom of a slow river is carried by nothing at all and simply stays where the water has laid it down. And the weight goes on doing its quiet work in you, hour after unhurried hour, the way it works on everything that has given up its resistance. It is working now in the small hidden places you have never once thought to soften because they never knew they were holding. The little joints of the fingers, each one loose in its own socket, the bones no longer gripping one another, only resting near, the way stones rest near in a wall that has stood 100 years and forgotten it was ever built. The wrists let go, the long bones of the forearm laid down side by side with nothing between them but ease. And the elbow, that hard patient hinge, opened now to whatever angle the bed asked of it and kept there, unminded, a thing you have set down and walked away from in your mind, still yours, still warm, but no longer carried by you at all. You do not have to keep any of it now. That is the whole of it, down here in the 7th hour. There is a keeping that has taken over from you, older and steadier than your own tired holding, and it does not tire, and it does not ask, and it has been under you the entire night doing what you no longer have the strength or the need to do. And every part of you that finally understood this hours ago has gone quiet in the understanding, and the last few parts, the slow ones, the stubborn ones, are understanding it now, one by one in the dark as you sink, the weight of the jaw understanding it, letting the back teeth drift apart a hair's width more, the tongue lying wider and softer in the floor of the mouth, the weight behind the face understanding it, the cheeks heavier on their bones, the brow smoothed out flat and given to the pillow. Even the small weight of an earlobe resting against the cool of the sheet, even that, even something as small as that, held. And under you the bed, and under the bed the floor, and you may let your sense of it go on downward now, slowly, the way water finds the low way through a house, down through the frame that holds the mattress, down through the legs of it standing quiet on the boards, into the floor that does not bend beneath you, into the beams beneath the floor laid across one another in the dark, and bearing the whole still house without a sound. And further down, into the foundation set deep in the cold ground, the great patient footing of the place, and into the earth itself that takes the weight of the foundation, the way the foundation takes the weight of the house, and the house takes the weight of the room, and the room takes the weight of the bed, and the bed takes the weight of you. One long line of holding, each thing resting on the thing beneath it, all the way down into the ground that rests on nothing because it is the ground, because it is the bottom of all the holding, the place where weight finally arrives and is simply kept. And you are somewhere in that line tonight, near the top of it, laid soft above all that patient stone and timber and earth, and none of it strains to hold you, none of it even notices the small warm weight of one sleeping body added to the great weight it already carries without complaint. You are nothing to it, the lightest thing in the whole downward chain, a feather's worth of load on shoulders built to hold a house through every winter. And there is a deep ease in being that small to something that's steady, in knowing the thing beneath you has held far heavier than you all night, and did not so much as shift, and will go on holding through the dark hours left without the least attention, the way it held before you lay down, and will hold long after you have risen and forgotten it entirely. Let that be under you now, not the bed alone, the whole of it, the whole long reach of held things going down and down beneath your resting back, and you at rest on all of it, kept by all of it, needing to do no part of the keeping yourself. The breath moves through you slow as a tide that has almost finished going out. The long low draw of it, and the longer give, and the wide still pause at the bottom where nothing moves and nothing needs to, and you have stopped, somewhere back in the hours, deciding when the next breath comes. It comes on its own, in its own time, from somewhere far below the place where you decide things, and it will keep coming that way till morning whether you attend to it or not. So you do not attend to it, you only lie in the slow wash of it, the way sand lies in the last thin reach of a wave and is smoothed, and left, and smoothed again. The chest barely lifting now, the belly rising by the smallest degree and settling by the smallest degree, the whole machinery of you turned down so low it is only a warmth and a rhythm and a faint slow tide in the dark, running by itself, asking nothing of you, letting you go further down beneath it with every quiet turn. And the parts of you that spent the whole day upright, the parts that carried you from room to room and street to street and hour to hour, those are the parts most grateful now to be laid flat and let go. The soles of the feet that pressed against the ground all day and pushed you forward off it 1,000 times without a word of thanks, resting now with nothing under them to push against, the arches fall unsoft, the toes uncurled, the whole busy underside of the foot finally still. The great muscles of the leg that lifted you up out of every chair, hanging now off the bones like something set down at the end of a long carry, heavy and slack and done. The deep muscles alongside the spine that held you up against the whole day's gravity, that never once got to rest while you were standing, because standing is their work, and they do it without pause from the moment you rise. Those, tonight, laid down along the length of the mattress, and let off their duty at last, lengthening, softening, handing the long weight of your standing self over to the flat and patient bed that asks nothing of them in return. They have earned this. Every upright hour earns a horizontal one, and you are deep in yours now, deep in the long, flat middle of the night's repayment, the body stretched out and receiving back what the day took from it slowly, in the dark, without your help. There may be a small drift of sound somewhere in the house or beyond it, the settling tick of a cooling wall, the far-off nothing that a quiet street makes, the low sound of the air itself moving through the room, and none of it is for you, none of it wants anything of you. It is only the world going on being the world at the far edge of your sleep, and you can let it wash past the way you let the breath wash past, unheld, unfollowed, a texture in the dark and nothing more. The nervous system that spent so much of the day turned toward every sound, checking it, sorting it, asking of each one whether it mattered. That sorting is switched off now, or nearly, worn down at last into the same soft evenness as the rest of you, so that a sound arrives and finds no one waiting to catch it, and simply passes and is gone, and leaves you exactly as heavy and as held as it found you. That is what the deep hours are for, the long, slow unlearning of the day's readiness. The body was braced this morning and half braced this evening, and still faintly braced when you first lay down, and one region at a time, without hurry, it has been setting the bracing down. And by now, this far into the dark, there is so little of it left, only a few last threads of holding in the quietest corners, and even those are loosening as you lie here, even those are giving over to the weight and the warmth and the patient ground beneath the house. Feel, if any part of you still faintly can, how much of you is simply touching now, not gripping, not working, touching, the long warm line where the back of you meets the bed, yes, but more than that, The place where one ankle has come to rest against the other, warm on warm. The place where a hand lies against the side of you or against the sheet, the palm open, the fingers curled by nothing but their own soft weight. The place where the head has settled its whole round heaviness into the give of the pillow and stayed. Everywhere you end and something soft begins, there is only contact now, only the mild, endless fact of one warm surface resting on another, and no border in you anywhere that is bracing against the touch, no seam still held tight, only the long, soft giving over of skin to cloth and weight to ground, all down the length of a body that has finally, fully laid itself down. And there is nowhere further you have to get to. That is worth resting into, down here in the 7th slow hour. You are not on your way to sleep anymore, hurrying toward it, missing it, wondering where it is. You are already down in the country of it, already in the long, low flat of the night where the hours pass without your counting, and the dark keeps its steady hold, and there is nothing left ahead of you but more of this same gentle sinking, more weight, more warmth, more of the ground rising up to meet you every time you settle a fraction further into it. The morning is far. The morning will come on its own, the way the breath comes on its own, without your reaching for it. And between here and there is only the long-kept dark, and you laid down safe in the middle of it, held the whole length of you, given over, done. Let the weight take another degree now. It is always waiting to, always another degree of down still to be found, because there is no bottom to this, no floor where the sinking finally stops, only softer and softer, heavier and heavier, further and further given all the long night through, the shoulders letting go a little more of what they were still faintly holding, sliding down away from the neck, spreading wider on the bed. The hips settling their broad weight another fraction into the softness that rises to fill every hollow of them. The spine lengthening by some last small amount as the deep muscles alongside it release one more thread they did not know they still held, and the whole body, all at once and all together, easing down into the mattress, the way warmth eases into a room, evenly, without effort, without a sound, until there is no telling anymore where the weight of you ends and the holding of the bed begins. The two of them have become one thing in the dark, you and the ground that keeps you, neither one doing anything, only touching, only resting, only meeting the way they have met all night, patient, even, exactly enough. And the low sound of these words goes on moving through the room beside you, no longer things to hold or follow, only a warmth in the dark, like the warmth of the bed, like the warmth gathered under your own resting side. A slow voice keeping the quiet company while you lie there heavy and given and far down. And you may let it blur further still, let it thin to almost nothing, let it become only the shape of a sound and not the sense of one, a low steadiness at the edge of your sleep that asks you for nothing and only stays, the way the ground stays, the way the dark stays, the way the whole downward chain of held and holding things stays under you and around you and keeps you through the hours still to come. Down at the bottom of each slow breath, the stillness is deeper than it was an hour ago. Down under the weight, there is always more weight to give the bed. Down beneath the deepest place you have yet come to tonight, there is a deeper one still, and the night is long, and there is no hurry in the whole dark house, and nothing anywhere is asking you to stop going down. So go on down, slowly, held, kept, heavier by degrees and warmer by degrees, and given further with every quiet turn of the breath, the backs of the hands resting, the heels resting, the weight of the skull long since handed away, the whole braced day undone at last and laid out flat and let go. And the patient ground beneath the house holding all of it, holding the house and the room and the bed and the small warm weight of you, the way it has held you since you first lay down, the way it will go on holding you without being asked, without tiring, without once setting you down, all the rest of the way to morning. And somewhere far below the mattress, below the frame and the floor and the joists that carry it, below the boards and the cool air of the room beneath this one, The ground goes on downward too, layer under layer, deeper than you will ever need to think about, and every one of those layers is pressing quietly upward, taking the load of the one above it, passing the weight of you down and down through stone you will never see, and none of it strains, and none of it notices, and none of it will ever let go. The whole patient thickness of the earth arranged beneath your resting body like something built for exactly this, for holding a sleeping weight through the dark and asking nothing back. And you can rest on all of it at once, on the whole depth of it, the way a leaf rests on still water without knowing how deep the water goes. There is no work left in you now. That is the thing the body has finally understood, somewhere in these long hours, that the holding was never yours to do. All those years it braced as if the staying up depended on the muscles, as if letting go even a little would mean falling, and so the shoulders kept their small readiness, and the jaw kept its faint set, and the belly kept its quiet guard, all through the days, all through so many nights. And none of it was ever what kept you. The ground kept you. The ground was always going to keep you, braced or unbraced, clenched or given, and the only difference the bracing ever made was to you was the tiredness of it, the long cost of holding a thing that did not need to be held. And tonight, the body has set that cost down. Region by slow region it has learned, through the whole length of this dark, that it can stop and nothing falls, and the bed is still there, and the floor is still there, and the deep ground is still there, and the weight is carried, all of it, without a single fiber of you lifting a thing. Feel how the calves lie now, not held out straight by anything, not arranged, only dropped, the long muscle of them gone soft and wide against the mattress, spread a little sideways under their own weight the way something warm and heavy spreads when it is finally allowed to. And behind the knees, that soft hollow where the leg does not quite meet the bed, even there the smallest ease, the last faint holding of that joint letting down, the leg lengthening by nothing at all and yet lengthening, given further to the flat of the bed. And the ankles turned gently outward because no muscle is asking them to stand, because standing is a thing for the daylight, and this is the deep middle of the night, and there will be no standing for hours yet, and the feet know it, and they have let their arches fall slack, and the toes have stopped their small unconscious gripping, uncurled, at rest, pointing nowhere, holding nothing. Slower now, the breath has found its own low country, and it stays there without your minding it, moving in some far part of the chest, small and even, each out-breath a little longer than the one that came before, each one setting you down another hair's width into the dark. You do not have to breathe it. It breathes. The oldest part of the body, the part that never sleeps even when all the rest of you does, keeps that slow tide going in the deep of you, patient as the ground, tireless as the ground, and it will keep it going through every hour still ahead without once needing you to help. That is another thing you can hand over tonight. The breathing. Just let it be done for you, low and slow in the dark, while the rest of you lies far down and does nothing at all. If the surface of your mind should lift a moment, a thought drifting up out of nowhere, a fragment of the day, a sound from somewhere in the house, let it come and let it be met the way everything is met down here, with weight, with the slow pull of down, no alarm in it, no need to follow it anywhere. A thought is only a light thing passing over a heavy stillness, and it cannot lift the stillness, cannot reach the depth where you are lying now. It moves across the top like a breath of air over deep water, and the deep water does not stir. Let it pass, let it thin, and feel yourself already lower than it, already heavier than it, already given back to the settling before it has even finished crossing. Down under the thought, down under the small noise of the house, down where there is only the pressing up of the bed and the giving down of the body and the long even meeting of the two in the warm dark. There is a place along the back of you where all the weight seems to gather and pour down. You may have found it by now, in the hours, somewhere across the shoulder blades and the broad of the back, where the body is widest and heaviest against the mattress. and everything you release seems to run down into it and settle there and press, and the bed presses back exactly there, exactly as hard, holding the greatest weight of you at the greatest breadth of contact. And it is warm there, warm where you have lain so long, the bed gone warm beneath you from the simple heat of your resting, so that you are not lying on something cool and separate anymore, but sunk into a warmth that is half the bed's and half your own, a shared warmth with no seam in it, and it holds you the way held things are held when they have been held a long time, closely, evenly, without the faintest strain. As if the bed had shaped itself over the hours to the exact underside of you and now simply keeps that shape and keeps you in it. Let the small of the back give now that low curve that so often stays a little lifted, a little guarded, an old habit of holding from all the years of standing and carrying and getting through the days. Let it lengthen. Let the deep muscles there, the ones that run alongside the spine down into the hips, unspool one more slow thread of their holding and feel the low back ease down closer to the flat of the bed. Closer, the arch of it softening, the weight of the belly and the hips helping it down, gravity working there too, patient there too, drawing that last guarded curve toward the mattress the way it draws everything toward rest tonight. And if it does not fully touch, no matter, let it hang in the warm dark half given, and let even the hanging be at ease, held from below by the soft rise of the bed that fills the space beneath it, so that nothing there is unsupported, nothing there is doing the work of staying up, all of it resting on something, all of it kept. And the hips themselves, the great heavy basin of you, the heaviest single part, let it settle further into the broad hold that has risen to meet it. Feel how much of the bed the hips are given to, the whole wide seat of the body sunk down, spread down, pressing its full slow weight into the mattress, and the mattress pressing evenly back across every part of that breadth, and no thin place in the contact anywhere, no edge where you are less held than elsewhere, only the same even meeting from the base of the spine to the top of the thighs, the same patient upward push carrying the same downward weight, balanced, matched, done. And the deep sockets of the hips loosening, the joints where the legs hang from the body letting go their last faint readiness, so that the legs are not attached and held anymore, but simply laid down beside each other, heavy, given, resting from the top of the thigh to the tip of the toe. Done with the day, done with the standing, done with carrying you anywhere, laid out flat in the dark to be kept until the light. How far down you have come over these hours. There was a bracing in you when you first lay here, you may barely remember it now, a body still switched on, still faintly ready, still holding the shape of the day it had just finished, the shoulders still carrying it, the jaw still set with it, the hands still half closed around it. And nothing was wrong with that. It was only a body being honest, being a little slow to believe the day was over, keeping its old watch out of long habit and long care. But the watch has ended. One region at a time, hour by slow hour, the body has been given the thing it needed, which was only time and weight and the steady proof of the ground, and it has believed at last, all the way down, and it has stood its guard down and lain its weight over and let itself be kept. This is a calming practice and nothing more, not a treatment, not a cure, not a claim on anything, only a slow and honest way of telling the body that it is safe to rest. And if the sleeplessness or the strain of your days ever grows into something heavier than a night can ease, a doctor or a good therapist is the right and kind person to bring it to. But for tonight, for this long dark, there is only this: the weight, the holding, the ground that does not tire. Slower still, let the sentences come further apart now. Let the quiet between them grow, and let the quiet hold you as much as the words do. Because you do not need the words anymore, not to follow, not to keep. They are only a low warmth beside you in the dark, a slow voice going on the way the ground goes on, asking nothing, keeping the stillness company while you lie far beneath it, heavy and given and kept. Feel the backs of the hands again, turned up or turned down however they have fallen, it does not matter, Only feel how they lie wholly at rest, the fingers loosely curled or loosely open, no grip left anywhere in them, the small muscles between the bones gone soft, the palms slack, the wrists heavy, each hand a small warm weight laid down on the bed or on the body and given fully to whatever it rests against. The hands that did so much through the day. The hands that carried and gripped and reached and held. Let them be done now. Let them be held instead of holding, kept instead of keeping, resting in the dark like two things set gently down and forgotten in the best of ways, cared for by the surface beneath them, needing to do nothing at all until the light comes. And the arms, from the shoulder down through the heavy hang of the upper arm and the soft weight of the forearm to the resting hands, let the whole length of each arm be given, dropped, laid along the bed or along the side of the body with no lift in it anywhere, no holding at the shoulder, no set at the elbow, only weight, only the long even pressing down of an arm that has stopped doing and started resting. And the shoulders themselves settled far from the ears now, spread wide and low across the bed, sunk back into the warmth they have made over the hours, holding nothing, reaching for nothing, done. Let the neck give the last of what it holds. It is such patient muscle, the neck. It carries the weight of the head all day long, every hour of every day, holding that heaviness upright so the eyes can find their way, and it so rarely gets to stop. But it is stopped now. The head is laid down. The pillow has taken the whole weight of the skull, that dense and heavy weight, and holds it completely, from the curve of the back of the head to the line of the jaw, so that the neck has nothing left to carry, nothing to hold up, nothing to steady. And it can let down all through its length, front and back and either side, the long muscles softening, the small deep ones softening, the throat easing, the whole column of the neck at rest at last. The weight above it given wholly to the pillow, and the pillow giving it wholly back to the bed, and the bed to the floor, and the floor to the deep and patient ground. And the head given away, the heaviest small thing you carry, and the last to be set down and the furthest given now. Feel how completely the pillow holds it. Feel how you have stopped, without ever deciding to, the tiny constant holding that keeps the head balanced through the day, and how it has rolled its whole weight into the softness beneath it and left it there, and the softness has risen around it and cradled it and taken it in. The face itself gone slack and heavy, the brow smooth. The small muscles around the eyes, which hold so much, so quietly gone loose in the dark. The jaw hanging just slightly unset, the teeth apart, the tongue resting soft and low in the mouth, doing nothing, saying nothing, needing nothing. Even the smallest and most tireless holdings of the face let down now, given over, kept. There is nothing left to release. You have come the whole way down. From the crown of the head to the soles of the feet, the body lies given and heavy and warm, held along its entire length by the bed, and the bed held by the floor, and the floor by the deep ground that runs down and down beneath the house, farther than there is any need to follow. And you are somewhere in the middle of that great chain of holding, a small warm weight near the top of it, resting on everything below, carried by everything below, doing none of it yourself. And the night is still long. There are hours yet, whole quiet hours, and not one of them is asking anything of you, and not one of them needs you awake, and the ground will keep you through every one of them the way it has kept you through all the ones already gone by, patient, even, exactly enough. So stay down. Stay far down where you are, under the thoughts, under the sounds, under the last faint memory of the day, down in the warm dark where the weight is simple and the holding is sure. And if you drift a little higher for a moment, if some small thing lifts you toward the surface, you will only find the same downward pull waiting for you there, the same slow gravity, the same voice going on low beside you, and it will draw you back down without a word, gently, the way it has done all night, and set you deeper than before. Because every surfacing tonight ends the same way, in more weight, in more warmth, in more of the down, And the body has learned this now, and it lets go a little easier each time, and it sinks a little further each time, and it will go on doing so until the light comes and finds you still held, still kept, still resting on the patient ground. There is nowhere to be but here. There is nothing to do but lie here and be carried. The whole long machinery of your days is stopped in the dark and will stay stopped for hours yet, and you can leave it stopped and lie here in the warm weight of your own resting body, given to the bed, kept by the ground, breathing slow and low without minding it, further down than you have been all night, and still, somehow, with further down to go. Because there is no bottom to this, there is only softer and heavier and warmer and more given, on and on through the quiet dark, all the long slow way toward morning. And somewhere below the small warm weight of you, the mattress goes on doing the one thing it does, which is meet you, pressing up along the whole length of your back with exactly the force your back presses down, no more than that and no less, matched to you so evenly that the two pressures cancel and disappear and leave only the resting. And you do not have to feel where your body ends and the holding begins, because there is no seam there anymore, no edge to guard, only the long soft line of contact where the weight is given and the weight is taken, all the way from the shoulders to the heels, all night, without a single break in it. There is a place between the shoulder blades where the body has carried itself upright through every day of its life, a place that has held the head up and held the chest open and answered to every reaching of the arms, and it is resting now against the bed, the two broad flat bones of it settled back and down and slightly apart, spread wide and heavy, no longer lifting anything, no longer bracing for anything, just laid there across the softness like two stones set down in warm sand. And the muscle that runs between them, the long tired fan of it that climbs the spine and spreads toward the neck, gone loose, gone quiet. The fibers that have been faintly pulling all day long simply not pulling now, released one thread at a time into the mattress that rises to hold them. And the ribs slow, the ribs lifting a little and lowering a little around the quiet breath, each one hung from the spine and swung so gently on that slow tide that you would not notice it if you were not this far down and this still. The whole cage of them heavy and open, resting on its own back edge, the breath moving through it without effort, without being asked, without your minding it at all, rising a small amount, falling a small amount more. And each falling a little settling, a little giving, the ribs sinking by the smallest measure toward the bed on every slow release, as if the breath itself were lowering you, gently, over and over, deeper into the holding on the long side of every out-breath. Lower than the ribs, the belly, the soft weight of the belly, risen and fallen with the breath, warm and unguarded, the whole broad front of you left open to the dark, because there is nothing in the dark to close against. And the muscles there, which clench so quietly and so often through a day, which brace at every small alarm and hold long after the alarm is gone, hanging slack now, doing none of it, the belly rising loose on the in-breath and settling loose on the out, soft all the way through, given over to the same slow gravity that has taken the rest of you. The night has turned a long way since you lay down. The house has gone through all its small settlings, the ticking of it cooling, the faint sounds it makes when no one is listening, and none of them have needed you, and none of them have reached you where you are. And outside, past the walls, the dark has deepened toward its lowest and stillest hour, the hour when the world tips furthest from the day and everything living lies down into its rest. The birds folded and silent, the streets emptied, the ground itself cooled and quiet under the long night air. And you are down inside all of that stillness, a small kept warmth held near the top of the great sleeping weight of the earth, turning slowly with it through the dark, carried the way everything is carried tonight, without asking, without effort, without any part to play, except to lie here and be turned and be held. Feel if any feeling comes at all this far down, the deep still weight low in the body, in the seat of you, in the wide heavy basin of the hips, where the largest bones are and the most weight gathers. This is the ballast of you, the low heavy anchor that holds the whole floating length of you down against the bed, settled and broad and utterly at rest, pressing straight down into the softness with the plain, honest weight of everything above it. And the mattress rising to meet even that, the deepest and heaviest press of you, holding it as easily as it holds the lightest, taking the whole load of the hips without strain, without giving way, patient underneath, the very center of your weight, the way the ground is patient underneath the whole house. And the warmth. By now the warmth has gathered all through the body, pooled in the places where you are heaviest and stillest, the low back gone warm, the backs of the thighs gone warm, where they rest their full weight along the bed, the whole broad back of you warm from the shoulders down, held in the small climate your own resting has made under the covers. And the warmth is a kind of holding too, the same message the weight carries, spoken to the body in another way, that here it is safe, that here nothing is needed, that here it may stand down and stay down and give itself over to the long, slow keeping of the dark. There was a bracing in you when you lay down. There is almost none of it left now. Region by region through the long hours, the body has read the quiet and found no threat in it and let the guard down, one held place at a time, the way a hand held closed for too long opens slowly, finger by finger, not all at once. And now nearly the whole of you lies open, unbraced, the muscles long since done with their holding, the breath long since gone slow of its own accord, the mind gone soft and dim and mostly dark, only the faintest flicker of it left, and even that flicker sinking. And there is nothing to hurry in this, nothing to finish, nothing that must be reached before the light comes. There is only the resting, and the resting is already complete, and it goes on being complete, hour after hour, exactly as it is, needing nothing added. This is only a quiet practice for the body's own settling, a way of lying still and letting weight do what weight does, not a treatment, not a cure for anything. And if the long nights have been hard and the days heavy on you, a doctor or someone trained to listen is the right one to carry that too. But here, tonight, there is only this, and this asks nothing of you and promises nothing but the plain kept quiet you are already in. So let the last of it go. The place at the very base of the skull where the head meets the neck, where a small holding can linger long after everything else has softened, the fine muscles there that steady the head through all its turning, let them go too, let the head settle its full weight straight back into the pillow, the whole heavy round of it given away, the neck long and slack beneath it, nothing lifting, nothing turning, nothing held. And with that last small holding gone, the body lies complete in its resting, from the crown all the way down, not one place left bracing, not one place left on watch, the whole long length of you laid out and given and kept. And down you go a little further, on the slow tide of the breath, on the long side of the next quiet release, a little further into the warm dark where the weight is simple, a little heavier, a little more given, the way it has gone all night, and the way it will go on going, softer and heavier and warmer by slow degrees toward the far edge of the morning that is still a long way off. The bed holds you. It does not tire of holding you. It does not need you to hold any of yourself. Through every hour of this night, it has risen under you exactly as much as you have pressed into it, meeting you and meeting you and meeting you, never once failing, never once asking, and it will go on rising and meeting and holding through all the hours still to come, steady beneath your resting weight the way the ground is steady beneath the house and the deep rock steady beneath the ground. A whole long chain of holding running down and down under you into the dark, every link of it patient, every link of it sure, and you laid at the warm top of it, carried by all of it, doing none of it, far down and kept. Let the breath do its own slow work. You do not have to breathe it. It breathes itself, low and even in the dark, rising a little, falling a little more, lowering you by a hair on every fall, and you have only to lie under it and be lowered, the way a small boat lies in still water and is lowered on the ebb, taken down without a sound, settled a little deeper into the holding with every slow going out of the breath. And no going in that follows ever quite lifts you back to where you were, so that across the long, quiet minutes you are only ever sinking, only ever settling, the ground drawing you down a grain at a time toward a rest, with no bottom to it. If some small thing stirs you, a sound in the house, a shift of the body, a thin thread of a thought drifting up out of the dark, you do not have to rise to meet it. Let it come and let it pass. It will find you already so heavy, already so far down, already so given to the bed, that it cannot lift you, and it will loosen and thin and dissolve back into the quiet it came from. And the weight will still be there under it, and the warmth will still be there, and the slow pull of the ground will still be there, waiting, and it will take you back down without a word, gentler than before, and set you deeper than the small thing ever reached. Because everything that surfaces tonight ends the same way, in more weight, in more warmth, in more of the down, and the body knows this now all the way through, and it hardly rises at all anymore. And when it does, it sinks again at once, easily, gladly, back into the keeping of the dark. Hour has followed hour, and each one has been the same, and each one has been enough. There is no count you have to keep of them. There is no place along the night you have to reach by any certain time. The whole of it is only more of this, more of the warm-held weight, more of the slow breath, more of the ground going on beneath you, patient and even and sure, and you may lie down inside all of it and let it carry you and lose all track of where in the night you are, because it does not matter where in the night you are. Every part of it holds you the same, every part of it keeps you the same, every hour of it is the ground doing the one quiet thing it does, which is not let you fall. So there is nothing to do now but be carried. The doing is all done. The day it belonged to is long over and will not come back, and the day that is coming has not arrived and does not need you yet, and between the two of them lies this long dark hollow of held and waited quiet, this warm gap in the turning of things where nothing is required of you at all, and you are down inside it, laid out and heavy and kept, breathing slow, given to the bed, carried by the ground, further down than you have been, and still softly, with further down to go. And the softness rises around the given weight of you and takes it in, everywhere at once, along the whole long line of your resting, and holds it, and does not let go, and the warmth deepens, and the breath goes low, and the ground keeps you patient under the house, under the floor, under the bed, under the small warm weight of your resting body, all through the low, still middle of the night, and on toward a morning that is in no hurry to come. Down where you are, the quiet is thick and soft and complete. The last edges of the day have worn away. The muscles have long since forgotten their holding. The weight is the only thing left, the weight and the warmth and the slow going of the breath, and none of the three of them asks anything of you, and all three of them go on without your minding them, keeping you, settling you, drawing you further into the dark. And you have only to let them, only to lie here and let the weight be heavy and the warmth be warm and the breath be slow, and be carried and be kept, and go on sinking, grain by grain, breath by breath, hour by long quiet hour, toward the far still bottomless bottom of the night. And down here, in the long low middle of it, there is a thing the body has learned that it did not know when the night began, and it learned it slowly, over all these hours, the way a stone in a riverbed learns the shape of the water. It learned that the holding does not stop, that it never once stopped. That every single moment of this night, whether you felt it or not, whether you rose to notice it or sank too far to notice anything at all, the ground was there beneath you, pressing up, meeting you, taking the whole downward want of your weight into itself and giving it back as stillness. There was never a gap in it. There was never a breath of the night when you were falling, and the ground was not there to have already caught you, and the body has stopped waiting for that gap. It waited for it a long time, in the early hours, without your knowing. Some old part of it braced against the moment the floor would drop, the way it braced all day against 100 things that never came, and now it has stopped. It has let the weight go. It has learned, all the way down in the places that do not use words, that the catching is finished being uncertain, that it happened and goes on happening and will still be happening when the light comes. And so there is nothing left to brace for, and the last of the bracing has drained out of you into the mattress like warmth into cool sheets, spreading, thinning, gone. Feel, if you feel anything at all now, how the backs of your legs have given themselves over completely to what is under them, not held there by you, not placed and kept in place by any small effort of yours. Just resting, the whole long weight of each leg surrendered downward, the calf gone soft and wide against the bed, the back of the knee no longer holding even the faintest curve of readiness, the thigh heavy as something set down and forgotten. There is a place along the back of each leg where the body and the bed have pressed together so long and so quietly that you can no longer quite tell which is which, where your warmth has gone into the mattress, and the mattress has given it back until the two of you share one temperature, one softness, one long line of contact with no seam in it. That is the border where you end and the holding begins, and it has blurred. It has gone gentle and uncertain in the dark, and it does not need to be found again. You can let it stay blurred. You can let the edge of yourself soften into the thing that carries you and not go looking for where exactly the one becomes the other, because it makes no difference now, down here, in the keeping of the deep hours. And the heels, those two small anchors far down at the end of you, the last outposts of your weight before there is nothing but air and the foot of the bed and the dark room beyond. All night they have pressed down, quietly, faithfully, two small roundnesses of bone and skin bearing the long weight of the legs into the mattress, and all night the mattress has risen to meet them, pressing back up with exactly the patience they pressed down with, no more and no less, so that they neither sink through nor float free but rest, held, cradled in two soft hollows the bed has made for them over the hours. You need not move them. You need not shift them or ease them or attend to them in any way. They are kept. They have been kept for hours, and they will be kept for hours more, two small distant weights given wholly to the ground, forgotten by you and remembered by the bed, resting at the far end of your long stillness, where the warmth reaches slowest and stays longest. There is a slowness in you now that has no bottom you have found yet. Each hour you thought you had reached the deepest of it, and each hour it opened further, another floor beneath the floor, another softness beneath the soft, and here in the seventh long turning of the dark, it is still opening, still going down, still making more room beneath you for the weight to settle into. You do not have to find the bottom of it. There may be no bottom of it. It may only go down and down, a widening quiet with no last door in it, and you sinking through it endlessly slow, never arriving, never needing to arrive, only descending, grain by grain, into more of the same held dark. That is enough. To be always descending and never landing is enough, when every layer you pass through holds you as gently as the last, when there is no floor hard enough to strike, only softness giving way to deeper softness, only weight easing into more complete weight, all the way down the long shaft of the night. And your breath, you are not making it anymore. Somewhere back in the earlier hours you set it down along with everything else, handed it over, stopped being the one who lifts and lowers the chest, and it went on without you. It is going on without you now. Something older and surer than your waking mind is breathing you, low and even, drawing the cool air in along the top of the breath, and letting the warm air go long and slow and downward on the out-breath. And it asks nothing of you, and it makes no mistakes, and it will not forget. You can lie beneath your own breathing the way you lie beneath the ceiling and the roof and the wide dark sky, as something held above you and around you, moving on its own, keeping you without your help. Each long fall of the out-breath settles you a fraction further into the bed. You do not have to feel it settle you. It settles you whether you feel it or not, the way the tide goes out, whether the sleeper on the shore knows it or not, uncovering more and more of the still sand, drawing back and back into the dark. Notice, and let even the noticing be dim and half there, more a warmth than a thought, how the front of your body has grown so much lighter than the back. All the weight has gone downward now, all of it, poured out through the back of you into the waiting bed, so that the back of you is dense and heavy and full, pressed deep into the holding, while the front of you is only a thin, quiet lid over all that weight, rising and falling the smallest amount with the slow breath, feather light, nearly nothing. You are heavy underneath and light on top, like a stone lying in warm, shallow water with the sun on its upper face and its whole cold weight given to the sand below. The heaviness is where you meet the ground. The lightness is only the surface the air touches, and between them you rest, a long, low shape in the dark, most of you given downward, only the thinnest skin of you left up in the room at all. The house is quiet around you in the way that only the deepest part of the night is quiet, when even the small settling sounds have finished, when the walls have cooled as far as they will cool and stop their faint clicking, when whatever moves outside moves too far off to reach you. The quiet has weight of its own now. It lies over the room like a second blanket, soft and thick and complete, pressing gently down on everything, on the furniture and the floor and the still air and the long shape of you in the bed. And it holds you too, the quiet in its own way the dark holds you and the warmth holds you and the ground holds you, one more layer of keeping laid over all the others, so that you rest inside layer within layer of held stillness, wrapped and weighted and covered and carried. Down at the center of all of it, where nothing reaches and nothing asks and nothing needs. If some small part of you drifts up now, the faint surfacing that has come and gone all night, a thought half forming, a limb wanting the smallest shift, a thin thread of the day trying one last time to be caught, let it come, and let it find what it always finds. The weight already here, the warmth already deep, the ground already holding, and no purchase anywhere for it to take hold of. It rises the smallest distance into the soft dark and finds nothing to climb, and it slows, and it loses its shape, and it sinks back down through you and is gone, met and dissolved and folded back into the long, even settling like a ripple spreading out across still water until the water is smooth again. You do not have to send it away. You do not have to do anything with it at all. The weight does it. The warmth does it. The slow breath does it. Everything in you that surfaces is met at once by everything in you that has already gone down. And the down is so much greater now, so much deeper and wider and older than the small brief rising, that the rising simply disappears into it without a trace, the way a single flake of snow disappears into a deep field of snow already fallen. And so you sink again, easily, the way you have sunk 100 times through these hours, each time a little further, each time with a little less between you and the bottomless soft. There is a rhythm to it now, so slow you could not count it, so gentle it barely moves you, the smallest rising, the long returning, the rising smaller each time and the returning deeper, until the rising has almost stopped altogether, and there is only the returning, only the down, only the endless patient settling of a body that has finally, completely, given up the last of its holding to the ground. Feel the weight of your hands where they lie, not lifting them, not turning them, only knowing them dimly far off, two heavy quiet things resting open in the dark, the fingers loosely curled the way they curl when there is nothing left in them to hold, the palms soft, the small muscles that gripped all day long finally unclenched, finally emptied, resting slack against the sheet. The backs of the hands press their weight down and the bed presses gently up, and there in that small meeting your hands are kept, forgotten and held, doing nothing, wanting nothing, heavy as two stones set down at the end of a long day's carrying and never to be picked up again tonight. Whatever they held today, they have set it down. Whatever they gripped, they have let it go. They are open now and empty and heavy and warm, and that is all they are, and it is enough. The weight moves through you like something poured, finding always the lowest way, pooling in the places that have given themselves most completely, the small of the back, where the body's long curve settles into the bed, the backs of the shoulders spread wide and flat, the hips sunk deep, the whole trunk of you laid out and dense and low. And beneath all of it, the mattress answers, everywhere at once, along every inch where you meet it, pressing up with the exact and even patience that has never once faltered through the whole of this night, holding the poured weight of you the way a wide, slow hand holds water, without effort, without strain, without any end to how long it can go on holding. You are so far down now that the room has gone almost entirely away. The walls, the ceiling, the door, the window with its dark square of sky, all of it has thinned and dimmed and drawn back to the far edges of knowing, present still but distant. A faint surround you no longer look toward, no longer need. There is only this small warm center where you rest, this dense heavy quiet shape given wholly to the bed, and the great gentle downward pull that holds it there, and the slow breath moving through it on its own, and the dark, close and soft and complete, pressing in kindly from every side. Everything beyond that has let go of you. Everything beyond that can wait for the light. You are down beneath all of it, kept and covered and carried in the deep still trough of the night where the hours pass without edges and the darkness asks nothing and gives everything, which is only this weight, this warmth, this holding on and on. And still the ground goes on beneath it all, patient under the house, under the floor, under the frame of the bed and the soft of the mattress and the long warm weight of you. The old unmoving ground that held the day and will hold the morning and holds you now through the middle of the dark without the smallest wavering, without ever once needing to be thanked or noticed or believed in, holding you simply because that is what it does, because that is what it has always done. Because down is where you are and the ground is what down rests upon, sure and level and endless beneath you, and it does not let you fall, and it will not let you fall, and there is nothing in all the long night that could make it let you fall. So let the last thin thread of your attention, if any thread is left, slip loose from the room and settle down here with the rest of you, down in the warm, heavy dark where the weight is total and the holding is complete, and let it rest, and let it stop, and let it go where the breath has gone, and the hands have gone, and the heels and the shoulders, and the whole long weight of you have gone, down into the keeping, into the deep even quiet, into the ground's unbroken holding that goes on and on beneath you and asks nothing back. There is nothing to keep watch over now. There has not been for hours. The watch was set down long ago and nothing came, and nothing is coming, and the watching part of you has laid itself down at last alongside everything else and closed and rests and is carried with the rest. Heavier now and warmer and slower and further down. The night is wide around you and there is so much of it left, so many quiet hours still to lie inside this holding, so much dark still to be carried gently through, and you have only to stay as you are laid out, given over, weighted, kept, and let the long low middle of the night go on doing the one quiet thing it does, which is hold you and not let go, breath by slow breath, grain by settling grain, down and further down still toward the far patient bottom of the dark. And the warmth is its own kind of weight now, gathered in the covered places, in the long channel where your back meets the bed, in the shallow warm hollow beneath your knees, in the space between one arm and the side of your body, where the heat has pooled and settled and stayed. A soft mounting warmth that has nowhere to go and no reason to move, held in against you by the blankets, and by the still air, and by the simple fact of your not stirring, hour upon hour. And it presses on the skin as gently as the mattress presses on the bone, another quiet weight laid over the first, warming the surface of you the way the ground beneath the house holds the deeper warmth of the earth, unhurried, unbothered, giving it off slowly into the dark. And you lie inside that warmth the way a stone lies in the last heat of the day, taking it in without asking for it, keeping it without holding it, letting it soak down through the outer layers of you toward the slow, heavy core that has long since stopped keeping any count of the hours. There is a place low in the belly where the breath has finally come to rest, lower than it went in all the earlier part of the night, down beneath the ribs, down where the body only breathes when it has entirely stopped bracing. And each slow filling lifts that low warm place the smallest amount, and each long emptying sets it down again, softer each time, nearer to still. And the small round muscles there, the deep ones you never learn the names of, the ones that pull in without your knowing whenever the day asks you to be ready, have let go of their asking one by one across these long dark hours, and lie now loose and warm and heavy over the settled floor of you, rising only as much as the air requires, falling a little further with every fall. And the ground is still beneath it all, beneath the low, soft breathing and the pooled warmth and the long-given weight of you, the ground under the floorboards, under the packed and settled layers, under the cool, deep earth that never sees the light, holding the whole dark house on its broad and level back without effort, without motion, the way it has held every house and every sleeping body that has ever lain down upon it. And it does not tire toward morning the way a person tires. It does not loosen its hold in the smallest hours the way a held thing loosens. It is only more itself the longer the night goes on, more still, more sure, more entirely there beneath you, and you rest on it now the way the last warmth rests in the stone, given over completely, kept without asking, carried down through the middle of the dark toward a bottom that is always a little further, always a little deeper, always waiting patient and level beneath the next slow breath. Somewhere far up at the surface of you, a shoulder may remember, for a moment, how it used to hold, may carry the faintest ghost of the old lifting, the small habitual readiness it wore all through the long day. And if it does, there is nothing you need do about it, nothing to answer, nothing to fix. Only let the next breath go out slow and long, and let that far shoulder feel the mattress beneath it, firm and unmoving, pressing up under the blade of it exactly as much as it needs, and let the old readiness that no longer has any day to be ready for simply thin and fade, and pour itself out through the back of the arm and down into the bed. The shoulder heavier for the letting, wider, flatter, given. One more small place that has finally understood the day is over and is not coming back, and has laid its old watchfulness down alongside all the rest, into the keeping of the bed, into the keeping of the floor, into the keeping of the ground that does not sleep and does not need to, and holds you all the same. And the backs of your hands lie open to the dark, the fingers loosely curled the way they curl when no one is asking anything of them, when there is nothing to grip and nothing to reach for and nothing to do but lie where they have fallen. Each finger its own small weight, resting into the sheet, warm along the top where the blanket covers, cool and easy where the air touches. And the palms turned inward or upward or however they came to rest, soft and unclenched, the deep tired muscles of them long since let go, the thumbs at ease, the whole shape of each hand given entirely over to gravity, sinking the small amount there is left to sink, held from below by the same steady upward press that holds your heels and your hips and the long weight of your spine. Nothing in either hand kept back, nothing still working, nothing waiting. Two settled weights at the ends of two settled arms, laid down and left, carried like the rest of you through the wide, quiet middle of the night. The pillow has taken the shape of your head so completely now that the two seem almost one thing. The weight of the skull, that heaviest given weight, pressed down into the yielding of it, cradled all around where it sinks, held from every side that touches. and you have long since stopped holding the head in any small way, stopped the tiny, endless adjustments the neck makes all day long to keep it balanced and lifted and ready. The neck has let go of that old work entirely, gone soft and long and easy, the head simply resting where it fell, tipped however it tipped, given wholly to the pillow, and through the pillow to the bed, and through the bed to the floor, and through the floor to the ground. A straight, quiet line of holding running all the way down from the heaviest part of you to the deepest part of the earth, every link of it sure, every link of it resting on the one beneath, and the last link, the oldest and the broadest and the most patient of them all, holding without holding on, keeping without gripping, letting you lie exactly as heavy as you are. And still, there is so much night left around you, so many dark, unhurried hours still folded into the space between now and the first grey thinning of the window. And there is nothing in any of them you need to reach toward, nothing to arrange, nothing to be ready for. They will pass the way the earlier hours passed, without your steering, without your watching, one slow breath giving way to the next, the warmth building and holding, the weight settling and settling again, the ground beneath it all bearing you steadily down and steadily through, hour into hour into hour. And you have only to keep on lying as you are, given and heavy and warm and kept, and let the long dark carry you the way the deep still water carries a thing that has stopped struggling to float and simply rests upon the holding, borne up exactly as much as it sinks, level and easy and far from any shore. If some small part far off should surface, drawn up for a moment toward the thin edge of waking, a flicker of a thought, a half-formed shape, a faint pull toward the light of the mind, let it come and let it go, the way you have let all the others come and go through this long night. You do not have to follow it up. You do not have to push it down. Only let the weight take it, the plain heavy weight of the body on the bed, the sure upward press of the mattress meeting the sure downward pull of the earth. And feel how the thought grows too heavy to stay risen, how it sinks of its own accord back into the warm dark floor of you the moment you stop lifting it, how it settles and dims and is gone, and leaves only the breathing and the warmth and the holding and the ground. And you are lower again for its going, softer, further down, deeper into the keeping than you were the moment before. The whole long weight of your legs has poured itself down into the bed by now. The heavy thigh, the loose, easy knee, the long muscle of the calf gone soft and given, the ankle at rest, the foot fallen open however it fell, nothing in either leg still standing, still stepping, still braced against a floor that is not there. All the walking of the day emptied out of them at last, all the standing and the carrying, all the small readiness they wore, poured down through the backs of them into the mattress and held there, warm and heavy and done. And the bed rises up to meet the full length of each leg, firm all along the underside of them, letting them be exactly as heavy as they are, taking every ounce without complaint, without moving, the way the ground takes the weight of a fallen tree and holds it century upon century, patient beneath it, level under it, asking nothing. And down the middle of you, from the crown of the given head to the soles of the fallen feet, there runs now one long, unbroken line of rest. No place along it still holding, no knot still tied, no small muscle still keeping its old watch. The jaw let go, the tongue let go, the fine muscles around the eyes let go into the dark, the throat soft, the chest slow, the belly low and easy, the hips wide and settled, the legs poured out, the hands open, the whole of you a single settled weight from end to end. And every part of it resting on the part below, and all of it resting on the bed, and the bed resting on the floor, and the floor upon the ground, and the ground upon its own vast, dark, unmoving depth that has no need of anything beneath it, that simply is and holds and goes on holding through this hour and the next and the one after that, all the way to a morning that is still so far off it need not be thought of at all. Let the dark be a blanket over the blanket now. A second softer covering laid over the first, warm and close and weightless, drawn up over the whole length of you, over the settled legs and the open hands and the given head, tucking in at every edge, sealing in the warmth, shutting out the last far edges of the room. And beneath its two soft layers, the outer dark and the inner warmth, you lie smaller and safer and further in than ever, a warm, heavy, quiet center wrapped and kept, breathing slow, sinking still, held from below and covered from above and asked for nothing from any side. And the ground goes on beneath you. It does not thin toward morning. It does not grow tired in the deepest part of the night. It is holding you now exactly as fully as it held you hours ago when you first lay down, exactly as fully as it will hold you when the light finally comes, without the least change, without the least wavering, the same broad level endless holding under the house and under the frame and under the long warm weight of you, so that you may let go a little more and a little more again, and know as you let go that the letting changes nothing in the holding. That however heavy you become, the ground beneath is heavier still. However far you sink, the holding is deeper still, always further down than you can fall, always broader than your whole given weight, always there, always beneath, always sure. So sink and be held, and sink again and be held again. Each slow breath setting you lower into the warm dark keeping, each long emptying leaving you heavier and stiller and further in, the shoulders wider, the hands softer, the head heavier, the legs more entirely given, the low breath slower, the warmth deeper, the whole settled length of you pressed down into the bed and borne up by the bed, and carried through the long middle of the night without a single thing left in you that lifts or holds or waits or keeps the smallest watch. Only the weight and the warmth and the slow breath moving on its own, and the ground going on and on beneath it all, patient under the dark, holding you the way it has held you all night long, and will hold you still, further down and further, into the deep even quiet where the hours have no edges, and there is nothing at all to do but be carried, and be kept, and stay. The window is still dark, and will be dark a long while yet. There are hours of it left, whole soft folded hours, and each one holds you the same as the last, and you have only to lie inside them the way you are lying now, poured out and warm and heavy and given. Nothing to reach for across all that dark, nothing to ready yourself against, nothing coming toward you out of the quiet but the slow turning of the night itself, which asks nothing of you, which wants nothing from you, which only goes on passing gently overhead while you rest beneath it, low and safe and held, borne down and down toward the far still bottom of sleep. And even that bottom is not a place you must reach, not a thing you must do, only a depth the weight will carry you toward on its own, breath by slow breath, settling by settling, the ground drawing you down as kindly and as surely as it draws the last warmth into the evening stone, until there is no telling anymore where the weight of you ends and the holding of the bed begins, no line between the sinking and the being held, only the one long quiet fact of it, going on beneath you. Going on around you, going on through you, all the dark night long. And so you rest, heavier than you were, warmer than you were, further down than you have been all night. And the ground is holding you, and it does not stop, and it does not tire, and it will not let you fall through this hour and into the next, on and on beneath the long dark house, on and on beneath the long warm weight of you, holding and holding and holding still. And somewhere in the long middle of this, you may notice, without reaching for it, that the bed beneath you has grown warm. Warm the way it does when a body has lain still a long time and given its heat down into the cloth, so that the surface you are resting on is no longer a thing apart from you, no longer cool and separate the way it was hours ago when you first lay down, but warmed through now by your own long stillness, holding your heat back up to you, wrapping the underside of you in the very warmth you gave it. And this too is a kind of holding, this slow trade of warmth between the weight of you and the patient surface beneath, a thing that needs no effort from you at all, that has been happening quietly this whole time, while you did nothing but breathe and sink, the bed drinking your warmth and keeping it and giving it back, so that you lie now in a shallow pool of your own settled heat, held from below not only by the firmness that presses up, but by this gathered warmth that has no edge to it. That simply surrounds the resting length of you and stays. And you can let that warmth spread, if it wants to, the way heat moves slowly through a heavy thing left near the fire, unhurried, without direction, seeping from the wide, warm places into the cooler ones. The warmth of your back easing outward into your sides, the warmth low in your belly settling down through the hips, the long backs of the legs holding their own slow heat against the bed. Nothing you are doing, only something you are letting, only a warmth allowed to find its own level through you the way water finds it, pooling in the low, still places, the hollow behind each knee, the small of the back, the loose open palms turned up or turned down into the warmth of the sheet, wherever they came to rest an hour ago and have not moved since. The hands especially, let the hands be as heavy as they have become. Somewhere back in the evening they were doing things, closing and gripping and carrying and holding, all the small unnoticed work a pair of hands does across a day, the 1,000 little clenchings you never once asked for and never once saw. And all of that is over now, has been over for hours, and the hands know it. The hands have known it longer than the rest of you, lying open and done and forgotten at the ends of your arms, the fingers slightly curled the way fingers curl when nothing at all is asked of them, no grip left in them, no readiness, no holding. Just weight, just the mild warm weight of a hand that has finally been set down and left, pressing its small honest weight into the bed, and the bed pressing back up beneath each one exactly as much, meeting the knuckles, meeting the soft heel of the palm, meeting the loose backs of the fingers, holding each hand as carefully and as completely as it holds the whole rest of you, so that even here, even in this smallest given corner of you, there is nothing to do and nothing to keep, and nothing left over but weight and warmth, and the ground coming up to meet it. And the breath goes on beneath all of this, lower now than it was, slower than it was, moved down out of the chest, and into the belly where the slow breath lives when the body has truly set its guard down, that low, soft, easy rising and falling that you are not making happen, that is simply happening, the way it happens in someone already deep asleep beside you, the long, unhurried filling, and the longer, softer emptying. And on each emptying, still, even now, hours in, there is a little more that can go, a little more weight that can be handed down to the bed, a small last tension somewhere you had not noticed because it was so quiet, easing out on the tail of the breath and leaving you a fraction lower, a fraction heavier, a fraction more given than the breath before. This is the whole slow work of the night. This is all it ever was, breath after breath, each one a little emptying, each emptying a little sinking, and none of it needing your attention, none of it needing your help, going on by itself in the warm dark, whether you follow it or not. You might feel along the whole back surface of you, the long unbroken line where the weight of you meets the holding of the bed. From the heels, up through the calves resting their full soft weight down, through the backs of the thighs, the sit bones, the long ladder of the spine, each notch of it a little heavier than the last, the wide blades of the shoulders spread and given, the backs of the arms, the resting hands, and up, at the very top, the heavy round weight of the skull pressed into the pillow. One continuous line of contact, one long seam where you end and the holding begins, and all along that seam the same quiet arrangement, the same fair and even meeting, you pressing down with all your given weight, and the ground pressing up with exactly as much, not a fraction less anywhere along the whole length of you, not the smallest place where you are having to hold yourself, not one muscle anywhere down that long line still doing the work the bed has taken over completely. It is all held now, all of it, every inch of the back of you laid into the holding and borne. And what is not touching the bed can hang. The front of you, the parts that face the dark ceiling, the chest, the soft belly, the fronts of the thighs, the face turned up or turned to the side into the warm pillow. None of that has anything to do either. None of it is held up. None of it is holding on. It simply drapes over the settled weight beneath it, the way a heavy cloth drapes over a stone, following the shape of what is under it, sagging gently into every hollow, pulled always and only downward toward the bed, toward the floor, toward the deep patient ground that runs beneath the floor. Everything in you obeying the same slow pull, everything sagging the same single way down and down, so that there is a kind of quiet agreement all through the body, front and back, weight and drape. No part of you pulling against another part, no small war left anywhere in the whole resting length of you. Only the one direction, only down, only the long soft consent of a body that has stopped holding itself up and let the ground do the holding instead. This is the thing a body braces against all day and does not know it is doing, this simple falling, this being pulled always toward the earth. All day it holds itself up against that pull, sits itself up, stands itself up, carries itself through the hours a little bit lifted, a little bit ready, the long muscles quietly working the whole time to keep you upright and moving and facing the day, so quietly you never feel the work of it, never feel the ceaseless small holding it takes just to stay standing. And now, lying here, all of that is finally allowed to stop. The pull that the body braced against all day, the body can simply give in to now. There is nowhere to fall from. You are already down. You are already as low as the ground will let you come, laid flat along the holding. And so the falling is finished. The long day's bracing against gravity is finished. And the body can at last do the one thing it was never allowed to do while it stood and worked and carried. It can let the earth simply have its weight, all of it, with nothing held back, because there is no longer any distance left to fall. And if some old part of you, some tired watchful part far back in the mind, still half expects to be needed, still keeps some dim readiness burning the way a lamp is left on in a far room, you can let even that go dark now. Nothing is coming. There is nothing tonight that needs you upright, nothing that needs you ready, nothing across all these dark hours that will ask you to rise and meet it. The night has no task in it for you. The one and only thing being asked of you now, by the dark, by the bed, by the warm-held weight of your own settled body, is that you stay exactly where you are and let yourself be carried. And that is not a doing, that is the opposite of doing. That is the long, easy ceasing of all doing, and you are already inside it, already given over to it, already further down than you were a breath ago. There is so much night left. This is not a thing to be hurried through towards some far edge where it ends. The dark is wide and unhurried, and in no rush toward morning, and neither are you, and there is nothing on the far side of these hours you need to arrive at, no shore you are swimming toward, no place the night is trying to bring you. Only the hours themselves, one folding into the next, each one dim and warm and full of the same soft holding, each one asking nothing but that you lie inside it heavy and let it pass over you. And it will pass over you whether you watch it or not, gently, without your help. The slow deep middle of the night turning quietly above the still house while you rest low beneath it, kept and warm, and gone soft all the way through. Let the face go now, the way the hands went. So much of a day is carried in the face without our knowing, the small holdings around the eyes, the set of the jaw, the fine muscles that arrange the face all day into the shapes the day asks of it, all of it quietly worked and worked from morning on. And none of that is needed here in the dark, where no one is looking, and there is nothing to arrange the face toward. So let the jaw be heavy and slightly parted. Let the teeth come unclenched and stay unclenched. Let the tongue rest soft and low in the mouth with no word in it and no readiness for any word. Let the cheeks go slack and heavy. Let the small clenched places at the corners of the eyes smooth out and let go. Let the whole face simply hang off the front of the skull, the way everything hangs tonight, downward, given, done. A face with nothing left to hold, nothing to show, nothing to keep, gone as loose and as weighted, and as unguarded as the hands that lie forgotten at your sides. And the weight of the skull itself, the heaviest single thing you carry, held up all day long on the fine, tired stalk of the neck, turned this way and that toward every sound and every task, never once set down through all the standing hours. It is set down now. It has been set down for a long while. It lies in the pillow with its full round weight given entirely away, the neck beneath it holding nothing, doing nothing, gone as loose as a rope let slack, and the pillow rising up to meet all that heaviness and take it, cradling the back of the skull, holding the whole considerable weight of your head so completely that not one muscle in your neck needs to keep the smallest part of it lifted. And you can feel, if you turn your quiet attention there, how the head grows heavier the moment you truly stop holding it, how it presses down into the pillow and the pillow presses up, the same fair meeting as everywhere else, the same complete and effortless holding, so that even the heaviest thing you carry is carried for you now, given over, laid down, kept. And with the head given away like that, there is less and less reason for the mind to stay up lit and turning. It was only ever holding itself ready along with the rest of you, only ever keeping its own kind of watch, running over the day and running ahead into the next one, holding its little lamp up against the dark out of an old habit of readiness that the body has already, hours ago, laid down. And it can lay itself down now too, the way the hands did, the way the face did, the way the long back of you settled into the holding and stopped. The thoughts, if any still drift through, drifting slower now, spaced further apart, thinning like the last few sparks going up off a fire that has mostly burned down to its warm red bed, each one rising a little way and going dark, and the dark between them growing wider and softer and warmer and less inclined to be filled. You do not have to chase the last of them, and you do not have to put them out, only let them thin on their own, let them come further and further apart, let the warm dark between them grow until it is nearly all there is. Because underneath every thought, the whole time, there has only ever been this, the weight and the holding. Thought comes and goes across the top of it like weather across a field, but the field stays, the ground stays, the long, slow fact of your held and heavy body stays underneath it all, unchanged by any of it, borne up the same whether the mind is turning or still. And you can let yourself down out of the weather now, down below the last thin drifting thoughts, into the field itself, into the plain wide fact of the weight and the warmth and the holding, where there is nothing happening, nothing turning, nothing to follow, only the body resting heavy on the patient ground and the slow breath moving through it on its own, and the night going quietly by overhead. Heavier now, warmer now, lower than you were. The bed warm all along the length of you with your own kept heat, the ground firm and sure beneath the bed, the dark wide and unhurried above, and the whole weight of you handed down through all of it and held. The heels held, the calves held, the long spine held notch by notch, the wide shoulders held, the loose hands held, the heavy given head held, all of you laid into the holding and borne, front and back, weight and drape, all of it pulled the one soft way, all of it down, all of it given, all of it kept. There is nothing to do now but stay, nothing to reach for out across the dark, nothing to ready yourself against. The night asks only that you lie here heavy and let it carry you, and you are already lying here heavy, already being carried, already further down than you were, and it will not stop, and it will not tire, the ground beneath the bed and the dark above the house and the slow breath moving low in the belly, on and on through the long middle of the night, holding you, holding you, holding you still. And holding you still, the way it has held you all the hours you were sleeping, and all the hours you were only lying here waiting too, the same hold, the same patient upward press against the whole underside of you, not asking to be noticed, Not asking anything at all, only there, only steady, only holding. Nothing you have to keep track of now, nothing to keep. Only this long, slow settling that goes on by itself, deeper on its own, without you having to send it anywhere. Every place that was braced has already let its grip go, hours ago, most of them. The jaw long since given down, the tongue loose in the floor of the mouth, the small muscles around the eyes gone smooth and unworking, the brow wide and unlined, the shoulders down off the ears, down where they belong, resting back into the bed instead of climbing. The hands open, the fingers slightly curled the way they curl when no one is holding them closed. The belly soft and rising slow, the low back given over to the mattress notch by notch, the legs heavy and long and turned however they wanted to turn, the heels two quiet weights pressed down into the holding. And the mattress presses back up, exactly as much, exactly where you meet it, under the heels, under the calves, under the backs of the thighs, under the long saddle of the hips, up the length of the spine, under the shoulder blades, under the backs of the arms, under the heavy resting weight of the skull. Everywhere the body presses down, the ground presses up, the same, met all along the length of you, so that there is no falling to do, nowhere further to sink that you have not already been caught. The sinking and the catching happening in the same place, at the same time, forever, all night. You press down, it holds up, and between the two there is only rest. The breath moves low and slow on its own. You are not breathing it, it is breathing, rising a little in the belly, falling a little longer, the out-breath drawing out easy and unhurried the way it does when the body has finally understood there is nothing to be ready for, each one a little quieter than the last, each one leaving you a little lower. And you do not have to count them, and you do not have to deepen them. They know the way down without you. They have known it since long before you were awake to worry over it, and they will keep on knowing it through every hour still to come. Heavier now. The weight coming up through you slow like water finding its level, filling the heels first and the hands, then the long bones of the legs and arms, then the deep parts, the hips, the chest, the heavy settling head, every hollow filling with the same soft weight until there is no part of you held up and no part of you left over, all of it down, all of it even, all of it given the one way to the ground. Warmer now. The bed warm along the whole length of you with the heat your own body has kept and given back, a warmth that has no edges anymore, that does not stop at the skin, that runs down into the holding and up into the dark, so that you cannot quite say where the warm body ends and the warm dark begins, and you do not need to say. It is all one temperature now, all one held and breathing warmth, and you are somewhere down inside the middle of it, kept lower than you were. And if some small part of you surfaces yet, some last thin ripple of waking that lifts a little way toward the light out of old habit, it does not need to be met with anything but this, the same downward settling that has met every other one tonight. You notice the small lift, and you let it come back down, the way a wave that rises off the top of deep water only ever comes back down into the deep water it rose from. Nothing to do with it, nowhere it needs to go, only down, only back, only heavier than before, each surfacing a little smaller than the one before it, a little slower to rise, a little quicker to sink, until the surfacing itself thins out and stops, and there is only the deep, only the still, only the held weight going quietly on beneath the long dark middle of the night. This has been a calming practice, a way of telling the body through weight and breath and stillness that it is safe to rest, not medicine, not treatment, and if the nights stay hard, a doctor or a good therapist is the kind and right person to bring that to, but nothing to hold now, nothing to carry into the dark, let even that go loose and drift off with the rest. The practice done, the work all done, nothing left but the resting. Nothing to do now but stay. Nothing to reach for. Nothing to ready. The night is long, and it is only partway through, and it is going by without you having to move it along. Hour laying itself down after hour, Quiet over the roof, quiet in the room, quiet along the length of the bed where you lie held. And it will keep the whole rest of the way, the ground beneath the bed steady the whole way, the dark above the house wide the whole way, the slow breath moving low the whole way, on and on, holding you toward morning without ever once needing you to help. Heavier, warmer, lower. The heels held, the calves held, the long backs of the legs held, the hips wide and given and held, the spine laid down its whole length and held, the shoulders sunk back and held, the arms heavy and the hands open and held, the head, the whole given weight of the head, handed all the way down into the pillow and held. All of you down, all of you kept. The thoughts, if any, still drift through, further apart now, slower, one rising a little way into the warm dark and going out before another comes, and the dark between them so wide now, so soft, so unhurried, that there is hardly room left for another to form, and no need. You are down below them now, down in the field beneath the weather, down in the plain wide fact of the weight and the warmth and the holding, where nothing turns and nothing waits and nothing has to be followed anywhere. Just the body, just the weight, just the ground coming up to meet it, everywhere the same. Just the breath, low and slow and its own. Just the warm dark, wide over the house, going quietly by. You are held. You have been held all along. You will be held the whole rest of the way. Heavier now, and let that be the last small effort of the night, the letting go of even the word for it. The weight goes on without the word. The holding goes on without the noticing. You do not have to keep feeling it for it to be true. It is true under the noticing, true under the breath, true under the last thin drifting edge of you that is still here to know it. And it will stay true after that edge softens and lets go too. Let it soften. Let it let go. Nothing to keep hold of. Nothing to stay up for. The ground has you. The night has you. The long, slow weight of your own resting body has you, and it is not going anywhere. And neither are you, only down, only deeper, only further into the hold. Down past the last of the words. Down past the last of the light. Down where it is only warm and only heavy and only held. The breath slow, low, its own. The weight even, given, downs. The dark, wide, soft, going by. Heavier, warmer, lower than you were and lower still, and no bottom to it but sleep, and sleep already rising up soft around you like the same dark water, closing over slow, warm all the way down, holding you as it takes you. Held, kept, down, and the ground beneath you does not tire, and the night above you does not hurry, and the breath goes on moving low and slow and quiet through the heavy resting length of you, on and on, holding you, holding you, holding you all the way down and all the way through, and all the long rest of the way to morning. Rest now.